Or as they say in the Ukraine, Привіт! It's your boy, PSA Sitch, here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, anti-Kremlinat.
Is that a thing?
It is now.
Anti-Kremlinite. I like it.
Kremlinat. Anti-Kremlinat. Adam, friended. How are you doing today, Adam?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Things got very crazy over the...
Yeah. Someone made a prediction on the Tuesday stream that I think we should revisit here very quickly, because I think that there's a tweet here. Let me bring up the tweet.
No.
Let me bring up this tweet really quick.
This never happened.
PSA Sitch. Well, oh, look at this. February 22nd. Well, I was totally fucking wrong. Oh, can I say that? Are we a minute into the stream yet?
Yeah. Okay. First, yeah.
Totally
Adam's
fucking wrong.
How many? And it got like 1,000, 800.
Of course.
Everyone is so happy. Of
course. You're not upset about this, are you?
No.
I mean, I saw you reacting. It seemed like you might be a little angry, but you can never tell on Twitter.
No. It's funny, chat. I want you to know this. Adam did not tell me that he was going to immediately post this tweet the second the stream started. Okay,
what?
He did tell me.
What you needed a? I needed to see this coming.
I need to mentally prepare myself. Okay?
You couldn't see this coming. Oh, this is gonna here. Look, let's put this over your avatar now. This is a new addition to the show.
No.
We'll just put this right over here.
No.
So
yes,
go give the background on the Tuesday stream.
It's fine. I was wrong on Tuesday. I said I did not. I thought that Russia would stop at the Donatello and Leonardo regions of the Ukraine in the east. I did not think that they would do a full-scale invasion of Russia, and here we are.
Yeah,
here we are.
Crazy. Yes. What a difference a week makes, right?
What a difference. I know, it's crazy. I mean, with this situation, every day changes everything, it seems like.
Yes, I brought up the headlines just because going into the show, it's very difficult to keep up on stuff. So I have like Ukrainian war, live news updates. Putin puts Russian nuclear deterrent forces on alert. I think everybody's talking about. 2 Russian billionaires call for peace in Ukraine, which is interesting, from a Selectorate theory, dictator's handbook perspective. EU says it will fund arms deliveries to Ukraine and hit Putin with new sanctions. Also, Monday, the stock market opens, and I think Russia is bracing for a lot of pain in the Russian stock market. So Germany to raise defense spending by above 2% of GDP in response to Ukrainian war. That probably makes sense. And they're still running. They're still running. Trump calls Putin smart. Talks another run at president. Well, that's good for me. I mean,
that's good for you.
For those of you who don't know, Sitch and I have a bet for $500 on whether or not Trump will run for president in 2024. So whenever
make it to the first primary was the
Sitch kind of changed the bet afterwards.
No.
But anyway, enough of that stuff. So this seems to be what's going on, what's up to date. Sitch and I both we talked yesterday, and both of us have been reading a lot on the situation to try to understand it, to try to grapple with it. So I have some questions that I have. Sitch and I talked yesterday on the phone, and we both had some questions for one another, and we kind of had an interesting dialogue. We'll try to elaborate on here. So what do you want to start with?
Well, first I want you to get my tweet off my avatar.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you want it big up here? Is this?
I want it gone.
You want it on the full screen?
I want it gone. Listen,
how about if we put it over here on the chat where everyone's looking? How about over here?
It's there on Twitter for everyone to see.
Okay. Enough.
Listen, I admit my fault. This is why we're going to do what we're going to do today. I want to cover up my being wrong by talking about other people being way more wrong.
I know. That's great. Yes. Whataboutism, the live stream.
Don't look at my wrongness. Look at all these other
But
idiots.
what
being
about
wrong.
Jimmy Dore? But what about
Jimmy Dore?
Hasan?
What about Hasan? So today we're going to be eating our dessert first. Okay.
Right. Oh, okay.
We're gonna.
Good. I like that.
We're gonna watch a couple of short Hasan clips where he just is, he is Hasan.
Mhm.
He has very terrible takes, and then we'll be moving on to Jimmy Dore's video before. This is the day before Russia invades the Ukraine, and what he's saying is so interesting and so wrong. I thought we should cover it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear it. My phone is ringing, but it's across the room.
That sucks. It really sucks. You want to run and get it?
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Well, a little bit, but it's not.
Okay, whatever. Don't worry. Because
do you want to give?
I have a wireless phone charger, and I'm paranoid that it's going to give me brain cancer if I put it near me. So.
Do you want to give the background on the Russia situation, or let's just jump in, okay?
Let's just jump into
Let's assume we're assuming that all of you know the situation going on in Russia invading Russia, a nuclear power. The U.S. was involved with it for years in something we call the Cold War. This was the before times.
Not so hot war, yes.
The before times. Before the internet existed, okay?
The before fours.
Before social media allowed people to virtue signal about how much they absolutely hate America full-time 24/7 and call that their job.
Yes.
Before these times, there was this thing called the Cold War. And the United States and Russia were involved in this thing we called the Cold War. So we have a long history with Russia. Now, Russia has decided to invade a sovereign country right next to them named Ukraine. We are going to be
for the second time, technically.
Yeah. Yes, they've already invaded it in 2014. They said, "Look, we had such a good time in 2014. Well, let's just invade the whole thing. Let's just take the whole thing over, right?"
Yeah. Yeah.
So
they only took Crimea before, and they're like, we kind of need the whole set. We need the matching shoes.
Exactly. What's up with this?
Yeah, like we just took the handbag, and now we need everything for the full outfit to accessorize.
Right. Well, and evidently taking Crimea was easy enough that they thought, oh, well, taking the whole thing will be a cakewalk. And as I always like to say, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? So
is that I could have swore that that was something Mike Tyson said.
Mike Tyson stole that from me. That's it. You're here. You're gonna hear from my attorney.
Right.
Actually, I do think it's Mike Tyson, but it is a great quote because that's essentially what happened here. Mm-hmm. So let the comedy show ensue.
So, well, first you got to bring up the wash together.
Oh, that would be a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
And I'm sure that this stream will be filled with completely uninformed speculation on the mental state of Putin and the rest of the world, as everyone seems to be engaged in currently at the moment.
We will probably be doing some of that ourselves.
Oh, no, that's what I meant from us. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant us. Well, I mean, obviously Jimmy Dore and like everyone's doing. It's not just us.
Right. Yes, of course.
Hopefully our speculation is a little more well-informed than Hasan. I would like to
that's very easy. That's bottom of the barrel here.
So we listened to part of this stream on Tuesday, correct? This is the one where Hasan says the no-no stuff about the Holocaust.
Yes, we listened to part of this, and I thought we just listened to a clip on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. So we start with the clip, and then I kind of go back, and I found the context just so it can show everyone how dumb the whole thing is, especially in relation to how this goes, leading up to Russia invading the Ukraine. And then there's another short clip where it starts with Hasan after Russia has invaded the Ukraine to see, just so everyone can see kind of how he's changed his rhetoric, or has he changed his rhetoric? Interesting. So he's had a I was fucking wrong moment too, I guess. Well, he's had a rough week.
Okay.
So you thought I was wrong.
When Hasan has a rough week, I'm having a good week.
I I'm like skimming the waters of wrongness. I think Hasan put himself in a lead bodysuit and he sunk to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean of wrongness. Here. And then it's even worse because he can't just take the L on it. He just is kind of like digging the hole deeper. So
Hasan, suck my dick, Piker, can't just take the L? You're kidding me. Sitch, you're kidding.
I know this might be a shock to you, Adam, but yes, the Hasan, what do you want me to starve and die, suck my dick, Piker, cannot just say, listen, guys, I was wrong and
move on, right?
I had some bad takes. Yeah.
Right.
No.
He can't just tweet out, I was totally fucking wrong.
Right. And just be done with it. Now he's got to wallow in the mud.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, well, let's get into this clip. This is pre-Russia invasion.
Feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay?
Ooh.
So that's it.
I know. Ooh.
That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first. Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe
I think.
So we watched the whole clip. I am curious if this is like, if this is this, what I want, there's probably gotta be a name for this. What I want to call the streamer hole, where, you know, you're streaming, you're excited, you're angry, and you say something and you realize as you're saying it, it's really fucking stupid.
Right. Yes.
And then instead of just being like, okay, what I just said like 10 seconds ago was stupid, he's like, he's just trying to be consistent, and it's just making everything worse.
Yes. This is why it's good to have a friend when you're streaming who's looking out for you saying stupid shit.
Yes.
That they can walk back as you go.
See, but that's the problem, is that his only streamer friend is Ethan.
The chat. Oh yeah. Oh my.
And I mean, no one trusts Ethan. Yeah, no one trusts Ethan to keep a good eye and be like, well, listen, maybe you should want to walk that back a little bit.
Right. Exactly.
You know?
Down the line.
To look at a map to see how America keeps...
Even his chat is like, holy, Putin equals Hitler.
Are you ignoring the Russians' actions in this situation? We are pushing it, but we aren't the ones on the verge of invading another country. Dude, Russia is doing military exercises in the exact same way that America does military exercises all around the world. It's a show of...
We have permission to do those military exercises in the country. We don't march our troops down to Mexico and say, oh, out of the way, we're having a military exercise here. What a moron.
Yeah, remember when the U.S. put all its military in Texas on the border of Mexico? You know, just to do military exercises.
This is worse. They're actually putting the troops inside. He's basically saying, yeah, they're just doing military exercises inside another sovereign country.
That's true. This is Tuesday, I believe. So this is after there's already the quote unquote Russian peacekeeping troops in the Ukraine.
Yes. Yes.
So
force, and it's fucking gross. But the reason why Russia is doing military exercises is because NATO's been expansionist. The Ukrainian government has...
This is the part that just drives me insane.
Right.
It's like the NATO has been...
NATO expansion.
Dirty American-led NATO has been expansionist. He can't look at this situation without seeing America, the colonialists, the invading empire.
Well, and it's, you know, everyone has a bias or a lens in which they kind of view the world as their default state. And Hasan and Jimmy Dore's default lens is that, as you said, America is evil. America is the imperialist empire. And so everything as the default just gets pushed through that lens.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And with like this whole the NATO expansionist stuff, like obviously it is true. NATO has expanded over the last 20 years. But what is always kind of left out of this conversation is America doesn't walk up to Eastern European countries with a gun and say,
yeah, join
hey,
NATO or else.
yeah, join NATO, we're going to blow you away. These countries are like, oh, please, God, let me in NATO.
Yes. NATO has this thing where if one NATO member is attacked, all NATO members are attacked. And therefore, it's a tremendous amount of safety.
Yeah. And I mean, after the Soviet Union collapsed in the 90s, or 91, or whenever this was, it's not like Russia just sat on its hands and said, okay, we're going to build Russia and we're going to leave everyone else alone. If you look, they've been involved in like constant wars for the last 20 years with all these countries that were either part of the Soviet Union or areas of Russia that want to break off. And they've been in this constant warfare, doing exactly what they're doing in the Ukraine, where they're supporting, quote unquote, the separatists. And that's why all these other European countries that are close to Russia are scared of Russia. That's why they want to join NATO. They're like, I don't like what Russia's doing with the Chechens. I don't like what Russia's doing with Georgia. I don't like, how Russia is supporting all these little quote unquote separatist movements on their borders.
Yeah.
But when that's talked about from the left, on terms of NATO expansion from the leftists, all that is removed from the equation. It's just like, no, Russia is completely innocent. They're just sitting there minding their own business, and big bad America and big bad NATO is coming along going, oh, we just want to antagonize Russia for no reason.
Yeah, that's not even remotely true.
Though there is, and we'll get into it with the Jimmy Dore stuff, there is this very interesting article written by a foreign policy analyst guy for the US who was in Moscow. And he kind of talks about how a lot of the NATO expansion under Clinton, like they had like the wrong, I think the Clinton administration had the completely wrong idea about what NATO was, because they kind of viewed it as not really a war treaty anymore. They kind of viewed it as, oh, we're going to reward Eastern European countries that become democracies and that embrace capitalism. And we're going to reward them by putting them in NATO. And I don't think that was the right approach to have.
Oh, really?
No. Because it always, at the end of the day, even though I think the countries are justified and these countries have their own sovereignty, if people want to join NATO, okay. But you still have to view it as it is a military treaty, first and foremost.
Right.
And it will piss off Russia, and it will look that way.
Mm-hmm. It'll look antagonistic.
So, it will look antagonistic.
Yes. Russia isn't in NATO, right? But they have a veto on the UN
Security Council.
Okay, the United Nations Security Council. Yeah,
right.
United Nations is different from NATO.
Right. There was this idea. So apparently, Gorbachev made some kind of offhanded comment in like 1999 or 2000 about joining. What it would look like if Russia joined NATO. Mm-hmm. But it never appeared to be anything serious. And then Putin kind of repeated this to Clinton. But it's so kind of vague, and no one knows, what exactly that means. Because that would be an interesting situation if Russia did join NATO back in, the year 2000, what that would look like. Obviously, we wouldn't. Well, you assume we wouldn't be in the situation now, but
yeah.
Let's continue.
Quite literally fucking said, we're going to overtake Crimea again. Crimea is literally just Russian territory. Don't give a fuck if you don't consider it that way.
They've been in Crimea. They annexed Crimea in 2014 and they never left. A lot of the Ukrainian citizens are saying we've been at war with NATO or been at war with Russia for 8 years now. Mm-hmm. It's never stopped. the mainstream media stopped reporting on it, but they never left Crimea.
Right. So.
But
obviously, Son got that little tidbit wrong. But
that's the reality. The people in Crimea feel that way. The Crimean Navy feels that way. The Crimean military bases that were Russian military bases until historically and still to this day feel that way. You can't just be Ukraine and be like, it doesn't matter. My constitution decided and declared that like Crimea is actually not Russian territory, regardless of how many fucking people live in, how many Russians live there, and regardless of the fact that those people want to be back with Russia, we don't care. We're going to fucking invade it. If you say something like that, of course he's going to fucking flex his dick. He's not a good guy.
This is very strange.
Who's he talking about flexing whose dick?
Putin.
Oh, Putin. Okay.
Yeah, but the way he's framing the whole Crimea situation, because first of all, I mean, it is true that, at least from what I saw, that polling before, 2014, the majority of the people that lived in Crimea preferred to be part of Russia.
Right.
That is true.
Russian ethnicity.
Right. And so that's fair. But what is strange to me is that Hasan is carrying so much water for this, considering he's this, well, for two reasons. Considering he's a leftist who supposedly hates imperialism, and B, he's of Turkish descent, right?
Yes.
Because the history of Crimea, which I didn't know that much about until recently, was that, if you remember in 2014, they talked about the Crimea Tatar ethnic group population, and that up until the mid 19th century, the Crimea Tatars, who are related to the Turks ethnically, were the majority of the population of Crimea. And it was only when the USSR basically, it says in 1944, decided to deport all Crimea Tatars from Crimea intentionally. So they basically rounded up all the ethnic people that were Crimea Tatars that were native to Crimea, that were native, that lived there. They rounded them all up and deported them from their own country. And then they supplemented the population with ethnic Russians. They started sending Russians in to basically live there. And this happened in the 40s. And it's super weird to me that leftist Hasan, Mr. Anti-imperialist, I care so much about the people that have been attacked, that have been victims of imperialism and these evil empires, just doesn't give a fuck about this fact at all.
Yeah. I brought up a chart of the language of the area, which pretty much illustrates like the Russian Ukrainian divide.
But it's very weird for a supposed socialist to basically say, listen, it's justified for a country to remove the native population by force, replace that population with their own population, and then 60 years later annex it because, well, it's our own population, so it's our own country now. Like, could you imagine if America did something like this to Hasan and be like, listen, 60 years ago, America kicked, all the Mexicans out of North Mexico,
indigenous
and supplanted
people.
it. Yeah, all the indigenous Mexicans, kicked them all out and then replaced them with Americans. And so now it's America, and, just suck it up.
They're still complaining about that, and it happened 200 years ago.
I know, exactly. Yeah. I mean, all this bending over backwards for, what was the movement called where every time you had like a meeting, they had to say, we acknowledge that this land is stolen land from the native indigenous people.
Well, that was the Democratic Socialists of America.
Yeah, right.
We have to acknowledge that this is stolen land. Are you insinuating that the Russians need to say that before every meeting that they have in Crimea? We acknowledge that this is stolen land from the Ukrainians. We've only had it for 8 years. But
every time before a Russian soldier shoots something in Crimea, he has to acknowledge that he's shooting on stolen land from the Crimean Tatars. So, no, it shows Hasan's lens, that how he totally gives Russia a pass.
Yeah, because they're communist.
Right. Well, they're not, and that's what's weird too.
Yeah.
This is what's so strange about this too. Like, you have the leftists who are they're supporting Russia because they hate America so much. And then you have like the super far right fringe people who are supporting Russia because they view Russia as culturally being this kind of, authoritarian
Christian,
Christian-y far right super tradcon culture, anti-LGBT culture. So it's a very weird horseshoe convergence.
Yeah, you got Hasan agreeing with the far right. I mean, they call it.
Yeah, who'd have thought Hasan and Nick Fuentes would be like on the same side?
Horseshoe. We're seeing horseshoe materialize right before our eyes.
Yes, very strange.
Yeah, he's a bad guy. Throw the question marks all you want. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian like border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about like you're like a 3%er, but for Ukraine. Okay, it's so stupid. Crimea.
Even his chat is like, what are you like? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I don't understand, because the big interesting thing here for me is democracy versus autocracy.
Right.
So I'm super curious. I mean, there are some people who are saying that Ukraine is just a puppet state for America, and the Ukrainian government could just flip a coin which nation they want to be subservient to, America or Russia. But I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that's the case.
No, it's. Yeah. I mean, it is not true. It's obviously not true. And as we saw from all the stuff with Trump, obviously it's not true. But
so if Ukraine has taken this path towards democracy and towards individual rights and individual freedoms, corruption is a terrible thing. We're all afflicted with it. The U.S., like, look at the way the senators are able to trade stocks with inside information. Yes. And nobody's able to do anything about it because they're the ones that write the laws, okay? That's a perfect example of corruption. Dealing with corruption is a long and arduous road, okay? So to look at Crimea or to look at Ukraine and say Ukraine is drowning in corruption, well, yeah, they were an autocracy with a Russian stooge running the country for 50 years, okay? You can't. There's not just a switch that you can switch and say, "Oh, now we're a democracy," right? We tried this famously in Iraq, right? We went into Iraq. Iraq was an autocracy. We said, "Okay, we're just gonna get rid of the autocrat leader, and we're gonna make Iraq a democracy." Well, that's not how shit works, okay? There's all these systems of corruption that people live by, and as soon as you say, okay, you're a democracy, the people who actually have the power in the country say, yeah, right, okay, we're a democracy in name only. It's business as usual. We're going to control the stooge who's in charge. It's just a new autocracy. So it takes a lot of work, a lot of hard work by the population and the leadership to actually move from an autocracy to a democracy. And from my reading, it seems like Ukraine might actually be on that path. So to just come out and say, pick your puppet leader, I don't think is a good assessment of the situation.
Yeah, and I in the beginning of what you were saying, which is another, I think, really good point, is that when people complain about Ukraine being corrupt, which it is, though I do think they're getting better. It's like, as you said, why are they corrupt? Well, they're corrupt. They're corrupt because their government was run by very corrupt Soviets for how many years?
For 50 years.
And it takes a while for that culture of corruption to be thrown out.
The culture of corruption, I've read a lot about this. It fascinates me that the idea that we can move from a corrupt society to a more equal distribution of power. Pluralism is often what it's called. But in these nations, these corrupt nations, like, to run a business, you have to give bribes to everybody in government, which is, imagine how terrible that is. We talk about how in America, how we can't stand regulation. Imagine there are law enforcement agencies that come and shake you down on the reg and basically take all of your money. The Arab Spring was started, ironically, by a lady cop who was shaking down a vendor. And the vendor got so pissed off that he lit himself on fire in front of the courthouse or whatever.
Right, that's right.
And that is what generated the entire Arab Spring. Living with this oppression around you at all times is a terrible thing to do. But just because some other nation comes in and says, okay, we're going to establish new leadership, the lady cop goes, okay, well, that's great, but I'm still going to shake everyone down. I'm still going to, like, it's business as usual for me. You guys do what you want to do over there, but.
Well, not only are all the systems still in place, but I mean, I'm sure you guys see this in your personal lives. There's a lot of momentum in a system.
Yes.
And this is very true of governments. This is very, very true of governments. There's all this momentum to keep stuff going. That's why a lot of times, like, you know, when a social, like with, you know, when you have like a social program like welfare or Medicare or something passes, like no one wants to, like the, you know, one political party doesn't want to pass, but then once it passes, no one wants to get rid of it.
Right.
It's because the momentum of the system of the program is so powerful that it's like it's easier to get the ball rolling. It's easier to get the snowball rolling down the hill than to stop it once it picks up steam.
Humans are creatures of habit.
Yes.
We very much embody habits. As soon as you integrate some behavior into your daily life, you start building on that. It's
right. Exactly.
So this is the problem of weeding out corruption. Now, if the Ukrainian president is on the up and up, like we would all like to believe, I mean, I definitely want to believe that he's a force for good in Ukraine. He can't turn around and just get rid of the entire corrupt police force at once. I mean, he could, but you're probably just going to import another corrupt police force because people are going to teach each other this is the way we do it around here.
It's also dangerous to do things wholesale like that. I mean, that's what we saw with Iraq.
Yeah.
Basically said, hey, let's throw out all the people that we don't like in the government at once.
Right.
And then what happened? All those people said, oh, you're going to throw us all out? Well, we're going to go and make our own, you know, rebel insurgency.
Private military. Yeah.
And our own private military. We're going to fuck with you for the next 20 years.
We're going to become, well, they have families to feed. They'll use the mortgage defense.
Exactly.
They'll say,
exactly.
We were law enforcement officers. Well, now we're making our money shaking you down with terrorism.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine, however. Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine, and just like Crimea and much of the rest of the fucking country, was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay? People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So if you have a country that...
So this is true. But again, and I'm not saying that, like with the Crimea situation, I don't know what you do if you have a situation where a group of people wants to leave the country and join another country.
Well, I don't
know if I have a clear answer on that.
We have the exact same situation along our southern border. What are you saying? Like, we literally have a state called New Mexico. There's a giant Hispanic population in Southern California. I'm sure the demographics in Southern Texas are pretty much similar. What do you want Mexico to come in and just say, look, your demographic is...
It's a little different. I mean, how long has that state been in the Union compared to, you know, the fall of the USSR?
It's still, I mean, it's still a sovereign nation. What are you saying?
Sure. I'm not saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. I don't feel comfortable that Russia or some country can just say, oh, some population, some part of your country wants to be part of our country, so we can just annex it. I don't agree with that.
Right. Okay. But Hasan seems to agree with that.
He does.
Which, if you use that same argument with the southern United States, then it's like, okay, well, I guess Mexico can just claim Texas.
Well, I mean, first of all, my understanding was, if anything, Texas would rather be independent. I don't know if they want to be part of Mexico. So.
Right. Yes.
But what I was going to say is that, again, this is very strange for I guess that's not strange, but it's hypocritical for a leftist to be saying all this because, you know, if you look at the history of the Ukraine and Russia's relationship, I mean, from the 1700s, from even earlier than that, the history of Russia and Ukraine has basically been Russia trying to stomp on and destroy the Ukrainian identity for the last 300 years. Mm-hmm. It's basically been Russian, like before the Soviets, the Russian czars were on a campaign to say, listen, you can only teach Russian in schools in the Ukraine. To Russify. They even called it Russification. They wanted to Russificate the Ukraine. They wanted to import, and they were constantly importing ethnic Russian citizens into the Ukraine. They were they passed laws outlawing material to even be printed in the Ukrainian language.
Wow.
In the 1800s. And it's the way the way Russian czars conceptualized Ukraine was they called it Little Russia. They did not view it as a separate group of people with a separate distinct culture and a separate language. And then after it's kind of hilarious. After the Tsars, well, it's not hilarious. It's dark, but par for the course. When the Bolsheviks were revolting, the Ukraine's when the Tsars were falling to communist revolution, Ukraine was revolting too. And at first the Bolsheviks were like, oh yeah, we're 100% on board with acknowledging Ukrainian independence. But the second the Bolsheviks get into power, what happens? They're like, well, don't get so hasty, Ukraine, maybe you shouldn't quite leave our country just yet. And they totally renege on everything that they'd been saying during the revolution. And they do exactly the same thing that all the Tsars doing, where they're saying, we're going to Russify the Ukraine. Only instead of saying it under the banner of we're going to Russify the Ukraine, they're saying, oh, we're going to commify the Ukraine. And they're like, oh, it's actually a double slap in the face, because before, during the Tsars, when they were trying to Russify the Ukraine, it was all like, oh, our culture is superior. We have to get rid of your inferior Ukrainian culture. But then when the Soviets were doing it, they didn't even acknowledge that it was Ukrainian culture. They're like, oh, these Ukrainians want to hold on to the old imperialist Russian culture instead of adapting to our new improved socialist communist culture.
Sitch, this sounds very oppressive, very imperialistic. I don't like the way this sounds. Very colonialist.
Well, of course, and as of course it is. The whole thing was incredibly colonial. And what do you think happened after the Holodomor? What do you think happened after Russia, intentionally or not, starved, tens of millions of Ukrainians? What happened? They imported a bunch of ethnic Russians into the region. And apparently, if you look at a map,
they're just basically stealing their land.
Right. Well, and if you look at a map, and a lot of this happened after the Holodomor, part of the reason that a lot of the eastern, like the more east you go in the Ukraine, the more Russian it becomes. Mm-hmm. It's not just because of its proximity to Russia. It's also because back in the Soviet days, that was all the farmland, was all on the east side. So that was the Soviets were all putting their own people there to farm the lands. The West was all like forest lands that they didn't care so much about.
Right. The West has a lot of natural resources now, though. So that's part of
They do now. But
that's part of the dispute.
Right. So it's very rich to hear leftists make all these talking points about, oh, this is a Russian people and these are Russians that live here. And it's like, okay, well, when it comes to America, they're so quick to point out like, oh, you oppressed these people hundreds of years ago. You subjugated people 200 years ago. But with Russia, they all get a pass. They completely get a pass that the only reason they're Russians in a lot of these regions is because they literally killed, subjugated, and intentionally moved ethnic Russians in there to basically take over the country.
Now, do you think it's because of the communist connection, or is Hasan doesn't know that? Come on, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what? About the communist history of the Soviet Union.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he thinks, oh, all the people just, all the communists just said, hey, I want to be communist. Yay, go Stalin. He's a good big huggy bear. You just want to hug him.
Mm-hmm. Cultural awakening. It's class awakening. Right. That's what he thinks is going on.
Now has beefed up its Western interests, which is fine, okay, without neutralization, with that is not abiding by.
When he does this thing with his hair, that's when it's obvious the bullshit. That's his bullshit tell. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, playing with the hair is I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, so many of these streamers are just. I mean, they're bullshit artists. That's what they're doing. They haven't dug in on any of this stuff. I mean, we spent like half a week reading everything we could.
Well, and it's weird too, because like on one hand, I could be sympathetic because I was stressing out about this stream because I'm like, okay, I'm like doing so much fucking research, trying to look into this is because when you research the Ukraine-Russia situation, it's literally like a never-ending rabbit hole that you get stuck down.
Yes.
Like every time someone says some claim about the Ukraine and Russia, it's like, oh, let me go look that up. And then you look that up and then that's going to lead you down 20 more rabbit holes. And so it's like, it's never ending. So I am sympathetic to saying wrong things, obviously, on stream. We've said plenty of wrong things on stream. But what's strange to me, I mean, maybe it's just because it wouldn't be entertaining. Maybe that's the issue. Because I'm thinking, okay, if I streamed every day like Hasan, I would be doing a lot of public research streams where you try to learn with your chat about the situation together.
Yes. Yeah.
You say, okay, let me look into, you're saying, okay, let me look into the situation. If I'm streaming every day, why the fuck, what else am I going to fucking do beyond, I'm playing, waste my time playing video games.
We could have easily done that yesterday when we were both reading everything we could.
Right.
I mean, we talked to each other and kind of compared notes on what we had found. I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm just from the social sociology perspective. I'm super interested in how you get autocracies to democracies, because that's the goal, right? I mean, democracies don't go to war with one another. Whenever there's a war, it's usually between two autocracies or a democracy and an autocracy. Democracies generally don't go to war against one another.
Right.
So if the whole entire world was more of a democracy, then we would be in a much better situation. Democracies care about their people, because their people are their source of power, how they're going to get reelected in the next election. So that means they care about their soldiers. Their soldiers are people. And we see this taking place in this conflict in Ukraine. You can see it on social media. You can see that the Ukrainians, they care about their soldiers, they care about their people. And you see the Russians, they've captured some of these Russians. And some of these Russians are telling the Ukrainians that they didn't even know that they were going to invade, that they thought this was just a training exercise. Can you imagine? Really? Can you imagine such a thing?
I'm kind of like hesitant to believe a lot of the video stuff.
Because you think it's propaganda?
It could all be propaganda.
It could be, definitely.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be that surprised. If obviously, like the average, I'm sure that's true for most operations. The average grunt on the ground does not exactly know.
Of course they don't know what's going on. They tell them where to go and what to do. They say, don't think, just, go over there.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure they said, I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if the average Russian soldier, they don't know that they're going to invade, obviously, because if they knew they were going to invade, then that would get leaked. That would very quickly get leaked and everyone would find out about it. So they're like, oh, just go on the border. We're going to show a force. It's going to be a training exercise, blah, 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 blah. So I guess that doesn't surprise me.
There was one video floating around Twitter that was interesting, that they had captured one of their Russian tanks, and they were the Ukrainian government or the Ukrainian soldiers were sizing it up about how old it was. They were saying, this is like an old piece of shit. I can't believe they're invading our country with this garbage 20-year-old tank. And so many of there's so many photos of them out of gas on the side of the road, and there's photographic evidence of the soldiers being taped. I guess that could be staged. I don't know.
I am very hesitant to believe a lot of these kind of videos and stuff.
Well, that's no fun.
I am like, a lot of people are very optimistic about the Ukraine being able to fend off Russia for an extended period of time. I am not very optimistic.
Right.
About that.
The word on the street is the Russian military has far more hardware than the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military has numbers. The Ukrainian military supposedly has 250,000 troops, and the Russians only have 150,000 troops.
Really?
They have better hardware. Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that they were supposed to have more actual boots on the ground.
But I saw a thing yesterday that Germany decided that they were going to sell weapons to the Ukrainian government, which evidently Germany doesn't do this because of this little thing called World War II. They generally don't like to. It doesn't look good for them to start supplying other nations with war making devices. So. But that's going to change here pretty quickly. Right. And even yesterday, so Sitch and I talked yesterday for probably 45 minutes or an hour. And I had said that I felt like as soon as the world decided that they were going to arm Ukraine, I felt like it was going to be a completely different situation because
Oh yeah.
like these unmanned aerial vehicles, like the Russians may have 20 MiGs, but if a guy in a bunker, remote control flying an UAV, I mean, come on now. Those
Right,
UAVs are so maneuverable and they're just like a weapons carrying platform.
Sure, but you still need to have the structure, the bunker, the structure, the guy to fly the drone.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not.
That's
so
in Nevada.
simple.
They have that already. It's all run by satellite. Like all those guys.
I don't think drones. If there, first of all, if there even are drones, the Ukrainians are using against the Russians, I don't think they're being controlled by America because that would be a clear act of war against Russia.
Don't you think there's like ways around that?
There might be, but I'm assuming the way around it is you get some Ukrainian guy to pilot the thing.
Well, okay. Well, I don't.
And I don't think they I don't think they bring a Ukrainian guy out to Nevada to fly the drone.
I don't know the legality of this stuff, but I do remember
Yes.
during the Iraqi war situation,
Mm-hmm.
all the Bush administration did was hire the right attorneys, and all of a sudden everything they wanted to do was perfectly legal. They all came in and they had a legal theory about how
there's a
they
difference
could do
between
this or that or this or that.
There's a difference between arguing whether something's legal in the US or legal to the world court, and like Russia doesn't give a fuck about what is legal according to some technical law. Okay.
Right.
If there's some drone that is being flown by a US pilot in the Ukraine blowing up Ukrainian tanks or helicopters, I think that's a big fucking problem. I don't think that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay,
here,
that's my
bring
pure
up,
feeling on the matter.
let me bring up this tweet here. Just give us your prediction for this real quick. We'll have the tweet up.
I'm just saying. I don't. To me, that seems like such a huge escalation.
Well, I
like,
mean,
what did happen, and I think part of what's helping the Ukraine right now is that the American intelligence services were able to accurately predict that this would happen, and they've been supplying Ukraine with arms for the last 3 or 4 months under the table.
yeah, they're giving them out to grannies. I saw pictures on Twitter.
Right. So they were building up for this, which makes me wonder, because going into this, you had the president of the Ukraine who was kind of downplaying it and saying that he didn't think this was a big deal. And
The president
I guess my question
of
is,
Ukraine? Yes, he was before it
he
happened.
thought this was going to, he was downplaying it. And so the question I have is, was this just the good cop, bad cop situation? Or did he actually not think Russia was going to invade? I mean, he was still taking US military equipment, because why would you not? But he just thought, well, it's not likely going to come to this.
The big question for me, and I brought this up yesterday, is whether or not the Ukrainian president is a good guy who wants to see Ukraine on that narrow path to liberty. He really wants Ukraine to develop economically. And really the only way to develop a nation economically, these autocracies, I mean, they can survive when they're pulling natural gas out of the ground and shoving it into a pipeline and selling it to Europe. It doesn't take any brains or dynamism in your economy to be able to do that. But to become a thriving economy like the U.S. or South Korea or Japan, any of these technically advanced economies, people need to be free. They need to be free to pursue their own interests, to start a business, to pursue the American dream, to become wealthy, to own a home, to start a family. That idea doesn't enter into the minds of North Koreans, because North Koreans know you're an idiot if you think that's a viable path for you. The path for the North Korean is to join the military and try not to starve. Okay. And I assume in Russia, it's quite similar. I don't
think it's anywhere near like as bad as North Korea.
I'm trying to think of this. I can't remember who said it, but one of these Republican politicians said that Russia was a gas station masquerading as a sovereign nation.
Right.
And that makes me think, do they really have the kind of dynamism? And everything I've read just studying up for this live stream, I mean, it looks like they're on the verge of demographic collapse.
Yeah, they have a huge problem with birth rates just plunging. Yeah.
So I mean,
their economy was doing poorly much before all these horrible sanctions just are going to slap them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to look pretty demoralizing.
Yes.
To go from being a world superpower to the tin pot dictator oligarchy next door is moving towards the dynamic economy that Russia wishes they achieved. And it's funny that communism destroyed their chances at that.
That's part of the psychology of the situation right now, though, is that ever since the fall of the USSR, it's been like, oh, you know, the West doesn't respect us anymore. We have to build ourselves up. We have to appear strong. We have to regain some semblance of respect that the world had for us.
I have read that Gorbachev back in the 80s made the turn to basically send Russia more on the path to a more inclusive democratic society.
Mm-hmm.
Putin stopped all of that.
Right.
Putin put all of that, put the kibosh on all of that. And so Putin is very much to blame for the state that Russia is in right now. He's got no one to blame but himself.
Well, that was interesting because I was wondering, because when you look at the situation right now, you say, okay, everyone needs an exit path. You know, we've talked about this in terms of arguments. Obviously, this is very true for war. There needs to be some way for Russia to extricate itself from the situation without it looking like a total, defeat. Like Russia couldn't just turn around and be like, well, your sanctions destroyed us and we're scared now, so we're going to back up. There needs to be some path to exit. And I was kind of wondering like what that would look like and how that would be achieved. And I mean, people suggested, okay, well, they'll keep, Russia will keep the regions they annexed in the east, kind of like they did with Crimea, and maybe they'll just kind of push back from there and they'll claim victory from that. Though something I hadn't really considered was Putin, as you said, a lot of this is, Russia right now is kind of viewed as just the arm of Putin. It's almost like no one really considers Russia the country as dictating its actions. It's all just Putin is the strongman dictator. Putin is the strongman autocrat who's just telling everyone what to do. So it's really could be perceived that this is Putin's war, not really Russia's war.
True.
And I do wonder if Russia can't find a way out of this and the sanctions continue and they just spiral out into economic disaster. I mean, this is the dream that everyone wants in the West is for basically, the Russian ruling class to, kick Putin out of power. And I didn't really think that was going to be a thing, except it's a good excuse for them. They just blame Putin for everything.
There is a resource situation going on here also that I couldn't find anyone in Western media talking about.
Yes.
So evidently in Crimea, there's a bunch of natural gas, and Russia is a petrostate. So they sell natural gas. It's free money for them. So basically they're enticed into Crimea for the natural resources. They take over Crimea, but the Ukrainians fight back. And supposedly all of Crimea gets its water from some central water source. And Ukraine,
there's a canal in the Ukraine that the Soviets dug out.
Right. And Ukraine filled that canal with cement and cut them off from their water supply.
Right.
So one of the reasons why Russia is attacking further north is because they need to take over that canal in order to get water back to Crimea. And evidently there's also a bunch of natural gas all the way along that strip of land in the north. So I think Putin would stop if he achieves that goal of getting to the water source and dealing with the water issue.
I don't agree with that because I thought the water source, according to one of these videos I saw, it's north of Crimea, obviously, but it's in the southern part of the Ukraine.
Okay.
And I don't think at least going into this, maybe this will be the end game. Maybe this is what will happen, is that Putin, if things get bad enough economically, and if the Ukrainians can kind of dig in enough to make this too much of a hassle for Russia, maybe the end game will be that they'll pull the military back. They'll say, we're going to keep the regions we annexed in the east, but also part of the agreement is you have to undam this canal or something.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the Ukraine will just say, fine, whatever, just stop invading our country.
Right.
So maybe if that was the goal, I feel like they would have gone about this very differently. To me, it seems like the goal is literally to replace the government in Kiev.
It is, but that is either way accomplishes the goal. The goal, if they replace the government, they can deal with the water issue because their man will be in charge. So
right, but it's not just that. Then they'll have
thing.
Control over the entire country.
Before 2014, and it's kind of shady how this guy came to power. So it's a mixed bag there. That's the big question that I'm asking, and I think Sitch is asking too, is if this guy.
Well, we'll talk about that because I have some interesting information about the 2014 election.
You did uncover something. So, but whether or not, I mean, the guy before him was a complete, Kremlin stooge, basically. They had a
Viktor Yanukovych.
Right. Viktor Yanukovych was the one that fled back to Russia, right?
Yes.
Right.
Well, you were saying, can we, looking at the president of Ukraine, you were saying, can we see that he's a good guy or can we see that he's corrupt? Zelensky. And I don't know if he is a good guy or he's corrupt or what's going on, but he's already won the battle optically and narratively. And I think he will continue to win it throughout however long this war goes.
Yes.
And a big part of that is, as you just said, with, the pro-Russian Yanukovych, Ukrainian president in 2014, when he agrees with the Ukrainian parliament to hold new elections, the next day he flees the country.
Mm-hmm.
He runs the fuck away and disappears in the middle of the night somewhere. And then he just reappears a couple days later in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And then you compare that to Zelensky, who the Russian government's banging on his door to presumably kill him,
threatening his wife and
replace him,
kids, his entire family,
and he stays there.
Yeah,
he stays there and says, "I'm not fucking going anywhere." So obviously, just from those optics alone, Zelensky looks like not corrupt, actually cares about Ukraine, 100% good guy, compared to the pro-Russian candidate who fled at a drop of the hat.
Yep.
So they've already completely won optically on that front.
Yeah. Yeah. The big question is whether or not he's Biden's puppet. Is Biden even physically fit enough to work a puppet? I'm not sure he is.
Could his arthritic hands hold the marionette
I'm
string?
not sure that's even a possibility.
Well, we'll get into it for the Jimmy Dore thing. We'll get into it because the whole, the U.S. was behind the 2014.
Okay. So he goes into it. Good.
Revolution thing. I think that's a completely never been proven BS narrative. So we'll get into that.
Right. Okay. Nice.
The prior agreements that they've had, you have constant fucking separatist fighting going on, which is a proxy battle, as the lady on Democracy Now! This morning explained, a proxy battle in eastern Ukraine.
See, now you know where he's getting all his bad information. He's watching Democracy Now!
Did you look up? You're always good about this. Did you look at the Democracy Now!
I did not know. Yeah. I didn't have time.
I didn't even watch these videos because I just wanted to learn as much as I could about the situation.
Right.
I didn't want to have to tweet something as horrific as I was totally fucking wrong. I mean, that would be a team has a
wait a minute.
Perfect
you
record.
You might have to, Adam.
Nah, I don't have
because
to.
If you recall, our argument was not just about, well, first of all, I thought you did, but you said you didn't. You said you didn't take a position on whether you thought Russia.
I went back and rewatched, and I
Okay.
didn't take a position.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But you did take a position in saying that you didn't think the sanctions would do much at all to Russia's economy, and you might be completely wrong on that one.
I looked more into that, and they did have they have this huge stockpile of foreign currency, which supposedly, and I've heard conflicting reports on whether or not this is true, the American central bank has frozen. So $600 billion. Look at that. That would help us with our inflation, right? If we just taxed Russia $600 billion and took that money out of the delete out of the money supply, that would help with inflation, right? I believe it would. So the $600 billion, look at, he's got $500 billion in fucking fiat currency. That's so crazy.
They were saying that 600 billion, a lot of it ended up getting evaporated with the sanctions and with whatever they did with SWIFT.
Yes.
They didn't fully cut off SWIFT, but they did something. They cut off some aspects of SWIFT. Yeah.
Well, I read that they were freezing all of that US, but also Putin, I guess, has a bunch of gold. He's like tons and tons and tons of gold. But I read an article on how difficult it would be to even move that gold to sell.
Yeah. Right. Because gold is a big bar. You got to sell it to somebody to make a use thing. But then that's even a bigger problem, because then what currency are you going to get when you sell that gold?
Well, if you truck it down to China, you're going to get yuan, right?
It's going to have to be in Chinese money.
Yeah.
You can take the charger and stick it up.
Rather, a civil war in eastern Ukraine.
Wait a second here. Did you hear that? Did you hear the chat in the background?
The little call. I didn't hear what it said.
Somebody said something about you can take this and shove it up your ass.
It says, I did it all for the cussy. All for the cussy. So you can take that charger and stick it up your gas.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
It's turned into a proxy battle, which is now turned into a geopolitical struggle that is international. Okay? It's fucking insane. It's insane.
So this is what Hasan does when the bullshit runs out. He defaults to just not incoherent nonsense.
Right.
He didn't really say anything there. Now he's reading the chat. He's like, how was my performance? Am I going to get in trouble for this?
Because America is like pulling the fucking strings and making it a much larger a deal than it should be.
Now, see, that's where it gets crazy, because he's like, wait, America's making it so much. So I guess the rest of the world should just be like, oh yeah, if Russia wants to just take over Ukraine, just let them do it. Why is America making such a big deal about this? I don't understand.
Any country, if any country wants to take over the country next door, yeah.
It's so
if
strange.
North Korea wants to invade South Korea, why are we making such a big deal about it?
The quote, how, communists don't love the poor, they hate the rich.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think this situation made it very clear that leftists don't love oppressed people. They just hate America.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Because you would think, because this action by Russia is a kind of version of imperialism we haven't really seen recently in the modern world.
No.
And the world has been trying to push away from this kind of imperialism. Like this used to, what Russia's doing right now used to be pretty par for the course, 100 years ago or less.
Oh, yeah.
And, it's pretty like, it's Tuesday. Let's take over some neighbor.
Yeah. We're running low on resources.
Right. Exactly. And the big thing that the leftists, like Hasan, always go on and on about is how much they hate imperialism and colonialism. And this is like, let's bring that back, basically. That's what a lot of this, let's take over Ukraine. Let's bring back imperialism. Let's bring back colonialism. Because it doesn't seem like, and again, I don't know, I was wrong, but when I listened to the voices of the people that were right about the Russia situation, nobody thinks that if Russia got its way, they would just take Ukraine and then stop.
Right.
They're like, no.
More.
Yeah, they're trying to, Putin has been very vocal about how much it sucked that the USSR got dismantled and how much it sucked that it fell apart. And they think, no, they want to start snatching up all these, previous countries again and again and again.
It's weird because, we deal with our birth rates by immigration, but Putin is basically saying, oh, well, they're not going to immigrate here because it's a shithole, but we'll just wrap our country around them.
That's a good point too. If you have a demographics crisis, apparently it's so bad that Russia's lying about its demographics.
Oh, I know.
they're
Can
putting
you
out
imagine
false
after
data.
COVID? I mean, how many people died of COVID?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You throw COVID on top of that, though. That does primarily affect old people, not young people. So
Right.
it might not be
Probably
so
helps them.
devastating. But if Russia's demographics are so bad that they have to lie about them, yeah, I mean, you're right. If immigration isn't a solution to get more people, maybe you literally just have to conquer it.
You just take the land, and now you have more people under you.
Yeah,
as,
exactly.
As ruler of the free world. Did you hear the news conference where Putin said that the Ukrainian people were being used as human shields by drug addicts and Nazis?
Yeah,
By Nazi
very
drug
strange.
addicts?
Like the Nazi thing, I understood because he's been saying that because there's like that one group of
Right.
pro-Ukrainian nationalists that seem kind of sussy. But the drug addict, I don't know where
He
that
just
comes
tossed-
from. That was so
He just
weird.
threw that in. He's like, they're
Yeah.
neo-Nazi drug addicts.
Like, what? I don't even know what he was referring to. I was like, okay. I mean, I see videos of Zelensky. He seems pretty sober about the situation. Like, I don't know.
Oh, can you
It's-
imagine?
It's funny because, I mean, again, it's hard to tell. We're in the fog of war here. A lot of this is propaganda, but a lot of the chatter is, oh, Putin's acting weird. Putin's acting different. So people are already saying like, oh, maybe Putin's the one on drugs. So this could be complete projection on Putin's part, saying that they're all drug addicts.
Putin is in power because he buys the loyalty of the oligarchs around him. When that bank account is $0.00 on Monday.
But you have to be careful because there's always that turnover. Like you buy off the oligarchs, but if you're in power long enough, then the oligarchs start having to buy you off. If you can do enough things, if you can cement your force of power enough in your own country. And so
Right.
I mean, I don't know anywhere near enough about I don't know if anyone knows anywhere near enough about the inner workings of Russia to make that determination about, well, maybe it's impossible for anyone to overthrow Putin. Maybe he just has too much of a hold on everybody.
That doesn't make any sense though. The oligarchs have to buy the loyalty of the people keeping them alive below them.
Mm-hmm.
They have security details and all that stuff.
Right.
I mean, there's that situation with Sergeant Doe who took over the entire country. He was just a low-level private. He just killed the president and said, I'm president. That kind of situation, that could happen. That could happen. Putin is not above assassination. This is normally how dictators are deposed. The peaceful transfer of power doesn't happen.
I am cautious to get into sort of the fantasy. The West has this fantasy that someone in the Russian government is going to kill Putin, and they're going to pull the army back, and Putin's going to be gone, and they're going to say, this is all Putin's fault. We're going to become a peaceful democratic nation now. Like that's sort of the fantasy dream, movie ending that people I know it's not what you're saying.
It's a fantasy that it's going to turn into a democracy, but it is going to be a democracy with new leadership that they can say they're going to turn into a democracy and blame it all. Putin is the perfect scapegoat in all this.
I could see it being just as likely that that Putin has way too much power in Russia, and that this conflict just continues and continues for months, maybe even a year or longer, and Russia just slowly bleeds itself to death.
This is the difference.
Or they just take Ukraine in a week or two. They just completely take over the country, and then the sanctions just keep piling up, and then they slowly bleed to death while doing crazy shit Putin does crazy shit while trying to regain, power.
This is the
maintain
difference.
power.
This is a giant difference between autocracies and democracies. Autocracies, all of Putin's power comes from buying loyalty of the people beneath him. As soon as the money runs out, what do you think? They love Putin?
No.
Okay.
But they do fear him.
They do fear him, but at a certain point, I mean, do you remember the Shakespearean play, the Et tu, Brutus, where everybody gangs up and decides they're going to kill Caesar?
Well,
sooner or later.
That's I wouldn't compare. The situation is very different, but listen, all I'm saying is I really hope you're right. I don't want to be overly optimistic in that direction.
Putin stays in power.
Yeah.
And this is straight Selectorate theory, straight dictator's handbook. And you sent me an article that even referenced Selectorate theory, which
I did. I knew you'd like it because of that.
It's funny that these people who understand world politics are incorporating Selectorate theory into their thinking, but they're actually thinking, you know, this is how the transfer of power happens in autocracies. Putin is in power because there's, and we went back and reread sections of Dictator's Handbook. In one of the sections, they talk about the small coalition, and I can't remember what country it is, but he said the coalition could be as small as 8 people. They went in and tried to do a survey to actually figure out how big the coalition was. And they narrowed it down to between 8 people and 64 people, right? So Putin stays in power because 8 to 64 people, he is their meal ticket. As soon as he's no longer their meal ticket, they're free agents. They're trying to cobble together a stable situation where they don't all lose their heads. And
I hope you're right.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say. I hope you're right.
This is why the sanctions are a big deal because, well, and this is also why it dawned on me as we're having this conversation.
Oh, now the sanctions are a big deal.
Well, no, listen. I'm not going to, I know you're trying to get me to tweet out. I'm wrong. That's not going to happen. Okay. Think
you won't tweet it out. I'll tweet it out. Okay.
Anyway, back to how Sitch was wrong and I was right. If they can evaporate his fiat because it's, you know, it's digital, it's in a central bank. This makes sense. It dawned on me as we're having this conversation. This is why he has the giant stockpile of gold. It's not to pay off the outsiders. It's to pay off the 8 people that he has to pay off to stay in power.
Right.
But sooner or later, they're looking at the situation and they're saying, listen, I got 8 people that I have to pay off to maintain my power. Maybe it's just easier to kill Putin and take the money. Why do I need this guy? He's a big pain in the ass.
And it's, you know, that gold isn't helpful if you can't spend it. And I think that's the big issue.
Exactly.
You know, you can pay all the people you want with whatever kind of currency. You know, you could be fucking bottle caps for all you care. If you can't spend it, it doesn't matter.
The people that are keeping him in power, I mean, his power might be waning anyway, and this might be the situation why he's done this. This might be, he might be just going for broke because of some sort of internal struggle that none of us are even aware of. This is definitely like a go for broke situation here.
Well, it's hard to tell, and we kind of talked about this on the phone because the way that this will be viewed, if this is going to be completely Monday morning quarterbacked, okay? The way this is going to be viewed is entirely dependent on the outcome.
Yes.
So if this fails spectacularly for Putin, and Russia is either completely fucks itself over or Putin is removed from office or killed or whatever, then everyone's going to say, oh, Putin was crazy. You know, you're going to see all these stories. Putin was, you know, he isolated himself during COVID. He went totally crazy. He's bananas, blah, 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 blah. But,
cover story.
Right. But if this works, okay, so if they take over the Ukraine, Russia survives the sanctions.
Right. They split the country in half. It's a east-west thing.
No, even if they just take over the entirety of Ukraine. They take over the entire Ukraine, Russia manages to survive the sanctions for a couple years and nothing really changes. Then I'm going to say, oh, Putin was right. He was a genius. He was super smart. He knew he could get away with this, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, what my uneducated guess would be is that when this happened, I don't think Putin really expected this amount of backlash from the rest of the world.
No, and he fell for the same thing we fell for in Iraq. They're going to greet us as liberators.
Well, I don't know. I've heard that being said. I don't know if I believe that. More so, I think he just thought this is going to be Crimea 2.0. He thought this was going to be like, I think it was with I think it was the same thing. I don't know if it was with Georgia or with Chechnya. Russia kind of did the same thing with one of those areas. They kind of just marched in and took it and no one really cared. And I think he just thought this was going to be Crimea again, that, you know, there'd be some sanctions, there'd be some pushbacks, but it would be worth it because they would have a firm hold on Ukraine, which would shore them up from NATO, from military concerns, and more importantly than I think military concerns would just be they would have all this oil in Crimea, they'd have the shale reserves that have been found in Ukraine recently, and that would be enough.
Have you seen the voting demographics of the nation? Because they have a little bit of what we've got going on in America, where it's very polarized and split.
The Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have, half the country
polling
is voting for the Russian stooge, and half the country is voting for.
So yeah, in 2014, it was very split.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I saved the tab or
I
not.
have it.
But the polling that I saw, the recent polling that I saw, is, I think I saved the picture of it, overwhelmingly. They do not want to be part of Russia.
Okay, even in the West.
Yeah,
or the East,
some of the
rather.
some of the Eastern places want to be independent.
Oh, really?
But they don't want to be part of Russia.
Their own nation.
Yeah,
they're like, we don't want to join the gas station. We want to be our own country. Freedom is a powerful thing, Sitch. It is.
So according to this poll. This is a CNN poll, so you take it what you will, but it was a CNN poll of Ukrainians and Russians, okay? Only 13% of Ukrainians wanted to reunite with Russia.
That's pretty bad.
Only 36% of Russians wanted to reunite with the Ukraine.
Wow. So they're not in love.
Yeah. So.
They're over it.
I don't think this is... Now, this is kind of interesting. According to this poll, the same poll, it said 50% of Russians that responded said it would be right for Russia to use military force to prevent the Ukraine from joining NATO. Okay, so that explains, the narrative that Putin has been saying. 50% of the country is on board with the war if it's to prevent them from joining the NATO.
Right. That's just propaganda scare tactics.
Right.
They're on Russian state-run TV all day, all night, talking about how NATO is going to nuke Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Because America wants a fucking weak Ukraine. That's the reality.
America wants a weak Ukraine.
This is such a weird... When he first said this, I thought he misspoke, but he repeats it. Why would America want a weak Ukraine? This makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
America wants a weak Russia and America wants a weak Ukraine. It doesn't matter if Russia and Ukraine duke it out. It doesn't matter if Russia and Ukraine fuck each other in the asshole nonstop in this like Ouroboros ass fuck, because America gets to sell guns and America gets to also fucking, have a weakened foreign adversary on the other side of the world.
Such bullshit.
This is what I was hearing this from Jimmy Dore too. Like the one go-to talking point is, America just wants to sell guns to the Ukraine.
Funny how it's Germany that's selling them guns.
Well, first of all, I'm not even sure how much of the guns that we were giving them for the last 3 months. I don't know if we were selling to them or if we were just fucking giving it to them.
Right.
I'm sure the idea is they'll pay us back later, but I don't think there's not enough profit in that to merit like this kind of crazy response from the world. You think the entire world's anger towards Russia invading the Ukraine is like, oh, we just want to sell them guns? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Democracies don't go to war. You're just in a safer world if
and also if that
democratic.
If that was really the US's goal here, which is to sell Ukraine guns, then they wouldn't. Why would we be so on board with the sanctions? Because we'd want the conflict to draw out as long as possible. We wouldn't be trying to end it.
Great point. Yeah. They have the anti-corporate, anti-American lens, and that's the only way they are capable of interpreting the world. And it's crazy. I mean, it
doesn't even make sense with its own framework, because even under that lens, why would America want the Ukraine to be weak? We would want an ally right next to fucking Russia that has oil that could rival. Now, obviously, I don't think Ukraine could rival Russia's oil without Crimea at all. But assuming they did have Crimea back, of course, America would want a strong Ukraine that could rival Russia's oil supply in the region. That'd be like the dream for America.
Yeah.
Okay. It's great. It's great. It's great for America. That's why they're fucking beefing it up over and over again, saying Russia's going to invade tomorrow. Russia has kill lists. And some of you are too young and you don't know this. You don't know how many lies that the State Department has fucking made the media tell. But the very same motherfuckers that are like, oh my God, you know, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. We have to immediately invade Iraq right now, are the exact same people who are like, dude, I have sources that are saying that Vladimir Putin wants to straight up have sexual intercourse with every family member of the Ukrainian administration. Every single one of them. We have high-level sources. It's going to happen.
So
it's going to happen.
Yes, Sitch, I'm a little... What is happening here? What is he talking about?
this is the comedy section.
Is
of
this
the Hasan
is this
stream.
real?
This is the comedy section.
I didn't in all of my reading. I had this is the first time hearing of this. Putin
was going to have sex with every single person in Ukraine. Of course, yeah, no. But it's I don't know if you listened to someone sent us the trigonometry people talking about this.
The sex thing or
No. Just about the whole Russia. Get off the sex thing. Okay.
I'm just where's he getting this from?
He's just
Who
making a
said
joke.
this?
He's just making a joke. Okay.
Oh, this is the joke?
This is the comedy
Oh, that was
section.
a joke. Oh, thank
Yes.
goodness. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, what is he talking about?
Yeah. But
look at Putin. The look on Putin's face is like he already had sex with everyone in Ukraine.
well, it is funny that like the whole time that Hasan's kind of going on this rant. I mean, this is when Putin's like live giving his blood and soil speech. You know, so it's
Right.
kinda-
Yeah.
But no, on the someone sent me the trigonometry guys video, and they had the Konstantin Kishin, who's one of the guys on there, who you know he is
Yeah, I like that
Ukrainian
guy.
descent. Yeah, he is Ukrainian descent. He says interesting because he has family members in the Ukraine that are pro-Russia and family members that are very anti-Russia. So he's kind of getting it from both sides, from his own family.
Really fascinating.
Yeah, but he had a very interesting and good point, which is that he's kind of making the same point that Hasan was saying, that a lot of people he respects their opinion on, you know, a lot of domestic culture war stuff, kind of all immediately dismissed that Russia was going to invade the Ukraine because they were hearing it, and we were all hearing it from sources that we didn't trust or sources that had lied to us before. And so a lot of people, including myself, made the mistake to just say, well, you know, they're doing what they always do. They're overblowing it, or it's not going to happen, or it's, you know, it's untrue, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. No, I remember.
You just have to be super careful to
I didn't fall for
evaluate
any of that shit.
claims individually, and to not just say, oh, if the mainstream media is saying something, it must instantly be wrong. That's not a good lens, I think, to look at the world. You have to say, oh, what are they saying and why are they saying it?
Yeah, I got all the sanction stuff right because I'm like, I totally know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm on it. I did. I was completely right.
Mm-hmm.
He invades, okay? And it like hasn't happened yet, and it's probably not going to happen because of the underlying material circumstances that would make war in Ukraine impossible to deal with. And you can be a fucking baboon and say this is imperialism, pro-imperialist takes again, because you are a baboon, okay? You are. I'm sorry. You are.
What is up with this calling people baboons?
This is a little racist. I don't know.
So racist.
Yeah,
What's his game plan there?
But it's funny. He is being very pro-imperialist because he's saying, listen, Russia should have taken Crimea. Let Russia take Ukraine. That's literally imperialism by definition. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's why it's completely off brand here.
I know.
You can't completely dunk on colonialism for your entire career and then accept Russian colonialism.
Well, you can if your main operating lens, if your starting point is I hate America, of course you can make that point.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
You can do anything from there.
Why does Hasan hate America? Doesn't he drive a $200,000 Porsche? I mean, isn't he a homeowner? You know what they call You know what the American dream is? You know, when people say the American dream,
owning
Sitch,
a nice mansion in Hollywood and a $200,000 car, the American dream.
right?
By playing video games and just yelling at people on the internet and calling them baboons all day.
They don't call it the Russian dream, okay? They don't. They call it the American dream.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Hasan, yeah, why do you hate America so much? Go live in Russia, okay? Why don't you try out why don't you see if you could succeed in Russia doing what you're doing here in America?
Yeah.
I'm curious how long the Russian government would allow someone like Hasan to stream and talk about how much he hates their own government.
You know how they
make millions of dollars off of doing that.
You know how they demonetize YouTubers in Russia, Sitch?
I have a theory.
It's very painful.
I feel like it's a little bit more permanent of a demonetization.
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. You get a permanent ban from reality.
They're going to demonetize the blood right out of your body. Okay. They're going to demonetize your brain from your skull. Yes.
This is what's so weird because look, Putin is a KGB guy.
Yeah.
He's probably personally killed dozens of people, maybe 100 people.
Maybe.
And look at Hasan going to bat for this guy. It's just so weird.
Listen, this is the problem. Biden is our president right now.
Yeah.
Biden has never killed anyone his entire fucking life.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. He'd shit his diapers.
Never.
He couldn't kill someone.
This is why, you know who we need is Trump hasn't killed anyone either. He's killed their businesses. He's a business guy. He hasn't killed a person.
Hey,
okay.
Let's go easy on Trump. Someone has a bet coming up here.
No, well, I'm saying it's a good thing. Okay, but you don't generally want a president who's murdered people. But you know who we need? We need to match a killer against a killer, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need Hillary Clinton as president.
I was gonna say.
You know how many people she's killed? She's the only president that could maybe rival Putin's kill list.
It's true. It's true and very sad.
That's what we need in America.
Another psychopath. I'm pressing play on the video. This is taking a turn for the dark side.
Stupid anarchist idiot who only learns politics by repeating talking points from either myself or other YouTubers that you have watched. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's your fault, Hasan.
Did you hear what he just said? He said you're an idiot for repeating the things that I say.
Yeah.
How can what? I feel like we just passed across the event horizon. What?
You're right. We have the information and logic has actually reversed.
What just happened?
The gravitational well.
I'm sorry.
Hasan's stupidity is so dense that even logic and rationality cannot escape here.
We have to back it up. We have to rehear that because that's so clippable. You're a baboon idiot for repeating things that I say. Oh man.
Sorry, you are. Make war in Ukraine impossible to deal with. And you can be a fucking baboon and say this is imperialism, pro-imperialist takes again, because you are a baboon, okay? You are. I'm sorry. You are a stupid anarchist idiot who only learns politics by repeating talking points from either myself or other YouTubers that you have watched, okay?
What's going on here?
I don't know. Did he misspeak? This is so baffling. He just said, listen, you fucking idiot. Stop repeating things that I say.
Look at good faith Gary coming in here. Good faith Gary. Did he misspeak?
I don't know. It's so weird.
Good faith Gary. Sitch, you're too good for this. You're too good for this business.
He's like, I know it's true. I'm a Boy Scout. But he's like, oh, how dare you say I'm being pro-imperialist? You sound like something I would say about myself yesterday.
I'm sorry, you do not have the mental fortitude or the capacity to comprehend complex foreign policy from anything beyond an American.
Not a good time to start stuttering, but
American exceptionalist standpoint where we are the civilizing force on these barbarians, okay?
What's happening here? Who? You're the civilizing force, Hasan? You've just been advocating for Putin to invade a sovereign country.
Well, he sort of diverted. So he's diverted the talking point because
Right.
his take is, I mean, him defending Russia here, even though he's saying Putin is bad, he just went on a tirade about how Russia should have taken Crimea and let them take Ukraine, basically. And someone calls him imperialist, rightfully so. And what is his defense to that? His defense isn't to defend the claims, to completely deflect and say, oh, you just think America's completely righteous in the world. You're like, well, wait a minute. We're not even talking about America in this situation. We're just talking about you saying it's okay for Russia to be imperialist. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah.
He did your favorite thing in the world.
The whataboutism.
Whataboutism.
Of course. What about America?
What about America?
I like
Or the
America.
guy who gets conscripted and gets just completely blasted in the fucking smithereens in like the 17th century. That's it. You think you're progressive. You're not fucking progressive. You literally are meddling with other countries' foreign policies. You're meddling with other countries, and then you're thinking that.
I mean, I thought that's what he was doing.
How dare you be in favor of meddling in other countries' affairs while I support Russia literally invading a country and taking their shit?
How dare you?
What the fuck is this take? This is all over the place.
It is.
You haven't seen this clip?
No,
Okay.
of course not. I mean, I do watch this on as much as possible, but I missed this one.
We're doing this in a progressive way. You're doing progressive imperialism while pointing to fucking Russia and saying they're doing imperialism, okay? Russia's annexation of Crimea is not the same as imperialism. It's not the same as colonialism.
So his chat is basically calling him out in the same way that we called him out.
Yeah.
Which they're right to do, obviously.
This is so insane.
I've been arguing with people about whether or not Hasan's audience is majority hate watchers, and I feel like maybe it is. It seems like his chat is way smarter than him.
Here's the chat. Imagine thinking Hasan has the ability to comprehend complex geopolitical events.
Exactly.
Oh no.
They're way ahead of him on this.
Yeah.
They're way ahead of him.
You know what? You might have sold me a little bit on your whole Hasan. I never bought into this Hasan hate watching conspiracy, but you could be right. You could be onto something.
He is hilarious. I mean, his stupidity is world renowned. You don't get this kind of stupidity anywhere.
This is quality. Listen, by complete sheer accident, Hasan Piker can produce a better comedy show than me and Adam ever could in our wildest dreams.
Do you think people watch Jerry Springer sincerely?
They're sincerely cared about who the father is. Yes.
What do you think the makeup of the Jerry Springer audience is?
Right.
Because I think this is just like Jerry Springer on the internet. Let's watch this total fucking moron.
No.
Talk
Baboon.
about politics. Talk about really complicated things that he's incapable of understanding. This is a Chauncey Gardner of the internet.
Right.
You're a fucking psycho. There has never been a circumstance in which an imperial power has decided to take over land where the fucking people living in that land are their own people, okay? And the country's entire military is like, oh yeah, this is great. Finally, we can like work with our own fucking country, and we speak the language, and it's our country, and we want to actually join. And then they also fucking correspond to numerous surveys time and time again, year over year, leading up to fucking the Crimean annexation, and even after the Crimean annexation.
He's just making excuses for them. He's like, Russia did everything right here.
Yeah, listen, Russia sent out some polls. They said, hey, you guys want to get taken over by us? And they said, yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
I mean, the rest of the country said no, but who cares? You know?
There's a poll right now that I think 50% of Texans want us to secede from the United States.
Right. I mean, listen, the South wanted us to secede from the Union.
Right.
Why did, listen, were we right? Was the North right to hold the United States together. We should just let the South go.
Is Hasan making a states' rights issue? I feel like maybe he is.
Hasan Piker, socialist leftist extraordinaire, comes out real big in favor of states' rights.
Yeah.
In the Southern Secession. This is
saying,
shocking.
no, it's good. We want to be a part of Russia. It's fucking insane. You could say that's like Russian propaganda or whatever, but like you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act.
My God. Not only is it justifiable, it's completely justifiable.
Right.
Hasan.
See, isn't his
crazy.
statement that the clip that played at the beginning that you're not going to see the context to, the lead up makes it even worse. You didn't think that clip about Hitler could have been worse, but seeing the lead up, you go, oh my God, it's an even worse statement.
Yes. He's falling down the mountain. the avalanche is getting bigger and bigger.
Yes.
Everyone's looking up from the town going, we're all going to die.
No, Hasan started to walk down the mountain. And as he's walking down, he's saying, listen, it's not that big a deal that Russia took Crimea. And everyone's like, what? And now he keeps tumbling and tumbling down the mountain. The snowball is getting bigger and bigger with Hasan's little body stuck in the middle, saying, US bad, Russia okay.
I know.
And down at the bottom of the mountain, at the rocks below, is a big old picture of Hitler. And he's just going straight for him.
Yeah, he's going right for the mustache, for the moustache. He's going to end up in that mustache sticking out.
He is.
Why are you mad at me? Putin is not Hitler.
By the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first. Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of this. He realizes that what he's saying is so fucking stupid. He's like, that wasn't the problem, I think.
We saw the chat go nuts on him.
That was like maybe 8th down the line on the many lists of issues with Hitler. His one fucking like territorial expansion that you point to over and over again.
Hitler's well known for only his one territorial expansion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Sitch. I'm pretty sure he ended up in France, didn't he? I mean,
that sounds like U.S. propaganda, Adam. Okay.
What?
I mean, listen. Is there really a difference between the French and the German people? Like the French were like, they cried out and they're like, we want to be unified with Germany again. We have cultural ties, historical ties that go back to Germany hundreds of years.
I mean, I'm American, so my geography is not stellar, but I'm pretty sure that France is like 3 or 4 countries over.
No, you're just American. You don't know where the things are. Okay.
I mean, we got involved on the beaches of Normandy, right?
Yes.
What is this? What is this insanity? Hitler tried to take over all of Europe. I mean, that's still in question, right? If Putin keeps going.
Listen, next week, Hasan's going to come out. He's going to be a really big stand for Napoleon. Talk about how Napoleon was just trying to unify Europe. Okay.
Well, where is he at now? Because there is ethnic Ukrainian section of, I mean, Kiev is definitely in the ethnic Ukrainian section.
Sure. I mean, most of the country is. It's just like the eastern part. And even the eastern part, it has a lot more Russian speakers, but they're not the majority.
Right. Yeah, it's like 75%. Well, no, it is the majority.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's like 40% in those regions.
Let me see here.
Do you have a map on it?
I do. I brought it up.
Oh, that was the speaking map, though. I don't know if that's the majority map.
75 plus. and it's 25 to 74% in the light
Is that the
red.
ethnic composition or the language spoken?
Russian as native language. So,
Right.
but native language is a good.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
I mean, if you're
Right.
speaking Russian,
Though there was, because I said there was a lot of efforts by Russia for the last 300 years to literally force people to speak Russia in those regions.
right, yeah. And how long are you going to stick around if
Right.
if you're speaking Ukrainian and 75% of your neighbors are speaking Russia? You're probably like,
Right.
maybe I'll move.
speak Russian.
Yeah.
Or just speak Russian, yeah.
Yeah, that could happen as well.
Right.
So, but so this was before they actually invaded the entire country. So Hasan here is
This
making
was the
point.
day before.
Right. Yes. But Hasan's argument kind of falls apart when they're sending tanks into Kiev,
Yes.
which you can see is 5% to 24% Russian.
Right, obviously.
And then the rest of the areas close to Poland and Romania are less than 5%.
Well, I mean,
Russian
but
speakers.
his point at the moment is about this Germany annexing, Austria, and it's not just the annexation. Like that's the problem. It's that leads to the next step.
Yeah.
And that, it's always viewed as like, oh, because, Europe didn't, do anything about Germany annexing Austria. That was, they were just capitulating. And that was just going to lead to the domino effect for Hitler to say, oh, well, I can take more and I can take more and I can take more and just keep expanding. And that's kind of that's why this is being compared with Ukraine. Because like, well, there needs to be, you want to stop it. You don't want to just say Putin and give him the green light to keep going.
Exactly. Yeah.
But this all seems to be lost on Hasan though.
Right. Yeah. He doesn't understand the incremental steps towards concentration camps. You think he would, being, a social justice warrior, right?
You would think.
Yeah. How marginalized people end up being even more marginalized.
I mean, I guess this all makes sense. We shouldn't be that confused. I mean, Hasan is the person who famously said that America deserved 9/11.
Oh yeah.
So his hatred for our country is so deep that he thinks our country deserved 9/11. So I guess if you hold that in your mind, this all makes sense, or at least his perception of this all makes sense.
Yeah. So weird. I just, if only there was something you could do. These anti-American people it's so hypocritical to me. It drives me insane.
Right.
America you've drank from the breast of America your entire life.
Well, it's weird because we've gone from this world of like the fear of blind nationalism and blind jingoism, and it's like completely reversed. Now it's just blind America hatred.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Totally weird.
He's the stupidest thing you can point to. It's like literally being like, well, dude, Hitler built the Autobahn. Yeah, he did. He did do that. He wanted to fucking continue prior projects because guess what? He wanted to move tanks easily throughout Germany. That doesn't make him a socialist, though.
That's completely incoherent.
So Hasan, if you're a little confused,
I'm
Hasan
definitely
just
confused.
Hasan made the water is bad because Hitler drinks water argument in relation to Hitler annexing Austria.
Spell it out for me. I'm slow.
Okay, so
Tell me like I'm 6 years old.
Okay, so you know how people they'll say they'll make a comparison to Hitler to automatically equate the person being bad. Right?
Exactly. You drink water. Hitler drinks water.
Right.
Therefore, you are Hitler.
So, for example, they'll say, someone will say, you have a little mustache. Oh, you know who else had a little mustache? Hitler. Therefore, you must be a Nazi. And then the person responds, the person says, Hitler drank water. Does that mean that water is bad? Okay, so that's the argument. So someone says, hey, Russia annexed Ukraine, kind of like the way Hitler annexed Austria. And Hasan's response is, so what? He also built the Autobahn. He also drinks water. Just because Putin did something Hitler did, I mean, they both drink water. That doesn't mean that annexation of a foreign country is necessarily bad.
Right.
That's the argument he's making.
I still don't get it, but that's
okay. Don't worry about it.
I mean, did Putin build an Autobahn? I'm so confused.
it's so weird. It's like, oh, dude, they took over Austria, dude. They took over Austria. Like, what the fuck? It's like, okay.
9-month brain rot.
Was that the reason?
What's this one say? 9-month brain rot? What's people completely onto him?
Was that the problem? It's the Candace Owens take? Yeah, literally. It is the... Wait, you're saying...
9-month brain rot is almost set in.
Wait, you missed... This is hilarious.
Over Austria, dude. They took over Austria. Like, what the fuck? It's like, okay.
9-month brain rot.
Was that the reason? Was that the problem? It's the Candace Owens take? Yeah, literally. It is the... Wait, you're saying I'm saying the Candace Owens take?
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
The slow realization is like...
Wait, I'm Candace Owens? Wait a second. Candace Owens is evil. What are you doing? I feel a band coming on. I feel the band hammer. Look, he's got his band hammer face on.
I always think it's so interesting how... Now, I don't watch a lot of Twitch streamers, so I don't know, maybe the chat knows. Is this like the normal behavior for a Twitch streamer when they're responding to someone to like bring up their history with like the ban card and everything available? Because to me, it's like every time Hasan talks to someone, it's like he has a giant cannon and he points it at them. And he's like, do you want to say your opinion one more time?
Yeah, he does that, doesn't he? What's it? Views 53, follows 7. What is this? Created 2000.
They've been following him since last December, basically.
Oh, right.
Or no, I'm sorry. It's been 2020. So no, they've been actually been following him for
subbed for
about a year.
15 months. Oh my goodness. Someone's going down. Someone's getting the ban hammer here. I can feel it. This guy's not gonna, you can't. How dare you call Hasan Candace Owens? What the fuck? This guy.
No, because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like Hitler had a lot of fucking problems. Okay. Wait.
Look, it's got his. That's his chats, right?
Yeah.
The Candace Owens take. It's the Candace Owens take.
Listen, if Hitler should have just stayed in Germany, he wanted to make Germany great again, right? That was,
Look at this. No.
Wants to make Russia great again.
Look at this. No. Don't do it. He's trying to warn him. He's like, listen. There's a machine gun over there. Don't run over there, Hasan.
Do you see at the top? This guy says socialism is when tanks on highways.
I'm telling you, I'm thinking this is more Jerry Springer to the general public.
Maybe this has changed my mind. Okay?
This is insanely hilarious. This is like Jerry Springer. It really is.
Well, okay. Here's the question. Here's the 10D chess question. Is Hasan aware of this? And so he intentionally says this dumb shit?
That's part of the charm.
No? Oh, I see.
That's totally part of the charm.
There was this movie. Oh my God. It's driving me crazy. There's this movie that was like, I'm trying to remember. These famous comedians were friends with this like really weird guy. Mm-hmm. And they film an entire movie, but it's like a fake movie. Like they're convincing him he's going to be in this movie, but the real movie is them just mocking him relentlessly for being a weird, stupid idiot, thinking he's going to be in this movie.
That sounds like a great movie. I would.
It's hilarious, but it's really like fucked up.
It's a documentary. Think about it,
because it's real. Mm-hmm. Like the guy in the movie is that character, and he doesn't realize that he's being made fun of for the course of the movie.
Yeah, but that would be a documentary.
That's what I thought you said, mockumentary.
No, documentary.
Yeah, it's kind of like a documentary. But so that's Hasan's chat, maybe. That's Hasan's stream.
It's kind of like the Truman Show, but he doesn't realize he's Truman. Everyone's like, look at this fucking moron. He doesn't realize he's just a moron.
Ricky Gervais. It wasn't the thing with Carl. Windy City Heat. Thank you, chat. That was the movie. Windy City Heat. You never seen this movie?
I have to see it. It sounds amazing.
It's so strange. It's so strange.
Windy City Heat.
Yes.
I'll look into it.
That was back when Jimmy Kimmel was like edgy and not a pussy.
Oh, he's in it?
Yeah.
Windy City Heat. So is it fake or is it real?
I thought it was real. Maybe it is fake. I'll have to look into it. It comes across as real when I watched it.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'll check it out.
Unlike typical prank shows, it's not revealed to Caravello, the guy at the end of the film, that the entire thing was a prank.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
no.
Cool. Yes.
Okay,
So I see the comedian. All comedians run together anyway. So Jimmy Kimmel might have been involved in it still be a real
there's
thing.
a commentary track. He realized now, obviously 2 years later, that it was fake, but at the time he did not realize it was fake.
Awesome. Looks great. Can't wait to watch it. Let's go.
Hit it up.
Hey, before we talk about like Austria, Candace Owens was saying Hitler just wanted to make Germany great again. Like, you're completely avoiding all of the other shit that Hitler did that is so much worse.
Did he let him go? I didn't see. I missed if he banned him.
Oh, he did not. I don't know. He didn't ban him.
I think he let him go.
Yeah, he let him go.
He laughed it off.
That because you just want to fucking make a Hitler comparison. That's it.
All right. That was amazing. Hasan.
So we have part
Dropping
2 of
the
Hasan
knowledge.
clips. Yes.
Oh, so if Hitler just didn't do the Holocaust.
It's a little bit of this, and then it goes to after Putin invaded. So this as again, his chat brings up a very good point.
Oh, so if Hitler just didn't do the Holocaust and just do the war against everyone and try to take over all of Europe, it would have been fine. Wait, what? What? I never said that.
That's basically what you said. You just
That's
said
kind of what you said. Yeah.
You said invasion was 8th on the list. Like invasion was not. I'm dying to know what number 7 was. I mean, if invading a sovereign nation, the thing that every single woke grievance study, CRT, social justice advocate complains about 24/7, white people taking over other cultures, invading their country, disbanding natives peoples. That's their big problem. And you've labeled it as number 8 on the list of bad things that Hitler has done. Oh my God. I gotta know. What is 1? Well, we know what 1 is. What is number 1 through 7?
So number 1
was
obviously killing the Jews.
Right. The Holocaust.
Right.
Yes.
Holocaust.
Number 2,
Hitler said the N-word.
Really?
Yes.
You sure that's not number 1 for Hasan?
Hasan is being very brave. He's going against type, and he's putting the mass murder of Jews and other ethnic groups as actually worse than saying the N-word.
Right.
Which is shocking. But
saying the N-word.
well, actually, I heard that Hasan used to put Hitler saying the N-word as the number 1 worst thing, but then once he teamed up with Ethan, Ethan has said the N-word a lot, so he had to kind of downgrade it to number 2. So
number 3 is the N-word F-word combination.
Number 3 is that time that no. Number 3 is that time that Hitler streamed with Destiny.
Really?
And they made fun of Hasan. So that's number 3. Third worst thing Hitler ever did. Number 4, the time that Hitler misgendered somebody.
Oh man, terrible. Terrible. That's way above invading a sovereign nation. Misgendering, he used their wrong pronouns.
No, as a matter of fact, Hitler's annexation of Austria is not even offensive in comparison to the actual problems with what Hitler did. So stop comparing Hitler's annexation of Austria to fucking Vladimir Putin's annexation of Crimea.
What does that even mean?
Stop comparing them already. Wow. I love
Hitler's annexation of Austria. Like, that doesn't even compare to, I don't know. This is so strange.
I love how he really is. He's really going to bat for Vladimir Putin on the Hitler comparisons. What's up with that?
That's the point. Why are you not hearing what I'm saying? Why is the point just escaping your brains so aggressively? Okay?
Doesn't this feel kind of like aggressive gaslighting from Hasan?
Yeah.
Like, he said something that's insane and idiotic, and now he's just trying to gaslight his audience into accepting it.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
It's very, very strange. It's very, very strange to try to like desperately grab on to any kind of fucking to any kind of fucking thing that you can to just be like, this is terrible. I'm not even saying Vladimir Putin is good. He's not good. He's not a good person. He's a bad person, okay? He's a bloodthirsty, crazy person, okay? But he's also, I mean, he's not crazy in the same way that like he's doing foreign policy. He's not like, oh yeah, I'm Vladimir Putin, I'm gonna do nukes now. Like, it doesn't work that way, okay? I am not a Vladimir Putin apologist. Shut the fuck up. I want to fucking, oh God.
I should hear we not like this.
Vladimir Putin is bad. Vladimir Putin is bad. Vladimir Putin is bad. This doesn't change the reality of Crimea. Vladimir Putin is not bad because of Crimea. Vladimir Putin is bad for a million other things. You're literally doing the exact same thing that you did with Hitler a second ago with Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is...
Why can't he be bad for also annexing Crimea, Hasan? Like, why is he dying on this Crimea hill? This is so weird.
He's trying to backpedal, but he doesn't want to say he was wrong on the. He's trying to backpedal because he's saying he's bad on other fronts.
I understand, but why does he want to die on this hill of defending the annexation of Crimea? It's very strange.
Because he listen, it's not any deeper than the fact that he just said it on stream. That's all it is.
I guess that's it.
He said it on stream, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to take it back. He doesn't want to say, "Oh, I was wrong about the thing I just said that I didn't think about for longer than 5 seconds." He doesn't want to say that.
But there are people in the chat defending Hasan. What about the British and French Empire invading the rest of the world, chat? Someone's literally whatabouting the chat. The chat is.
They're giving him the arguments.
There you go.
The morons are speaking up. They're like,
there you go.
Vladimir Putin is a horrible authoritarian leader, okay? May or may not have seized power with a false flag attack that killed a lot of fucking people. A false flag terror attack. Okay? There are a list of like a million different fucking things that you could point to about why he's a bad person before you even like get to Crimea. In America, we get our dick.
Okay, so that was the end of that.
okay,
So that was all the day before.
all right. Now this is after
Oh no, this is still. Wait, I think this is still. I mean, he's wearing the same clothing, so I'm assuming it's
Hasan, Ukraine. Well, he's wearing the same puka shells, but it looks like he has a different shirt.
Does he? Oh, you're right. Yeah, this is a different time.
Look, I'm a detective here.
That's right, you are.
I can see.
I made these clips. I don't even know where the fuck I got them
the Obama sign has moved a little bit. You know, he goes up and he gives Obama a big wet kiss every morning when he gets in to the studio.
How bad is it that your take and your opinion is so awful that you have to literally type Putin is bad at the top of the screen just to remind people that you don't like Vladimir Putin?
I cut that part off.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Why? It's hilarious. If you cut it, if you guys didn't see, Hasan had at the top of the screen in giant letters, it said Vladimir Putin is bad in giant text.
It was on for most of it.
And right now he has a little thing at the top right that's like, it's
Putin
like one of those.
Is very bad, Ukraine.
Yeah, it's the Fox News Channel logo.
Hilarious.
For war, okay? We want to fucking murder, okay? We want to rape and pillage. Like, we love that shit. And when someone turns around and says this is unacceptable, we're like, oh, fuck you, you're done. Dixie chicks, you're out. Okay, France, nation of France, you don't want to fucking help us?
So this is after Putin has invaded. And he's already whatabouting America, saying, oh, Americans love war. Americans get hired for war.
Fuck off. It's not French fries anymore. It's actually now freedom fries. Like, we're such fucking pig dogs, okay? Overall. And
pig dogs.
Yeah.
Is that what we are?
He hates America so much.
Only the readiness to fight
was
is
that?
enough to support our sovereignty.
Oh, that was my OBS. Because I was getting the clips.
That was hilarious.
That's hilarious.
That's
funny.
Drawing a series of parallels, Chechnya, Crimea, Syria, Donbass. We simply haven't been given another.
Okay, so this is after the invasion, obviously.
Right. So we're going chronologically here.
Right.
option to defend our people other than the one we are forced to use today. People's Republic of Donbass has asked for our help. I have decided to launch a special military operation. We will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. We do not intend to occupy Ukraine. Our policy is based on freedom of choice of all people to choose their own course. To Ukrainians, Crimeans and Donbassians decided in 2014 to return to their historical motherland. We could do nothing but support them. We have no choice but to defend them against the threats they face. Adopted American interventionist language. Oh yeah, this is like, by the way, the interesting parallels exist within the way that Russia and the way that even Chinese leaders speak about actions that they take against, like, you know, domestic policy, actions they take against like Muslims, actions they take against other countries. This kind of language, like we're liberating our people, we're saving our people from oppressive forces, is the type of language that America uses regularly. Like, we are a democratizing imperialist force. Remember how I talked about how American like brain rot is exported? It's like our most significant cultural export is brain rot. We have made the entire planet more American and worse as a consequence of this. The civilizing colonialist is a very old trope. It's not a new.
This is totally insane to me. Okay, he took, you know how Putin had his, you know, we're really defending the ethnic, you know, Russian speech. Okay, and he's saying, oh, Putin got that rhetoric, he got that language straight out of the American handbook. What the fuck is he? That is language that has been used to validate empires invading other countries for thousands of fucking years.
Yes, of course. You gotta have a good excuse.
Yeah. Oh, you know, our people are in this country and you're not treating them right, so we gotta invade. People have been saying this forever, Hassan. It's not America didn't come along and create. I don't even think America's ever fucking used that rhetoric to get into a war in the first place.
We did let them bomb Pearl Harbor.
We let them bomb Pearl Harbor.
Well, their
we didn't
word on the
invade...
street is we knew about Pearl Harbor coming before we.
Well, okay. Regardless, we didn't invade Japan under the guise of saying, "Oh, there's a bunch of Americans living in Japan and we need to protect them." So annex part of Japan away.
Yeah,
like,
that didn't happen.
That didn't fucking happen.
Yeah, America's never really done that.
No,
we tell people, get to our embassy, we'll get you out of the country.
Yeah, like he hates America so much that directly after, he's literally reading Putin talking about the bullshit excuse to invade the Ukraine. And he's like, oh, well, this is straight out of America's handbook.
Yeah. Garbage.
Like, they literally think all bad things in the world come from America.
Yeah.
It's maybe this explains the psychology here. Because like, think about it. If you truly believe, and I think Hasan does believe this, if you believe that your country is the primary source of all evil in the world, but you're able to be successful in that country, you're able to use that system to make tons of money and fame, what does that say about you as a person?
Says you're evil.
Right.
Says you're an evil bitch.
Maybe that's why the psychology for a lot of these, you know, socialist types, who think this. It's all guilt, because maybe they have such self-hatred and self-loathing for themselves because they are successful in America that this is where all this guilt comes from. This is why they feel like they have to, you know.
I don't.
You don't buy that?
You think Hasan just suck my dick, fucking make my chicken tenders feels guilt? What does he feel guilty about?
You know what?
Anyone who felt guilt would not buy a fucking $200,000 Porsche.
You're so right.
Would not go. I'm sorry. I needed a house in West Hollywood where all the fucking cool people live, even though it costs $3 million. Hasan doesn't have any guilt.
I'm over here trying to look for deep psychological. No,
we have guilt. Moron. I mean, we feel guilty all the time.
Moron who hates America because he's literally brain dead. Okay.
He's totally.
Thank you, Adam. You kept me on the path.
He probably loves America. He's probably like, America made me rich, but I got to play it up for these people who fucking hate America because America sucks for them because they're working shit jobs. They don't have any upward mobility. Fucking their taxes are too high. Their rent is too high.
Right.
Let me pretend like I want some social change so these people can come make fun of my moronic takes in my chat. Man,
Speaking of
there's
chat.
so many problems. There's so many problems with America. It really, I mean, this is kind of blackpilling for me, kind of demoralizing for me, because I feel like Hasan and Vosh and these people with big platforms, I mean, if they really did care about income inequality, they could be advocates for this shit.
Right.
Rights are not bestowed on people. Rights are taken by the population. Organizing people to fight for their rights is an important thing. But Vosh and Hasan aren't doing that. Vosh and Hasan are organizing people to sit at home and fucking complain.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what makes them money.
Right. But it doesn't
So,
make
yeah.
change in the world. Those
Right.
people getting out and voting is what makes change in the world. I mean, I guess Vosh did advocate for people voting for Biden
That's true.
to stop the horrible authoritarian white supremacist threat in the White House.
I think Hasan believes his stupid ideology, but he's too stupid, or he has so little principles that it doesn't matter what he believes. It's like kind of irrelevant. I think Vosh is more of a believer, but he has his weird everything's consequentialism view, so he can just justify any action after the fact.
We got to talk to Destiny, because Destiny has had dinner with Hasan privately. And I mean,
Destiny,
you got to admit,
is Hasan actually a moron, or is it like what's going on here?
right? I mean, I'm sure you've been friends with some stupid people. Okay, I've have lots of stupid friends. It doesn't bother me. I'll be friends with anyone. But I understand.
I'm not friends with stupid people. None of my friends are stupid because they're all geniuses. It's high-level intellects, Adam. I would never call them stupid.
It is surprising to me how many stupid people are aware that they're stupid and just fine with it. Like they don't. It's not a big deal to them. They realize that intellectual conversations might be challenging for them, but they don't give a fuck. They like to do other things. Okay, it's not all about using your brain.
Listen, I don't like this, Adam. Okay, as one of your stupid friends, I don't like this. I know what you're insinuating.
Where's the tweet? I'm bringing the tweet up.
Get a stupid person admit they were wrong. The Wooster for $20. Thank you so much, Wooster. Says Peter Zahan was right. Every political pundit has gotten the Ukraine situation all wrong, and the only ones that have gotten it right were geopolitical analysts. Politics is for LARPers and grifters. All narratives are collapsing.
Yeah, I told the Wooster that I went back and I read the chapter on Russia in the Zahan book, Disunited Nations, and just the basics of the book is that America can't be world police forever. And sooner or later, America is going to pull back, and there are going to be a number of different power centers in the world that evolve that have to do with geography. So Zahan kind of did nail this Russia situation in the book. So
I don't know if you saw Daniel made a meme. That's pretty fucking hilarious. That's very appropriate.
I don't watch Daniel's memes. Or sometimes.
Oh no, you'll like this. It's a respin of our favorite memes. You guys, you can hear Adam is literally peeing in his pants. This meme is so good that Adam has literally orgasmed on stream.
God. We have to bring this meme up.
Yes. There you go. I knew you would like it.
Danimal. Danimal is A-team for life, man. Danimal is an A-team. Brigadier General Danimal, thank you for the meme.
Did you put it up?
Not yet, but
Okay.
I have to frame it first.
Colin P for $20 says, the same people who call me a Nazi, white supremacist, insurrectionist, traitor, and anti-vaxxer are pulling their hair out because Putin just annexed their puppet regime at the moment. Where will poor Hunter get his money now? See, Colin, you can't fall into the easy thinking that just because the people you don't like said something, it's got to be the opposite. That was the trap that people found with Trump. Remember the TDS? They're like, oh, Trump. People hate Trump so much that if he says anything, they automatically take the other side. And you don't want to fall into that trap too. You don't want to have mainstream DS.
But Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden had to do with all the Ukraine, we're seeing all that Ukraine stuff in a completely different light now. The Burisma, the corruption. It's funny that the president of Ukraine might be less corrupt than the son of the president of the United States.
Well, it's funny because the Hunter Biden.
Where's the
Burisma
funny
stuff,
part of this?
Well, no, wasn't the Hunter Biden Burisma stuff before or after the 2014?
After.
It was after. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, the president of the Ukraine now was involved in a lot of this stuff. The Trump.
Wait, how is it? Oh,
Trump
yeah,
was pressuring the president of Ukraine to say horrible shit about Biden.
Well, to announce that they
president-
were investigating
Right.
Burisma and this connection. Yes.
Right, and the president of Ukraine said he wouldn't do it.
Well, no, not quite.
What do you mean he did?
Well, supposedly, according to was it was it either Wolf Blitzen or Zahir? What's the guy's name on CNN?
Blitzer?
Who's the guy on CNN with the Z name?
Sitch, take your normie goggles off, okay? You can't be quoting Wolf Blitzer
Okay, you don't know where I'm
on
going,
CNN.
what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
Fareed Zakari, thank you. Fareed Zakari. Is it Wolf Blitzer or Fareed Zakari? The president Zelensky, or whoever it was Zelensky, was or whose spokesperson was supposed to be on CNN and announce that they were investigating Burisma. And then, like the week before that happened, was when Paul Vindman or whoever came out with the phone call, and everything blew up. And then that obviously never fell through.
Oh, it fell through because they did the quid. They impeached Trump over this phone call. This phone call was with who was the phone call with?
Zelensky.
It was with Zelensky.
Right.
Holy shit! What's going on here? They impeached Trump over a phone call with Zelensky, and now Zelensky's the national hero of Ukraine.
Right.
It's a small fucking world, man.
Well, in the phone, I remember in the phone call, Zelensky was sort of like wishy-washy about the thing, and I think even according to whoever it was on CNN that was supposed to host this interview that ended up not going through, the statement that Zelensky was going to make, they weren't going to say they were investigating Biden. They were only going to say they were investigating Burisma, I think. And so they were just going to open the door for it to be like a news story, basically. But anyway, I don't know how we got sidetracked onto that. Kubomi for $20 says Ukraine shut down a Soviet-era canal to Crimea. Crimea is doomed without the territory to the north. That is true. Yeah, they're slowly dying for the lack of water. That is true.
I brought that up earlier. Yeah.
Alex Time for $20. Alexi Time. Thank you, Alexi. Says, I find it hilarious that lefties love Russia, yet they despise a legitimate worker uprising in Canada because it doesn't match their politics. Reminds me of the meme, if Jesus came back, Christians would be his persecutors. Yeah, that's another great comparison.
A very sad comparison, actually.
Yes.
Sad indictment.
You have the quintessential worker and working class, being a trucker, and they rise up to protest the authoritarian government, and all the socialists and leftists are like, fuck them.
Isn't the America first, America first, obviously in air quotes now, aren't they sucking up to Putin because he's like a Christian crusader now?
Well, I know Nick Fuentes is. I don't know if there is an American first movement like wholesale, but he obviously has taken that banner. It's very strange to see someone who's operating under the banner of America First, who, when he debated, I think it was Sticks he debated, right? Yeah, he debated Sticks, and he was being super pro-China, and now he's super pro-Russia. So, it seems like it should change to everything but America First should be the new model, the slogan.
Sad.
So Daniel made this meme, his little Sitch bird saying, I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong. In fact, I think. And then you have the Adam Crow. And he's just like, well, I was totally fucking wrong. That's pretty great.
This is great. Yeah.
Got the little red shorts and the sunglasses on the crow.
Yeah.
Little angry eye Sitch.
There's another version.
I
of
can't even
this.
be mad. This is hilarious.
It is totally hilarious. Got the sunglasses on.
Yes.
Oh man.
Terrible.
I got you so good. That's like
You did. You did.
Sitch never saw that coming. I've been saving it for a week.
Hey, Doomer's in Doomer for $5. Thank you so much, Doomer. Doomer says, "Hafugajiga stuffed."
He
There
couldn't
you
even
go.
say Kofifi right.
There you go. Cullivar for $20 says, "You two would steal?
Mm-hmm.
You two would still be believing Twitter without me showing you those videos."
What videos?
I don't know what you're talking.
What?
Believing Twitter about what?
Sitch has a real problem believing Twitter.
I do.
He always believes everything on Twitter. It's so bonkers.
Secondly, Sitch, the U.S. has no weapons on the drones. Oh, he's talking about your drone plan. So the U.S. could fly drones. We're just in a support role. They're just looking around. No,
some of those drones have a lot of weapons on them. Though.
No, what he's saying is like, could the U.S. fly, drones in the Ukraine with no weapons on them just for like tactical support to tell them where the troop movements are and stuff? No, I don't think Russia would accept that. No, I don't think Russia would accept. Well, our drone. Listen, we're not telling the Ukraine. We're just monitoring your troop movements with our military drones for our own sake. We're playing. Where's Waldo? We hid Waldo somewhere in the Ukraine, and we're all just looking for him. Like, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think the U.S. could fly that by Russia.
Why do you hate America so much, Sitch? We're just trying to help. We're trying to help a friendly democratic ally here. And you over here with, Russia wouldn't like that. Of course they wouldn't like it.
Well, listen, I don't want to start World War III. I don't want nukes to start flying. Okay.
That's the one thing I'm concerned about.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what everyone's concerned about.
Yeah. Everyone's acting like they don't have nuclear capability anymore. They have a bunch of nuclear subs that can go anywhere in the fucking world.
Well, see, but that's why I'm confused about a lot of the, we need to have these areas for strategic land stuff. Because that, to me, that only makes sense if you're trying to invade a place, right? But if you're just going to nuke a place, don't they have subs that can reach nukes anywhere?
They do.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Putin spent $8 billion maintaining his nuclear arsenal in 2020. Right. I looked it up. And it's submarines.
It was, I'm trying to think, it was 2016 or it might have, no, it's 2019. There's a little strip of land in
do you think, listen,
let me look at my notes.
If let's say Russia picks out a smallish city in the Midwest and decides to nuke it, do you think America has the appetite to send a nuke back and nuke one of theirs? I'm not certain that they do.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. If they nuke where?
Listen, if they nuke Washington, D.C., if they nuke Los Angeles, if they nuke New York, it's full-scale nuclear war. It's fucking
right.
But if they do like a Nagasaki, Hiroshima thing, because Nagasaki and Hiroshima were relatively smaller towns. Like they had picked smaller areas.
Are you asking me if Russia nukes Ukraine, will the U.S. nuke them?
No, if Russia nukes some place in the Midwest, in the United States, do you think the American people, when Nantucket takes one, do you think the American people have the wherewithal to see a nuclear missile go back and take out Russian civilians?
Of course. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe they do.
You think America's going to take a nuke and just be like, well,
Well, 9/11 happened, and a lot of people were anti.
Yes.
Invading Afghanistan. A lot of people were for invading Afghanistan.
Okay, but that's a
imagine if it wasn't. We're going to invade Afghanistan. What if we just said, let's just nuke Afghanistan?
There's a little bit of a difference though between saying, okay, you have a government of a loosely held together country that's run sort of by this weird warlord government, and they have been funding terrorists, and some of those terrorists attacked US. Okay, that's a little bit different than saying this country nuked us. It's a very straight line compared to the Afghanistan 9/11 situation.
Right. But
So I don't think that's a good comparison.
so you're saying if Nantucket took a
If
nuke,
Nantucket gets nuked, I can guarantee you that America will nuke somebody back. But this is the problem. Russia's not, this is what everyone's afraid of. Russia's not going to just use one nuke on one city, because Russia knows that if they were to nuke some US city or some European city, everyone's going to shoot nukes back at them. So if there's any nukes that fly, it's going to be like you have to basically wipe them all out at once. And that's where all the concerns about the annihilation of the planet was. It wasn't like you were just going to nuke them once and they're just going to take it, and then the war was going to continue.
Yeah.
One-armed biker for $20 says, I request Adam to read this super chat. Do you see it?
I can't. No. You want to do it like one sentence at a time? What are you screen capping it and sending it?
I'll send it to you in the screen cap so you can read it.
Okay.
It's
Did you proofread it ahead of time? So
I did not.
I don't want to say anything controversial. Okay. I reserve the right to deny reading this.
I send it to you.
Okay. Read another super chat. And
No, I just want it to like sit until you get to it.
Oh, really?
I want the silence to build.
Are you sure? I don't see it, so we can move on.
Am I going to read it in an Adam impression? Are you?
Where did you send it?
I sent it on Twitter.
Nah, I didn't get it. Twitter must be.
God. Listen to this guy.
Twitter
listen,
must not
one-armed
be
biker.
working.
S-Class cares about doing what the audience wants. Okay, especially if you give money.
My Twitter's broken right now.
Okay,
I can't
I'll
log
read
in.
it. Glad you guys doing shorter streams really helps me keep the week to week. Can't stay, but good job, gay. Oh, guys, good job, guys. Yeah.
So he basically wrote it out the same way that I would read it.
Yes, he did. He did.
That's hilarious. How dare you? Okay.
I know.
I have mental retardation. I don't like that.
Brain for $20 says, I'm pleased to see our anti-tribalists have finally applied their tribal colors and started to dance the local dance. I'm curious if you think Russia could one day join NATO, since Ukraine can join after its history. If it's true that, well, first of all, I'm going to ignore your tribal comment. But if it's true that that Russia actually wanted to join the NATO in the year 2000 or 1999, that seems like it would have been a good idea to me. Now, I don't know exactly what the ramifications for that would have been, but it seems like you could have used it as a golden handcuff situation to kind of handcuff Russia to NATO. And then Russia, because if Russia joined NATO back then, Russia couldn't complain about other countries joining NATO either.
Because they're in.
And that's
NATO.
what makes me think that the Russia asking to join NATO thing wasn't real. Because they wouldn't really. I'm not sure what they would benefit from doing that, unless Gorbachev really just wanted to throw all of the past away and wanted to move forward, which is always possible, I guess.
Did you notice that the United Nations tried to sanction Russia for bad behavior for invading a sovereign country, and that Russia vetoed it?
Yeah, of course Russia vetoed it. Yeah,
Can you imagine?
I know, it's a joke.
They couldn't see that coming.
But yeah, no, I mean, I always think the door is open for. I'm not one of these people that thinks like, oh, once a country has done something, they're forever tainted. Obviously not. We have positive relations with fucking Germany and Japan after World War II. So.
Yeah, and Japan bombed Pearl Harbor.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Rob Walker for $20 says, Russia, quote, our demographic numbers are down. Also Russia, let's start a war and get a bunch of our people killed.
Oh, I know.
Big brain energy. Also, A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Can't believe how you screen capped this super chat. I'm offended.
Why?
I can't do like a sentence that goes all the way across the screen.
It's just one super long sentence.
One super long, tiny text sentence.
I should have let you read it.
It's terrible.
Lucifer the Doberman, hey Lucifer, for 20 Canadian, says, Adam, Alexei Navalny made a movie called Putin's Palace, and he perfectly explains how he got himself in this position. Also, Logical Checkmate made a great follow-up video, and he is criminally undersubbed.
Putin's Palace.
We'll check it out.
And that's Lexi?
Yes.
She's the
Alexei
attorney? No.
No, Alexei. No. Alexei Navalny.
Alexei.
Just type in Putin's Palace movie. I'm sure you'll find it. So anyway, let's
it
continue.
came up. It came up. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll check it out.
New one, the imperial forces are simply not destructive, but they're actually a civilizing force against these barbarians, right? That's like a normal old school thing, but America does it regularly. They use like liberal values as to why they're doing imperialism now. And that is precisely what is going on here.
I mean, we did do that in Iraq, but...
Yes, that's true.
Here as well.
I think we legitimately tried to install a democracy there.
We did. They were just horribly incompetent.
Right. But the Jimmy Dores of the world, the Hasan Pikers of the world, they believe the blood for oil narrative. They believe that we only invaded for our corporations to rape the Iraqi people of all their natural resources. Yeah, I don't buy that. We actually did try to install a democracy in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm. Where they're like, hey, we got to denazify Ukraine. Are there Nazis in the fucking National Guard? Absolutely. Does it justify all out, full scale fucking boots on the ground military warfare, explosions, and potential fucking airplanes dropping bombs on civilian territory? Absolutely not.
What? Hasan Piker defends Nazis. Not a good look, Hasan.
After
not
defending Hitler,
a good look. Not
defending
a good
Nazis.
Look. Why is he doing? What happened here, Sitch?
Oh.
He just defended Nazis. He just defended airstrikes against Nazis.
I know.
What? I thought you're losing your mind over, somebody in the United States that's mildly conservative. Yet you want to give Nazis a pass. What's happening here, Sitch? It does not compute.
It's not. This is unjustifiable. This is horrible. Bro, the amount of people that are rushing to be like, your tweet did not fucking age well when I said this is the hill I will die on, even though I already have like fucking apologized and said I was wrong, is absolutely fucking insane, and shows once again that 90% of the fucking internet exclusively cares about L's and W's on the internet and not anything about like the fucking safety and lives of Ukrainian people.
In the judge.
Well, that's the first true thing he said.
It's funny how he's like, because he was so wrong. In the tweet he's referring to is he said, "This is the hill I will die on. Russia will not, invade the Ukraine." Because he was so wrong, now he's got to deflect and be like, "Stop pointing out that I was wrong. There's people dying. It's a war. Why don't you guys care about that? Stop pointing out that I was wrong." People can do both these things.
And not only that, I mean, he's really cared about the win-loss as much as everybody else is. I mean,
right.
You're the one that's making a big deal of changing your opinion, even though you're totally... Just take the L and move on, remember?
Right.
Bro, like America did this with fucking Iraq, but even America would not do this with Mexico, okay? Like Ukraine is still a developed nation. Ukraine is still a nation with like it ties to fucking European nations, okay? Ukraine is literally a neighboring nation of Russia. This is fucking completely insane. Like America rolls over developing nations on a daily basis and over fucking seas, and and it's disgusting, but there's a white supremacist attitude that a lot of people have towards that kind of conquest in the third world. This is like
what are we? I mean, this is complete garbage content because we have a bunch of military bases all over the world, but all of those military bases are there because they're ally nations. We are volunteering troops to help out the security of Germany and France. And
no, it's a daily basis. America is just rolling over countries on a daily basis.
Hold on.
This, Adam.
One of the Biden administration's big fucking L's. Afghanistan. What is he talking
Pulling
about?
out of Afghanistan.
Pulling out of Afghanistan, yeah. And guess who rolled over The population there wasn't America. It was the fucking Taliban, you idiot. You idiot.
Well, no, see, the reason that people are mad about the Ukraine situation and not like America going into Iraq is because of white supremacy.
We're out of Iraq. We got out of Iraq.
Yeah, but no, what he's saying is when we attacked Iraq, why didn't the world react to that the way the world's reacting to Putin attacking Ukraine?
They did. The French never endorsed the war on Iraq.
No. They didn't respond to. They didn't sanction America the way they sanction fucking Russia right now.
That's true. It's true.
Yes,
they
there's
did.
no comparison.
But the Americans went to the UN Security Council and made up a bunch of lies about Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction.
Well, also Saddam Hussein was a fucking horrible dictator.
Well, he gassed his own people and killed like tens of thousands of them in one attack.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Hassan's saying that the only reason that there's a difference in global response to those events is because of white supremacy. Because we view the Ukrainians as white,
but
not the
Iraqis. That's a fucking joke, okay? That's a joke. That is totally a joke. Yeah, they hate America.
I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Now, I want to play you a dramatic moment end of the UN Security.
Hasan is the biggest fucking dipshit on the internet. Look at him. He's just licking his fingers as he's watching some news report. This is, I honestly feel like this is Truman Show meets Idiocracy. That's what's going on here. That's why the viewer count is so high. Because it really is. It's like a window into Idiocracy. Don't you think? I mean,
you could be right. You could be right.
It's like we're allowed to watch a moron react to stimulus that normal people have intelligent thoughts about.
Security Council meeting that just wrapped. It was a Ukrainian ambassador addressing his Russian counterpart. Take a listen.
There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
Damn.
He's absolutely right. This is
okay, bro. You're talking to the American ambassador, dog. He's a war criminal too.
The assistant.
There you go. Listen, the American ambassador is a war criminal, just like Russia right now. It's the same. America's the same. I don't know why are people so mad about Russia invading the Ukraine? It's just like America. America does this every day.
Right. Yeah. Well, why is he carrying water for them though? I mean, can't Hasan call out America for the bad things that it does and Russia for the bad things that it does? Or is it like they cancel each other out?
It's because he hates America and operates with this emotion of hating America. Right. And he also has the emotions of being wrong about Russia invading. Right. And because emotionally he was so invested in the anti-American Russia's not going to invade side that he's lashing out. And now he's not thinking about any of this consciously. He's just reacting emotionally here. But he's reacting to this stew of negative emotions about the situation because of his public embarrassment about being not just wrong, but like so fucking wrong about the situation. And even worse, I think it's not just being wrong, because I mean, I was wrong. I didn't think Russia was going to invade the Ukraine. But his rationale and his reasoning for why, I think that's even the worst part about it too. And then him justifying Crimea on top of it.
I zoomed in on Hasan so you could see this totally demoralized look on his face.
He does. He's like a beaten man.
I can't believe I was wrong. I got to tell you though, Sitch is someone who was right. It feels really good.
I can't wait till you're so wrong about the sanctions and Russia's economy like implodes.
It feels really good.
And then I'm going to tweet. I'm going to tweet out my tweet again, but I'm going to just Photoshop your name and Twitter avatar onto it.
Let me at least, because listen, the stock market doesn't open. Well, holy shit! What time does? I mean, it's Monday over there, right? What time does the stock market
I don't think it's
open?
Monday yet, but it might be soon.
I better look at
look at some time zones.
We'll look at CNBC and we'll see what's going on.
The second
I might have to eat crow in this stream.
Adam's gonna be like on the computer, like, oh shit.
I know. Listen, I might have to go into hiding for a few days, guys. Okay, I'm not above I'm not above hiding from my
Just
wrong take.
Listen, just do the Hasan approach, okay? Say something even dumber afterwards that distracts attention away.
So the headline on CNBC is Putin orders Russian nuclear deterrence forces on high alert.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Though.
I know it's forever ago. Is Putin trying to tell? I feel like he might be saying this because he wants the Russian military to fight harder. Like, oh no, we've got intel that America might nuke us. Fight harder. Harder, fight.
Maybe. Though that would be kind of intuitive, right? Because you're like, oh, America's about to nuke us. Why would you want to keep doing what you're doing?
Oh, you might give in? Maybe
I don't know. I mean, that would just if I was a Russian soldier, you think that would demoralize you further, not less?
I don't know. He was KGB.
I think he
might know the thing.
He's got to do something.
So what markets are they? Is it EU market?
You think I know about the Russian markets?
Holy cow. The EU futures are up giantly.
There you go.
3-4%.
Interesting.
EU. Asia up. Oil up giant. Oh my goodness. Time to buy oil. I will say
I've been very impressed with Europe. I didn't think they would come out this hard sanction wise this quickly. I thought they were going to drag their feet a lot more, but they were very quick once the invasion started in earnest. They were very quick.
US markets up giant in pre-market. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know. Russia has its own stock market, but I guess CNBC took it to heart. They took it off their website. They were like, okay, fuck you, Russia. We're not even listing your market is gone. Oh, man. I mean, I do feel bad for the Russian people. They're living under this autocrat.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
This autocrat that Hasan loves, strangely enough. Why? Hasan, tell us, why do you love
Stop carrying water
Putin?
For Putin. Yeah.
Is there some kind of exchange? Did you get some of that $600 billion? Maybe.
Ukrainian military needs more than ever. The Ukrainian military is on its own. There are no NATO forces there to help them, to fight with them.
Bro, what is 6,000 NATO Andes going to do?
What a dick. What a fucking dick. Does he not understand I guess he just doesn't understand the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like if Putin could turn out to be the next Hitler. We don't know how this thing is going to go.
Right.
Putin could fucking nuke something.
Right. He could.
Can you imagine Hasan's take after Putin fires a nuke? It's not that bad, everybody. Jesus. It's just a little radioactive fallout.
No, what are you talking about? They're literally going to say, America nuked Japan.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We're guilty too. We did the same thing.
America nuked Japan twice. America's even worse.
Yeah. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, they're going to be all over that. Fucking dick. What a dick.
Oh my God.
So they need support. They need equipment. They need ammunition.
This is so bitch made.
And
what a dick. What a dick. Has he not seen Charlie Wilson's War? This is so bitch made.
Yeah, he doesn't understand how any of this works. What, does he want America to run in with troops on the ground and start World War III? What is he advocating for?
I've been glued to the news for the last 48 hours. I mean,
everyone has.
Yeah. I've been Ukraine scrolling like crazy. I woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday and was like just scrolling through the news. It's fucking crazy. This is a battle of good versus evil, and Hasan,
stop being bitch made.
Hasan is on the side of evil. What a fucking joke. Hasan. Does he even know the difference between autocracies and democracies? Does he know these people are living a fucking nightmare?
Liberal democracies are a trick by the proletariat by the bourgeoisie to trick the proletariat and non-white people into accepting their subjugation, but not realizing that they're subjugation through this fake democratic vote. Okay?
If Hasan wasn't such a coward and he just came on our show, we could explain it to him totally easily. Imagine, Hasan, here, I'll explain it. Imagine Donald Trump rigs the next 10 elections, okay? And you have Donald Trump, your fucking arch nemesis, as the president of your nation for the next 30 years, okay? Imagine that, Hasan. Now, how do you feel? How do you feel about fucking autocracy?
I'm assuming that's how he assumed things would turn out with the Trump administration.
Oh, what a moron.
Russians are already actively shelling like strategic positions inside of Ukraine. They have boots on the ground, and this guy's like, "Oh, we're gonna give him guns. We'll give him more guns, dude. They have guns, bro. They have guns. There is literally nothing."
Is he thinks they're talking about funding the Russians? What's he talking about here?
He's saying that it's just a waste to give the Ukrainians military supplies. That's what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, this doesn't mean anything. It's nothing. Just give them supplies. It's nothing."
What we're supposed to? He just made fun of sending 6,000 troops.
Yeah.
He said, "Don't send troops. Don't send anything." What is Hasan doing here?
Nothing you can do in this situation. Either you go to all-out war, which is impossible because Russia is a nuclear power, and that would mean nuclear holocaust, or you have to fucking suck it the fuck up and get to the table with them and come to an agreement. But then again, I don't even.
Listen, Russia's just sitting here with open arms, like, we want to come to an agreement, and it's just Russia, and it's just the United States and the Ukraine saying, "Nope, we don't want to talk. We're not going to agree to anything."
In that article you sent me, they talk about how Russia made a bunch of demands they knew nobody could meet because they had already planned on invading the country, basically.
Well, that's what's ridiculous. You know, that article I sent you talked about how not only did Russia Russia made a bunch of demands they knew were off the table.
Yeah.
And the demands were that the Ukraine be barred from ever entering NATO, that all NATO forces pull back to fucking West Germany. I forget what the third one was, but it was equally ridiculous. And they were saying that, real diplomacy happens behind closed doors. And that a good way to tell that the diplomatic ask is kind of a bullshit one is that if it's just broadcast publicly and it's a very extreme ask.
Yeah, it's not credible in any way, shape, or form. They're like, by the way, give us France. It's like, okay, fuck off.
I mean, and they were also talking about how, in June, Putin and Biden met and they had a big summit. And if this was a real concern, if they hadn't already decided to do this, they would have talked about this. If there was some, diplomatic ways around it. In December, after the U.S. already thought that Russia was building up troops to invade Ukraine, Biden and Putin had a phone call. And right before the invasion, I think it was like February 23rd or 24th, the Biden administration reached out to try to have a meeting with Putin. And he said, fuck off. He said no.
Right.
He said, he said talks now would be premature.
Yeah, let me invade this country first.
Right. Yeah. To literally show how bullshit Hasan's talking points, and Jimmy Dore brings up this whole thing about how Russia is so willing to negotiate. Okay. The day before Putin invades, Biden is like, okay, let's talk. And the Putin administration says, yeah, these talks would be premature. We haven't invaded yet. They're just premature.
Yeah. Let us invade, then get back to us.
Right. Which, of course, because they think once they invade, they'll have a much stronger bargaining chip, which is true. Just suck it up and talk to them. Okay, just talk to them. I mean, sure, that'd be nice. There's supposed to be talks today, I believe, between Zelensky and someone representing Putin.
Yeah, they talked about sending a delegation to the border.
Right. So I mean, I hope. I would be surprised. I'd be pleasantly surprised if the situation could be ended, but that would be nice. Well, I'm sure we'll find out what the asks were if they're crazy.
Yeah.
Even fucking know. Or you just keep pumping Ukraine full of guns. You keep pumping them full of guns, and then you give these like sanctions off to Russia with the hopes that it actually hurts them. You try to cut them off from their strategic partners, depending on whether or not, however that fucking Chinese relationship went with Xi Jinping before this entire thing unfolded, because that could mean, you know, they get at least some kind of material support from a superpower. I'm not being militarist. I don't want full-scale war. I don't want that at all. I've never wanted that, and I still don't want that. But this conflict does not get resolved without talking to Russia, without having Ukraine and Russia at the table and having a fucking conversation and trying to put together an agreement that is going to be incredibly favorable to Russia.
This, I mean, yesterday he was talking about how it was no big deal that Russia took half of Ukraine. But he's not in favor of war. He's not, he doesn't care. He's not pro-war. He's not pro-military. That's pretty pro-military, man.
But now he's saying, oh, just suck it up and make a deal favorable to Russia. It's like,
yeah,
this is the guy who's supposed to care about the oppressed.
Yeah.
You have an imperialist power has invaded its neighboring country, a sovereign country that wants to be independent, and suddenly the I care about the oppressed, some, you know, leftist is like, oh, we'll just make a deal that's very unfavorable to your independence and freedom.
But considering that we're not going to do that, because obviously we would never do that, don't be fucking...
Now, it's funny because going back to Crimea for a second, when it came to Iraq, all the Hasan types, they said, oh, they just want to invade for the oil. They just want to invade for the oil. They just want to invade for the oil. Okay. Then you have Crimea. Why does Putin invade Crimea? For the cold water or the warm water port?
Yep.
And
year-round
because
port.
there's all the fucking oil is there.
Year-round port, oil and natural gas, giant reserves. Not only that, I think what I read was like 14th largest reserves in the world.
It was the 14th largest reserves in the world. It said after Australia, I think was right above it.
Right.
So
that's like free money. It's a petrostate. All of its
Right.
infrastructure is designed. They're literally building a pipeline to Europe so that they can sell this shit.
Right.
It's like a money machine for them.
Well, but even worse than just like even the bigger issue would be it's not just them getting more oil, it's them preventing competition.
Right. Well,
That's
I mean,
the
they
bigger issue.
The way a democracy would do it, if Russia was a democracy and Ukraine was a democracy, they would have worked out some deal to develop it for them. They would have said, listen, Ukraine doesn't have any infrastructure to sell that natural gas. Let's make a deal. I mean, the same thing is kind of going on between Canada and U.S., right? On the what do they have up there? They have a bunch of natural gas and shale oil fields and shit like that.
Right. Yeah, no, that's exactly true.
Yeah.
That's exactly true. They would have made a deal.
Yes. They would have said, you don't have the infrastructure to develop it. Sell us the oil rights. We'll come in and develop it. You guys provide security. It's a win-win.
Right. There's also a difference because for as corrupt and bad as it is that you have, you know, senators and Nancy Pelosi's and House reps being able to invest in the stock market based on, you know, insider trading and whatever laws they're passing, which is fucking terrible.
Pelosi's buying oil right now.
Right. That's all like a drop in the bucket compared to what goes on in Russia.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I mean, that's the big difference is because, you know, like if it was, you know, an American democracy, like the actual politician, the president of America is not going to lose billions of dollars personally if they make a deal with, you know, Ukraine to build the pipeline.
Right. Yes.
Like Putin would and like the oligarchs would in Russia.
Yes.
So they have much more direct, since they have so much more direct investment in the resources.
Yeah. No. Their wealth is completely based on politics, which fucking, oh my God. Can you imagine living in that environment where everybody's wealth is based on their political outlook?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people here, a lot of politicians, their wealth is based on politics, but it's like,
but there's other different vocations.
Right. They can, even if you get money, even if you get rich off politics, you can divest your money into other markets, which I don't think you can really do that in Russia.
No, not at all.
Crazy. You know, that would mean taking a fucking L on the global scale, and that would be a significant problem for America's hegemonic power status. Then what you have to do is, or what America will probably end up doing, is just keep fucking funneling guns into Ukraine and let them fend for themselves, ultimately crippling Russia and also destroying Ukraine. Afghanistan 2.0, Afghanistan 2 Electric Boogaloo, but this time in Russia's doorstep.
Super genius Hasan.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, so let's move on to. That was our dessert.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move on to our.
Now Jimmy Dore is not this bad. He can't be this bad. Jimmy
you
Dore
say that
seems to have
About
a functional brain.
Well, here's the question. What's worse? To say the same thing Hasan said, but to kind of like try to back it up with incorrect information, or to just say what Hasan said and just be stupid?
Well, both parties are stupid. But at least one party is trying to use evidence.
I guess you could look at it that way. Investigator Ukra1ne for $20 says, "Hey guys, hope y'all are having a great weekend. Adam, I was wondering if you read my tweet thread on your Fukuyama Why the Ukraine Matters tweet. I pointed out the same thing about Putin weakening grip on power."
Mm-hmm.
Did you read that?
I think I read some of it. I'm not sure if
Okay.
I did. I don't remember it if I did.
Okay.
Which is terrible.
Resend it to him. I'll make sure he reads it. Tag me in it. Alphabet for 20 Aussies. Thank you. Alphabet says Hasan is against Western imperialism. Eastern imperialism, though, that's fine. Investigator Ukra1ne for another $20 says, "Sitch, I want to thank you for pointing out that countries aren't forced to join NATO. Instead, they choose to join NATO. I hear so many people say this line all the time. It's so stupid. Also, Hasan is having a cope spiral." That is true.
Yeah, we
That's
saw
very
it.
True.
He had the look of cope spiral all over his face.
Yes.
Laughable.
Hippo-sized cat, the most dangerous of all predators, for $20 says, "I argue that increasing immigration legal and vetted would be a good way to combat the seemingly homegrown socialist/communist problem. Legal immigrants seem to buy into American values enthusiastically. Go Ukraine." There you go.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go. I mean,
definitely agree.
listen, it's really funny. There will be no one that will be more against socialism than a bunch of Ukrainian immigrants running away from Russia.
Oh yeah,
That's a
true.
very good point. That's a good point.
You see all the pictures people are posting of hot Ukrainian women saying,
Yeah, there you go.
"Refugees
Isn't it-
welcome."
You really hitting our evolution monkey brain there.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like perfect.
I mean, they're doing that over there. Poland's like, no men. We only want the women.
We only want the
Send the women over.
I know. God, disposable men.
It's sad, but true.
I know it's sad but true. Investigator Ukra1ne for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, "Did you guys watch the Caspian report? They are pretty good at geopolitical analysis. Also, Ukraine just agreed to hold talks with Russia. I hope this is just a stalling tactic to relocate the government and not a surrender." Well, I'm assuming. I mean, I'm hoping that it'll be a peaceful treaty at the end of the war, but I would be surprised if that was the case.
If Russia asks the Ukrainian president to step down, I don't think he's going to step down.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not. But no, I haven't seen the Caspian report. But I'll check it out.
I would worry because the Russians have assassinated a bunch of people with like palladium and shit. You'd be
worried that they're going to try to kill the guy.
Yes,
he meets with them.
assassinate
Yeah, no.
him. He's going to go home from that meeting feeling under the weather, and in 3 days he's going to be dead.
I mean, I would be worried about that too. I'd also be worried that they'll try to capture him, or there'll be some big once during the meeting, Russia will launch their giant invasion or something.
Right.
It could definitely go south in a lot of ways. Yeah.
It's pretty clear what Russia wants. This is one of the things that's so offensive about the Hasans of the world.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally trying to assassinate this country's president. That's fucking crazy. And he's carrying water for this. He's saying all that.
Listen,
it's not a big deal.
It's a favor. Listen, when Russia takes over Ukraine, and part of their favorable deal is that they get to put the president in jail for the rest of his life or kill him and his family. That's just, it's just a favorable deal to Russia.
Yeah.
Just got to suck it up. You know, U.S. Why do you care so much about your hegemonic power?
Why you have to hate? I mean, America's really not even involved in this shit, but his hatred for America is completely tainting him on the entire situation.
Well, this whole situation, or this like recent situation, which stems from the 2014. I mean, this is more about the Ukraine wanted to start creating more favorable ties with Europe than America.
Yeah, of course. But they're neighbors, and they want a dynamic economy. They see Germany, you know, is the big kid on the block. They want to be the big kid on the block.
Right. Solus48 for $20. Thank you so much, Solus. Says the U.S. Navy was on alert before Pearl Harbor and was expecting a Japanese attack in the Pacific. That is why they moved the 1st Pacific Squadron to Pearl, but they expected the attack to come in the Philippines. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You didn't know
Joey
that? They had some intel.
Well, no, I knew that, and I even know that there's been a lot of speculation that they specifically, some people claim
sat on the intelligence. Yeah.
That they think they knew they were specifically going to attack Pearl Harbor, and they knew it was going to be bad, and they let them do it, and they let them be as bad as it was to sort of galvanize the war. I know that's a position. Yes.
Yeah.
Joey Not Nice for $20 says, I just left CPAC. You know, who should be really mad about this situation? CPAC. Any news and energy about CPAC has been completely ignored because of this. Like, I almost forgot until yesterday that CPAC was even going on. I was like, oh shit, that's right.
I've been refreshing the top stories just so if anything fresh comes out, we'll have it. And something popped up here from the New York Post. I don't know if you saw this, but Trump easily tops CPAC's 2024 presidential election straw poll. What?
So that's what the super chat was about.
Money, 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 money.
It says, I just left CPAC. Trump is running in 2024. He basically said it. Also, they did a poll of who he would vote for in the primaries. 59% voted for Trump and 28% for DeSantis. I voted for Nikki Haley.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
How dare you vote for Nikki Haley?
We shall see.
Come on, I got money on this. You couldn't throw one Trump's way.
Batman's Pet Goldfish for $20 says, it isn't a contest about what is worse, the Holocaust or invading sovereign nations. They're both reasons why the mustache man is bad. Feeling threatened by NATO isn't a good reason to fight an offensive war. Real life isn't HOI 4. There you go. Hearts of Iron 4.
Real life isn't a video game.
Real life is not a video game. Solus48 for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, MAD has fallen out of favor. And in its place, nuclear utilization target selection, NUTS, has taken its place. It prioritizes counter value strikes and limited resource to a nuclear attack in an attempt to prevent MAD. Oh, interesting. Well, there you go.
What is MAD?
MAD, the mutually assured destruction.
Oh, yeah, doctrine.
With the nukes, yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow Knight for $20 says, quote, stop comparing Hitler's annexation and Putin's annexation. They're not the same at all. Hitler was an imperialist and also not a real socialist. Putin just isn't. Suck my dick. I've explained it too many times to do it again. Also, banned.
Yeah.
Hasan, probably. There you go.
Hasan, yeah. Very probably.
And I know this isn't a $20 one, but I feel like compelled to read it out for some reason. Adam Friended quotes for $1.
Oh, no.
Says, quote, I have mental retardation. Adam Friended, February 27th, 2022.
It's true. I can't read.
There you go. So anyway, that's
a form of mental disability, right?
There you go. Let's get into some Jimmy cracked door, and I do care.
Great, and I just want to start off with this. I saw this on the Twitters. It says this is a guy named
Malinowski.
Tom Malinowski. Yeah. He's a diplomat, father. So it's more important to him to be a diplomat than a father, which I think is effed up. That's really where he gets his sense of self from his job, like a real man. Anyway, diplomat.
All right, we have to pull up Jimmy Dore's bio right now.
Does he have children?
I don't know that he does, but I doubt he has loving husband in his bio.
Isn't he's married? I thought he's married to that woman on the show.
He is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, This is a comedy portion of the show.
That's fine. Yeah.
It is funny. I mean, it is
funny.
kind of funny what he's saying.
Matt Father, former Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights and Labor. He's a congressman, and he represents New Jersey's 7th District, which is where Kurt is right now at Uncle Vinny's. So he'll be at Uncle Vinny's all weekend. Anyway, so Tom Malinowski's tweeted this out. He said, I'm just returning from the Munich Security Conference where national security leaders from the U.S. and Europe gathered to confront the Ukraine crisis. Some good news. I've honestly never seen more unity among our allies or two parties in Congress on any global issue. Okay, that's actually bad news. That turns out it's bad. When the Democrats and as George Carlin pointed out many years ago, when the Democrats and Republicans agree on something, that means there's an extra good screwing coming your way. And so
that's so sad.
It is sad. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand in-group, out-group at all. Obviously, people are going to unite against this. Now there's this external threat to deal with.
Right? Yeah. A nuclear power.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all got to work together. This is the working together. But he conceptualizes this as working together to screw the American people. This is one of the things that bugs me so much about people on the left that, virtue signal for democracy all the time, but have no idea how democracy works. Like they're completely illiterate to the mechanisms, the technical mechanisms that make democracy function.
It is, it is strange that like a lot of the leftist types who they have no faith in politicians who are elected by people, and yet for some reason they think the solution to everything is to have, people voting at their job.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah.
And like I don't. It's very strange. I'm not sure how that all melds together under their worldview.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it does. This is why direct democracy doesn't necessarily work, because you are in some sense.
Well, people don't know about like 90% of the fucking issues.
They don't know how to achieve the goals that they desire, but the politician definitely knows the goal that their whole job is to figure out how to achieve the desires of their voters. Yes.
Well, and I think this is we always say voting is really getting a sense of how people feel about the country. Mm-hmm. And that's true because the average person is very good at sensing when something is wrong, but they're not necessarily know how to fix it.
Right.
Now, obviously, I think our system right now is probably in a bad place in terms of corruption, and our politicians not intentionally not functioning properly and fixing problems. But
gerrymandering is a giant problem there.
Gerrymandering's part of it,
That separates, and as human beings, who really wants to do their job, right? They want to find ways around doing their job.
Sure.
Gerrymandering is how politicians find a way around doing their job.
Now, I could be wrong. This could be complete fake news, but it seemed like in the, before 2000-ish time that politicians in the House and Senate did a lot more. They passed a lot more legislation. They worked together more. It seemed like, sort of after Bill Clinton got impeached and all this stuff, there's just been this continual falling apart of any sort of unity whatsoever.
Do you think it's gerrymandering?
It could be. Or I think gerrymandering is part of it. I think part of it is the collapse of, it's not a coincidence. I'm talking about this starts to change in the 90s. It's the collapse of the USSR. So we kind of lose our unifying external enemy.
Right. That's true.
So,
the reason why AOC can be completely insane is because she's in a completely gerrymandered district. There's anything she says, no matter how crazy it is, there's no chance of her losing.
Right.
They basically gerrymander these districts full of NPCs who are just, they're programmed to vote one party or another.
Right.
And now with all these tools that Facebook and Google dig up, they know they have a list of all the people who are potentially persuadable, and all the people who are not persuadable are just they're not even interested in.
Right.
Yeah.
So I should have said this before we started. The video is called "The Truth About the Ukraine Russia, Not What You Think." This was, I think he said this the day before the invasion. Okay, so this
really?
This is the day before the invasion take.
Okay, good. So Jimmy Dore comes out of the gate here. He's like, "You're gonna get screwed over in this."
Right.
This is not good. I just want to remind people what started all this stuff that's happening in right now, the most recent history. There's longer history, but this is so when Germany got back together, reunified, part of the promises was that we wouldn't expand NATO. Right? We're not going to do it. We've been expanding NATO nonstop, and now we want to do it to Ukraine, which is
so.
We want to do it. Yeah.
There's a lot to say about this. First of all, again, he's ignoring like the whole expanding of NATO. Countries ask to be part of NATO.
Yes.
And why it's so strange that suddenly leftists think that sovereign countries can't make sovereign decisions about, who they want to join, what organizations they want to join. Why do they act like Russia has a moral authority to dictate what other countries do?
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy would call America an imperialist piece of shit for doing the exact same thing, right?
Right. Like if I forget, there's like some Russian equivalent to NATO. I forget what it's called. But if a bunch of these Eastern European countries were joining that instead, and America was getting his panties in a twist, Jimmy Dore would be like, "Oh, America imperialists! Why do they think they can tell these countries what to do?"
Yeah.
I know, and then the second thing, which Putin said this, it's about the promise to America's promise to not expand NATO. So apparently, like all things in history, this is kind of a complicated question about whether America actually ever agreed to not expand NATO.
Oh, really?
And yes, because it's actually very interesting. I lost the quote, but Boris Yeltsin actually talks about this, or has been asked about this, in terms of, did America promise to not expand NATO at the when they're talking about the Berlin Wall collapsing? And what he said was that wasn't talked about, because when the Berlin Wall was collapsing, the USSR didn't think that the entire USSR was going to collapse necessarily at that point. So why would they weren't even talking about NATO expanding. What they were talking about was NATO expanding in Germany. They weren't going to have NATO expand through Germany. And that line about like, "Oh, we will not go 1 inch east," they're talking about in Germany. They're not talking about, once the USSR falls and becomes Russia, and then NATO, and then all these former Soviet satellite countries want to join NATO. That was not what anyone was talking about during these conversations.
Yeah. I was distracted. Sargon showed up in the chat and he says, "Ukraine has always been, and will always be a puppet state of someone," which is something
I don't agree with that.
I have it on my list to talk about. We haven't really talked about it. That's a question that I have, because there are a bunch of people banding that around on Twitter, on both the left and the right.
Well, it's interesting because first of all, there's two things about that. First of all, I don't believe that that's true.
I have Kim Iverson here making the same declaration.
And then, but the second thing I was going to say is, would people say a country is a puppet to America, and people say a country is a puppet to Russia? Those imply very different things.
Hugely different things.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you say like, "Oh, a country's a puppet to America." It's like, okay, you have a country that, America, when it comes to UN votes or it comes to trading deals or whatever, they're partial to America, right? It's a little bit different than being like, well, there's a puppet of Russia, which means Russia are basically going to steal all their resources and give it to their oligarchs. I mean, when the Ukrainian president, I don't know if you remember this, in 2014, when the Ukrainian president ran away, when Yanukovych ran away and fled the country, do you remember what happened? The protesters stormed his house. Do you remember this?
I don't know. Tell us.
In 2014, when the pro-Russian Ukrainian president Yanukovych fled the country. Protesters stormed his house, and they found out he was living in this giant palatial estate that had an 18-hole golf course. It had a private zoo.
Mm-hmm.
It had like a massive underground like shooting range. And he had so much gaudy, he had like $100,000 chandeliers in his house. He had so much gaudy shit that a meme, if you remember, there's like a meme of a golden toilet that got passed around and people thought it was in his house. So it turned out not to be.
Remember what I was saying?
Saying this guy was so corrupt and he was obviously getting paid off so much by Russia. And then to compare that. Right. And then to compare that to like, oh, being a puppet state of the US is going to have that kind of effect is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a tough one because
it's not. It feels like
some of these states that are puppets of the United States, we give financial aid to, right?
Right.
And that money never makes it to the populace. It just is used by the oligarch or the autocrat to pay off the 8 people that are keeping them in power.
But there's a difference between like, okay, so America is friendly with Saudi Arabia, right? Mm-hmm. The difference between America being friendly with a country that already has an oppressive or authoritarian government. Mm-hmm. And so America, paying off that government is going to just go into their pockets. That's very different than America being friendly with a country that's a democracy, or at least fucking trying to be a democracy.
Right. It's all dependent upon whether or not it's moving in that direction.
Right.
Yeah.
And it seems, I haven't seen any evidence of this. And this whole thing about like, oh, Ukraine's going to be puppet of someone. This sounds like a very bad whataboutism trying to morally, justify Russia's
not
actions.
Doing anything or
to justify not doing anything.
Right.
Which seems crazy because it also seems crazy to think that America being friendly with a country or Europe really being friendly with Ukraine financially is comparable to a foreign power literally physically invading the country, physically removing or killing the person in charge.
Yeah, we're not going to
supplanting it. That's what Russia wants to do.
Yeah.
And supplanting it with some person that will be their stooge. And to compare those two things is so outside the realms of fair in my mind.
Yeah, there are people that will say, well, our CIA is knocking off presidents. Like our CIA would do it differently, but
when's the last time our CIA knocked off a president?
Well, I have no idea. Yeah.
I am very sussy skeptical of the rampant whataboutism.
Let me read this Kim Iverson
U.S.
tweet.
Whataboutism. Okay.
So Kim Iverson says, and she's on, what is it, The Hill? She's taken over for Kyle Kalinski's new sugar mama. What's her name?
Crystal Ball.
Crystal Ball, yeah. So Crystal Ball and Auger have moved on, and Kim Iverson is now on The Hill, Rising, I think it is. So she says, I definitely do not agree with this. If the United States were invaded, I would absolutely fight for it personally. But Ukraine is different. It's run by corrupt oligarchs. It's a coin toss for many live under a corrupt Western or Russian influenced government. Now, for me, I feel like if you're gonna start the path towards democracy, which I've already said earlier,
right?
It's a long, arduous path from a corrupt autocrat state to a democracy where rank and file people have political power, and with political power comes economic power, and with economic power comes a dynamic economy, a technologically advanced modern Western economy. You don't get there in autocracies. Autocracies are generally rich and poor, abject poverty and
right.
opulence, which the old leader of Ukraine is a perfect example of, right? So this new leader takes over and they're moving, the needle moves slowly. A lot of people want it to happen overnight. It doesn't. My question is, are we on that path? And if we are on that path, it comes from the book, The Narrow Corridor to Liberty. If we are on that narrow corridor to liberty, we don't want to get knocked out of the narrow corridor. But Kim Iverson here, and I guess Sargon as well, is saying, no, it it doesn't matter if who the puppet state is, because it's going to be an autocracy either way.
Well, my problem with the Kim Iverson tweet and those kinds of sentiments too is that I don't believe, I'll agree, and I'll admit to this too. I don't know the intimate workings of the Ukrainian government and how corrupt it is.
Yes.
But I don't believe that she does either. I don't believe anyone making this claim that, oh, Ukraine is just as corrupt under trying to be, friendly with Europe and friendly with America than it was under being friendly with Russia.
Right.
I don't believe anyone actually has some long history of diving deep into that information and has some like, oh, no, actually, let me explain to you exactly. I have all this information about why it's just as corrupt or worse.
I mean, it's kind of obvious what would happen with the Taliban after we got out of Afghanistan.
Right.
I don't necessarily know if it's the Taliban in Ukraine.
And as I said, look at it just on its face. Okay, at least narratively, Zelensky's already won this in terms of the corruption fight, because you have, the corrupt pro-Russian President Yanukovych flees because of protesters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as a lot of protesters, but he flees the country and runs away to Russia. And Zelensky, if you're going to say he's just as corrupt, and yet he's willing to risk his life and his family life to stay behind and to lead his country while Russia is knocking the door that wants to kill him.
So far, that's the only piece of evidence I think we have that illustrates one way or the other. So So I went back and I reread the Dictator's Handbook, the situation on what we're talking about here, the autocracy versus the democracy. And there is very much, democracies serve the voters back home. They don't serve the interests of the people in the other nations. So I'm not Pollyanna about this. We definitely will install leaders in other nations that will help us get policy that we want in those other nations, sell us resources inexpensively or whatever.
Right.
So, but my question here is, that doesn't mean that the interests of the puppet government can't align with whatever U.S. interests are, which would be a win-win situation. So obviously, the Russians don't have that situation. The Russians' interests aren't going to align with the Ukrainian interests.
I don't even know why the fuck we have to defend this. We literally this happened in history again and again. Germany is the perfect example
of
this. Okay, Germany gets split in half during the war. One half of it becomes a puppet of the USSR and Russia, and the other half becomes a puppet of the US and the West. And we all know what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
The Russian one became a shithole, and the Western one became awesome.
Yeah, and they also erected an Iron Curtain, not only around East Germany, which didn't get reunited until the fucking 80s. They built a wall around East Berlin, the fucking city.
Yeah, so I don't. Why do we have to go into this fictional whataboutism? We've
of
literally
one
seen
puppet
this
versus
play
the
out.
other. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was part of the reason the U.S. nuked Japan. Was to prevent Russia from invading Japan and taking half of the fucking country.
Yeah.
And Japan being after the war, Japan was basically neutered and became, everyone's bitch, or the Western's bitch and US's bitch. And look what happened.
Well, I think if you do the thought experiment.
Now they make anime and we all love them.
Oh, Japan? Of course. Yeah. Well, I think, okay, if you want to play this game on what are the interests of the U.S., just okay, let's say Sargon's right, let's say Kim Iverson's right. It's just this Ukrainian president is just going to do whatever we say, whatever the U.S. says, whatever we want, they're going to sign off on. Then you have to ask yourself, well, what are the U.S. interests? And I feel like our interests are really stability. Which isn't that the Ukrainians' interest?
Right.
Aren't both interests aligned?
The U.S. interest would be, and this is why Hasan's take was so dumb. The U.S.'s interest for the Ukraine, if they were a quote-unquote puppet state, would be stability and to be as strong as possible.
Yes.
To counteract Russia.
Right.
So I don't so saying that it's the same thing is preposterous.
So let's do it the other way. Okay, so the coin toss goes the other way, and they're going to be a corrupt puppet of Russia. What is Russians' interest?
Russia wants to suck all of that oil up.
They want to sell all of their natural resources on the open market and make sure none of that money gets to the population of Ukraine.
Right.
How are those the same thing?
I mean, considering the last 300 years of Russia's rule over Ukraine has been to systematically destroy their culture and to make them as Russian as possible, I don't know. It just seems a little different to me. I'm just saying.
I don't get it. I mean, if you want to make if you want to make an argument that, I mean, what do you think the U.S. interests are that are more nefarious than?
Well, anyway, let's continue. I don't want to get
Putin
held up on this one thing, but
what do you mean? This is interesting. Do you have any in any of your reading? Did you have any any idea what the U.S. interest could be beyond stability, so that we can?
No, stability and Ukraine. It was literally stability and Ukraine being as strong as possible to counteract Russia, and I mean, if possible, to be able to compete with them in their oil markets.
Okay.
Used to be part of Russia's doorstep, and NATO broke the promise. So we've been expanding. So that's the big problem here. There's other.
And people keep saying, he just said it, a million years ago. They keep saying that like the Ukraine was about to join NATO. Where does that come from? I think nothing that indicates that Ukraine was just about to join NATO right now. And that's why this happened. Did you see? I mean, I don't know what they're referring to.
I don't either.
Problems. And here, I just wanted, this was a pretty good explainer. It's on fast speed, so really got to listen. Here we go.
So on Monday, Russia's...
Why is Jimmy Dore doing fast speed? What a fucking cocksucker. First of all, like Jimmy Dore, like, I'm done with you, Jimmy Dore. I'm done fucking...
We're only 2 minutes in. You can't be done with him.
Well, no, I'm just going to say Jimmy Dore went from... I at the beginning of this video said that Jimmy Dore was intelligent. I'm taking that back. Okay.
Well,
he
hasn't said you're too. No, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. He hasn't said anything yet. Okay.
No, but he's fucking up our video because everyone listens back. Everyone listens back at 2x speed. The thing that he's playing is going to be completely.
Well, we don't have to watch his.
Legible.
We can skip his explainer video. It's not really necessary to watch.
Okay, well, let's skip past it then.
Okay.
And guess what, Jimmy Dore? Suck my dick, you fucking idiot.
Adam, if you guys don't know this, Adam is very upset about streamers who play fast sped up videos.
Yeah, because their content is unlistenable.
Right, because generally people listen to streams sped up already, so then it doubles. Yeah, I understand.
So it doubles it. It makes it like 8 times. It's like exponential increase.
And there's what's called a line of control, with the separatists on one side and the Ukrainian forces on the other.
See, I can barely understand that at 2x. You're not going to be able to that's going to be gibberish in our video. So fuck off, Jimmy.
This is where the Ukraine force.
Okay, hold on.
He's fired.
So they've been fighting across here. So this is where the separatists are, and this is where the Ukraine forces are. And they've been fighting since 2014, right, Max? Would you say since 2014? Since there's a thing called the Minsk Accords, and they've never been following them. But would you say that's how long they've been fighting, or have they been fighting longer, Max?
So he doesn't know anything.
That's why he has Max Blumenthal on to promote the propaganda for him.
2014. Yeah. So 2014 is when Russia grabbed Crimea, and all this started happening.
Fighting really started around 2015, but 2014 was the pivot point when ultra-nationalist forces were invested with a lot of power as sort of the military muscle, as militias of this new government in Kiev that came into power through what effectively was a coup masquerading as a color revolution known as the Maidan Revolution of Dignity. And officially it brought into power a completely U.S.-backed government that replaced the leader, Yanukovych, who had been, he's called pro-Russian, but he was basically balancing Ukraine with its oldest and closest trading partner and political partner in Russia.
You're laughing
and the
your
U.S.
ass
obviously
off.
wanted it.
It's so... It's so dishonest because and we'll talk about the 2014 situation. I think Jimmy brings up something, and then I want to talk about it there. like it's not a clear black and white situation, but it's so Max is so he hates America so much that he gives the most negative version of events that you could see for America's position, and he gives the most positive version of events for Russia. Because, and I'll skip ahead. Basically, what started this was that Europe and Ukraine, of their own accord, decided to make financial agreements together. And Russia was so mad about Russia didn't want Ukraine to make any financial agreements with Europe. So they said, well, okay, we're going to stop sending you all oil and all supplies. We're going to just not trade with you whatsoever. Fuck you. Like, who's leaning on who here in this situation? Who's invading another country's sovereignty and saying, you can't trade with who you want to trade. You have to trade with us. You have to trade. You can't make any financial deals with Europe, because then we'll just not trade with you whatsoever. We'll cut off all oil to you completely.
Okay. That Russia's obviously the bad guys here.
Right. So that's what
America's not doing that.
Like, this is just, but it's so crazy that they completely whitewash everything Russia does that is bad and that is imperialist or is oppressive towards the Ukraine. And you say, no, America installed this fake puppet government. It's all America.
Who would Americans, if Americans need the natural gas or the oil for gasoline to bring gasoline prices down, who would they rather buy the gas from? The Ukrainian people or Russia stealing the oil from the Ukrainian people and selling it to us?
Right.
Who would the American people rather buy it from?
Right.
If you're going to say, oh, they don't give a fuck, like they'd buy it from either one. They don't care. I say, fuck you. That's not true. That's not true. Americans do care.
They do.
They wouldn't be all over fucking social media watching this shit take place. I mean, there are some Americans that would care because they hate America, and they want to believe that America's a terrible place. So those people would care, but for the wrong reasons.
A lot of people wanted him out, thought they would have a less corrupt government. A lot of liberal people participated in Maidan. And what they got was a combination of the most corrupt government in Europe, the 9th most corrupt country in the world right now.
Ukraine?
With the IMF just dumping money in. Ukraine. IMF just dumping money in at Joe Biden's command. I mean, in Biden's first speech in Kiev in February 2015, he said, I told the IMF to give them a loan. And the money went straight out to Swiss bank accounts and everywhere offshore. They put a billionaire in power in Kiev, and hit the street muscle were literal neo-Nazis like the Azov battalion, the most ideologically and...
So we're talking about 2014 here, right? This is when they annexed Crimea and put a Russian puppet involved.
Well, no, he's saying U.S. put a U.S. puppet in the Ukraine in 2014.
In 2014?
Yeah.
Then why did he run away to Moscow?
No. They're saying Zelensky is the U.S. puppet that U.S. has installed in the Ukraine.
In 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on a second. Is Zelensky the guy that ran off to Moscow?
No.
Okay.
That was Yanukovych.
Yanukovych. When did Yanukovych come into play?
2014 is when he ran away to Moscow.
Okay. So the guy that came, so 2014, Yanukovych runs off to Moscow. So the Russian puppet runs away and we install somebody else. That's his
worldview, is that we installed, whoever replaced Yanukovych.
It wasn't the comedian.
So I guess no, Zelensky was only president in 2019. So we'll get into it because they're referring to this specific thing.
When's the chart coming up? I'm getting confused already.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see when the chart comes up because I don't think it's time for the chart.
Sitch made an excellent chart for us.
I made an MS Paint chart to explain the 2014 thing
so for those
because
of us
it's very confusing.
For those of us who can't read very good.
Right.
He's got an explainer coming in.
Militarily motivated battalion incorporated into the National Guard, and they went east.
I really do think if you've laid out some basics, though, it would help us discern which of this is nonsense and which isn't. So
okay, I can do the chart now if you want.
Yeah, lay out the basics here. What are we looking at? What happened? We want the timeline.
A little bit more. I'll give you. Okay.
We want the timeline, and then we want to affect how close they get to that timeline.
Okay.
Should I
share this?
Should I bring up your thing?
Yeah, let me share.
People were giving me a hard time because I left the tweet up, but I
Get
was
rid of
doing
that
that.
tweet.
I did it stylistically.
Yeah,
that's part of the show.
Sure he did. He wanted to leave it up for the whole show, and I was like, he's a sneaky one. Okay. My screen is being shared. You can all see like the million tabs I have open.
I took them out so we could see the thing.
Anyway, is it up?
It is. Look at this.
Okay. So this recent stuff starts 2012. Okay. Viktor Yanukovych, he's the current president of Ukraine 2012. He makes a deal with the EU to become like a EU affiliated country, which basically, they get favorable trade and other things. Like they're not joining the EU, but EU's doing good stuff. They're going to do stuff together, basically. That's what they're saying. Okay. For a year. Oh, but the EU says, they say, listen, Yanukovych, if you want to join our, United Federation of Planets, you got to clean up your act. You got some corruption going on in your country. We're going to give you a couple years to clean up your act. So they say, okay, we're going to go clean up your act. And at first, to be fair to Yanukovych, he was in favor of this EU deal. But then next year, 2013 rolls around, Putin comes in and they block all trade with the Ukraine.
Look at that. He says,
all
fuck
trade
off.
With the Ukraine. Yeah. They just say, fuck you. It's in, it was in like November of 2013, I think, or October of 2013. They're just like, we're going to block all trade with you until you break off your deal with the EU.
Right.
Okay. So then what happens is Yanukovych goes to the EU and he's like, well, to offset the fact that Russia is blocking us from trade, can you loan us all this money? Can you loan us billions of dollars? And the EU is like, no, thank you. And then Russia says, hey,
nice country you got that.
Yeah. Now that we've burned your shop down, okay, we're willing to give you a premium. We'll give you a bunch of money and we'll give you cheap gas. And you don't have to change your country at all. We don't care if you're corrupt. You don't have to change any, you don't have to get rid of any corruption in your country whatsoever. So after Putin has weighed on the Ukraine and basically forced them into this financial position, Yanukovych capitulates and says, okay, we're not going to deal with the EU anymore. We're going to go back to being, stooges of Russia. This causes the Euromaidan protest. Massive protest, especially in the capital city of Kiev, erupts. When I say massive, I mean like 50 to 200,000 people protest. These are gigantic protests. And they're all super pissed that Ukraine is not going towards the EU and now they're going back to Russia in terms of being their stooge. Okay. And as you know, with these situations, these protests, they get more violent. You got, 50, 200,000 people living in the streets. Things become very chaotic and crazy. And these protests go on for months. This starts in November and it goes through till February of the next year.
Wow.
So violence is starting to break out. Things are starting to get crazy. And this is where the conspiracy theory comes in. And I think you'll see Jimmy talks about this. So when I looked into this claim that the US had installed the puppet dictatorship or a puppet presidency in 2014, the primary source of information for this, the number one piece of information, they say this proves the US is behind the 2014 coup, is a phone call that Russia leaked. Okay.
Russia did?
Yes. That Russia leaked a phone call between the Assistant Secretary of State and the U.S. ambassador to the Ukraine. Okay. So this is why this is why this chart was made, to explain this. Okay. But wait, let me move this to the top. So all the protests getting crazy. Yanukovych, in order to try to quell the protesters in January, he reaches out to two politicians who are on the protester side, who the protesters kind of see as being like
okay,
the heads of the movement.
Okay.
Right. And these people are currently in the parliament of the Ukraine.
Right.
And we have this guy, Arseny Yatsenyuk,
Mm-hmm.
or Yates,
Prime
and
Minister?
Vitaly Klitschko.
And Deputy Prime Minister. Okay.
Right. And Yanukovych, he offers to these guys, he says, listen, Yats, why don't you be the prime minister? I'll appoint you prime minister, and I'll appoint Klitschko the deputy prime minister. And then, you know, we together can work something out.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll give you guys representation in Congress.
Right.
So
the secret phone call, the one that proves the U.S. was behind this coup, is directly after Yanukovych announces that he's going to do this publicly.
Right.
Is the Secretary of State saying she wants this guy, Yats, to accept the fucking position that he's just been offered by Yanukovych.
Okay.
That's a conspiracy, Adam.
I mean, that's not really installing your guy, though.
I know.
Installing your guy, the
totally
phone call.
bullshit.
Installing your guy would be more like a phone call where the secretary says, we don't like that guy. He's sympathetic to the protesters. We have this other guy that we would like you to install. Make that guy the prime minister, right?
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. Because in the phone call, what the assistant secretary of state says is, she says she wants Yats to accept the position and become the prime minister. And she wants Klitschko to not accept the position.
Okay. Because they don't like that guy?
They don't like this guy.
Okay. But we don't know any of their motivation behind any of this stuff?
No.
Okay.
So to get this, so this is the 2014 conspiracy.
Does it play out that way or does it not?
Well, no, I am not. I'll tell you how it plays out in a second, because that's even funnier. Okay. So the America created the 2014 conspiracy's number one big piece of evidence is that the assistant secretary of state, yes,
she likes this guy. She doesn't like this guy.
She wants the guy that the pro-Russian president wants to be prime minister. She agrees with the pro-Russian president and wants him to be prime minister.
But he's also the protesters guy too. That's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how dumb this conspiracy is. Okay. So, and then, as you said, so what happens? What happens?
Yeah, what happens?
He turns it down. He says, no, fuck you, Yanukovych. I'm not going to be your prime minister.
That's hilarious. That's not. How's that the conspiracy? So the secretary doesn't even get what she hypothetically wants.
No, the assistant secretary of the United States, who wanted the same fucking thing that the pro-Russian president of the Ukraine wanted,
and the protesters,
didn't get it.
Yeah. Okay.
They didn't get it because he said, no, I'm not going to be your prime minister.
So okay.
So. You're probably asking, wait a minute, how is this work?
What happens?
Okay. So
I am asking that.
Right. So you're saying, okay, Sitch, how is this information warped into a conspiracy theory somehow that the U.S. was behind the 2014 coup? Well, I'll tell you how. Because, and this is why you always got to look at the context, because there's a transcript of this call and there's audio of this call. You can listen to this on YouTube. And all it is this lady talking to this guy and saying she likes this guy to be prime minister and she doesn't want this guy to be deputy prime minister. That's the only context you get from the phone call.
Oh, so you don't have the context.
Yeah. So if you don't understand that they're literally reacting to Yanukovych offering them these positions, you're saying, "Oh my God, the U.S. is installing who they want to be the
that's
prime minister,
bullshit.
deputy prime minister."
Yeah, the context is like he's also a pro uprising individual. He's like their guy.
Well, no, because they're saying no. That fits with the narrative because they're claiming that the protests were, created by
AstroTurf.
The US.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
The U.S. somehow created 200,000 people protesting for 3 months at a time.
Okay. Gotcha.
So, right. And then this conspiracy
how
is
does
further.
The US do that again?
Right. The conspiracy is further confused by the timing too, especially as we get further away from the event. because once Yanukovych flees the country,
Mm-hmm.
and he is quote unquote impeached, which we'll talk about at some point later too, which is a whole nother issue. This guy does end up becoming the prime minister.
Right. Okay.
So they say, oh, see, well, you know, the phone. So that people think that the phone call is relating to him becoming prime minister after Yanukovych has actually
the
fled.
country. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
When it wasn't. The phone call was directly in response to Yanukovych offering him the position.
Right. Okay. And they've obviously stripped the context out of the phone call to make this conspiracy
there's no
work.
context. There's no context in the phone call because they're talking about what's happening at the moment. Why they don't need to explain to each other the situation.
One question: who stripped the context out of the phone call? Was it Russia? Because Russia originally leaked the phone call.
Well, again, so it could be possible that Russia didn't play the full phone call, or it's possible that that was the full phone call. Because if you and I, Adam, are talking about something that's currently happening, we don't have to. I don't have to explain to you. Like when we're talking about the Ukraine-Russia situation on the phone the other day, I didn't explain to you the history of the Ukraine-Russia situation.
We avoided all that.
Right, exactly. So obviously, just a normal conversation is not going to have the context that it's happening currently.
You're right. You're totally right.
So anyway,
is that so? We need a little more. That's all. We ran out of stuff here.
Well, okay, that's all. That's all you have to know for the U.S. backed the 2014 coup bullshit.
Right.
Attempt.
So this guy is the one that becomes president, and then where does the current president come in?
Zelensky comes in later. He doesn't become president till like 2019 or something.
Okay.
So.
And started fighting.
I guess I should bring this down.
Yeah, I stopped sharing my screen.
What does it matter really? We don't need to see Jimmy Dore's face. I'm bringing the tweet back up.
With those on the map that are labeled as separatists, who are actually...
I don't know if Sargon's still in the chat. Did you know that Sargon did a debate with Quackademic Agent on like democracy or something like that?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I
listened. That out.
I listened to part of it. I'm definitely going to listen to the whole thing. But
someone sent me a video that Quack was very mad at you for not abandoning liberalism, supposedly. So.
Oh, really? For me not abandoning liberalism?
No, for Sargon.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Sargon was so reasonable in the debate. I was going, this is amazing. This is the Carl that we all know and love. Why can't Carl ever come on our show and be reasonable, Sitch? What the fuck? What happened? Why? Carl,
it's because
please.
Listen, I understand what's happening. It's because we're reasonable, okay? So I'm going to have to take the position opposite or the temperament opposite of whoever he's talking to. So he's talking to Quackademic. He's got to be super reasonable because Quackademic's crazy. But when he's talking to reasonable Sitch and Adam...
I know. The Wooster says...
I say it with peace and love. I say it with peace and love.
The Wooster says, Sargon destroyed AA. The Wooster also says, AA is a cult leader and an egomaniac.
Where is that on? Whose channel is that on?
I'll send you a link to it.
Okay,
I believe it's
I want
on.
to watch that.
I believe it's on Quack.
Maybe we'll cover that next week. That could be fun.
It's super long. It's super long, but it was very much Sargon, speaking up for liberal values. It was great.
Great.
Yeah.
Classic Sargon.
Russian speakers who are Ukrainian.
Right. So
who are being terrorized.
So what's happening is there's a big neo-Nazi. I'm gonna explain all.
He goes for the neo-Nazi drug addicts.
I love how Jimmy Dore and some of the other alternative leftists they'll be so quick to point out how the mainstream media labels everyone a Nazi or a racist.
Yeah.
And yet when Putin is like, or their narrative is, oh, look at these Nazis. Suddenly they're totally on board with, oh, look at all these Nazis. All these people that want Ukraine to be separate from Russia. They're all Nazis, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Neo-Nazis. Neo-Nazi drug addicts.
It's the way he's framing the separatists is so dishonest. There are people in Eastern Ukraine who want to be independent of Ukraine. That's definitely true. And they are separatists. However, they're not just sitting there. They're not just protesters sitting there with flowers in their hair, handing out chocolates and pamphlets while poor evil neo-Nazis are beating them up. They're engaged in a violent insurrection. They're being given arms and equipment by Russia to fight the Ukrainian military and the pro-Ukrainian forces so they can cede from the country. Like this isn't, he's making it out like they're just some protesters that are having a fucking lovin'.
Yeah. Well, also he's defining the Ukrainian military as neo-Nazis.
Yes.
It's like, okay. Is the Ukrainian military neo-Nazis? I'm not,
no, there's
not
like
exactly
some,
sure.
They're all referring to, it's called like the Azov battalion or something. There's some tiny like organization within, you know, one of these Ukrainian militaries or pro-Ukrainian forces out in the separatist regions, which by the way are composed of mostly people that live there too. Okay. They're not some outside source. And some of them are a little Nazi-ish, openly Nazi-ish.
Okay.
And so we get into Sitch and Adams law. They take the extreme of one side and they try to use a broad brush and paint the whole movement as the extremist. They say, oh, well, because you have these tiny group of crazy neo-Nazis who happen to be on the side of keeping Ukraine together, all of the Ukrainian forces have to be Nazis. Classic woke shit, basically.
Yeah, totally. Call them
this
Nazis.
in a second, but it's just to give you a thumbnail, then we'll go into it. So, big part of the Ukraine military is neo-Nazis, for real, right? It's called the Azov Battalion is one of them. And I think the number 2 guy in charge in Ukraine is
the president of Ukraine is Jewish, by the way.
The guy that he just called a Nazi? Classic.
No, Zelensky. The president of Ukraine is Jewish, and apparently he's running around with neo-Nazi army, and he's totally fine with it. And they're totally fine with their president being Jewish. So I don't know. These are very strange neo-Nazi times.
Neo-Nazi, and so they're fighting right over here. Let me just finish this video, and they've been fighting over here since 2015. They've been shelling 14,000 people, and the people here all speak Russian, and a lot of them identify.
One thing to keep strategic.
Have
President Putin made another big
soldiers into those areas?
What are you doing?
Fast forwarding through a speedy
There's discussion of
video.
the Russian
don't go through
to go into the separatist areas. He says they're peacekeepers.
We've been speaking to.
So, has he ordered soldiers into those areas?
There's discussion of it. The Russian Duma has authorized force if necessary, but those photographs were not of any official Russian forces operating within the Donbass region. There is currently no evidence that Russian forces have entered the Donbass region.
So this is
the day before they do. Yeah.
This is the day before the invasion happens. Okay.
Where's Jimmy Dore's tweet? Where's Blumenthal's tweet?
There are lots of claims and rumors, and but that seems to be inaccurate right now.
So just so people understand what's happening, this is Ukraine. This is the part that we're talking about right here, the Donbass, and it's made up of these 2 different provinces. And just so you get a little bit more, in the west of Ukraine, they're pro-European.
You like that he's just putting up like literally Russian propaganda.
I know, it's crazy. It's totally crazy.
Like it's so crazy.
He's repeating the propaganda from Putin's speech.
Right. He's literally just repeating Putin's propaganda because there are some people in those regions in the Donetsk and Luhansk region that want to separate and join Russia, but actually but there's more people that want to be independent. They don't want to be part of Russia. And there's even more people that just want to continue being part of the Ukraine.
Right. Yeah.
A huge chunk of the population, I think even a plurality of the population in those regions wants to maintain being part of the fucking Ukraine.
And why wouldn't you? I mean, stability, right?
Right. But none of those people, none of their thoughts, none of their feelings of being, none of that matters. All that matters is the side that's against America. That's the side you believe is true.
I wonder how Jimmy Dore would feel if Southern California just decided, we're going to be part of Mexico now. You're a Mexican citizen, Jimmy.
Right.
It's so weird.
they speak Ukrainian, and they look at Russia with suspicion. And then the East over here, they're closer to Russia. They're native Russian. They speak Russian, and they look at Russia through the lens of a shared history. But
yeah, this is complete just propaganda.
Right.
I can't believe he doesn't stop to think how people kind of like stability. Like, we're just going to move the border around because some people feel like it. It's like there's probably other people there that don't want the border moved around, right?
Right.
They voted in the last Ukrainian election. They're planning on voting in the next one.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
And so that's the neo-Nazi Ukraine regime.
The entire regime is neo-Nazis.
Sitch. Oh, this didn't age well. This didn't age well. The Ukrainian president is like a giant hero today.
Yes.
Here you have Jimmy Dore calling him a neo-Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Has been shelling and terrorizing those people.
Shelling and terrorizing them.
Listen, if you rebel, okay, if you decide to cede your area away from the country's part of, and you basically kick out all the people that don't want to, who still want to be part of the larger country, they all have to leave and become refugees and leave their homes because you're in the middle of fighting your own government in a military war.
Yeah.
But no, you're the oppressed victim here. Okay. How dare the government shell you?
Yeah. I mean, you could frame this up with a North and South context from the Civil War too. The North, the oppressive North. You gotta understand the South just wanted to go their own way.
Jimmy, I don't understand this, Jimmy. The South just wanted to be independent. Why? Are you big for secession now? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. The evil North oppressing the South, just completely trying to keep the United States together. Of course, the North, the neo-Nazi North.
In Donbass. And so what Putin did was recognize that area as its own separate country now, right? And so that's going to could trigger a war between Russia and Ukraine. And a big part of it is he doesn't want NATO, he doesn't want Ukraine to become part of NATO, and that's what they're pushing for. So that's part of it. But here's what Joe Biden said after President Putin recognized the Donbass as being a separate country.
So I'm going to begin to impose sanctions in response far beyond the steps we and our allies and partners implemented in 2014. And if Russia goes further with this invasion, we stand prepared to go further as with sanctions. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law and demands a firm response from the international community.
Now, if I could...
Now, I don't have a problem with the words, but God, Joe's falling asleep here. Sleepy Joe was pretty on point.
I know. Trump nailed it, didn't he? He completely called it.
So there's some major conflict brewing, Joe. Someone give him some coffee. Someone give him some cocaine. Get him energized here. Go on.
That would kill him. Are you kidding me?
Give those like little probes in his back that keeps him awake, shock him a little bit.
Write that funny, I'd be famous. That is just some of the fun as he's occupying Syria. Right? and anyway, so this is what Aaron Mate tweeted out.
Are we in Syria right now? I don't know.
I guess to some capacity, but again, this
it's just whataboutism. I know it's completely different. Yeah.
This comparing this to anything America has done in like the last 50, 60 years.
Right. Yeah.
So ridiculous.
And lacking the context of, I mean, for me, it breaks down on whether or not Ukraine could be a functioning democracy. It's something we've been shooting.
Right.
We've been fucking nation building my entire life. Wouldn't it be amazing if one actually worked out? I mean, they did work out all over the place after World War II. We bombed Japan.
To be fair, just the Middle East ones that didn't seem to work out.
Yeah, we bombed Japan. We bombed the heck out of Japan, and they pulled it together, right?
Right. Right. But I think I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to compare like Middle East projects to the rest of the world. You know, they have very different cultures, very different situations going into these.
Japan is a completely different culture,
situations.
though. I mean,
Japan's a very different culture and situation. But
the U.S. project of turning Ukraine into a vassal state, while pretending to care about its sovereignty, you couldn't have picked a worse face than the guy who helped organize the coup in 2014 and then got his son a lucrative gas company board seat in the immediate aftermath. So this is the
2014, the chart I went through. That's the 2014 coup nonsense.
Right.
That I went through. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
I think he even brings up the phone
guy
call.
talking about the sovereignty, the sacred sovereignty of Ukraine. And what did he do and the Obama administration? They engineered a coup of the democratically elected government in Ukraine and replaced it with a neo-Nazi regime. And I'm not making that up.
Zelensky, the Jewish neo-Nazi president.
Right. Yeah. The guy who turned down the offer and only took it after the president fled.
Right. Well, no, that's a different guy. But the guy, Zelensky right now, the corrupt head of the neo-Nazi who refused to...
Zelensky came in 2019, though. This is 2014. So this is the guy in the chart. That guy's not Jewish, right?
Yeah, but when he calls him a neo-Nazi now, he's talking about now.
He's talking about Zelensky.
Right.
Okay.
He's saying the regime is. He's saying the Ukrainian government is a neo-Nazi government.
He's getting a lot mixed up here.
Right.
The coup that took place in 2014 was a completely different guy.
Right.
Than who is in charge right now.
But it wasn't a coup.
Yeah, he was legitimately elected. Yes, Zelensky was. The president of Ukraine now is elected democratically.
No, but the guy he's referring to, Yatsenyuk, that they say is the American puppet or whatever, Yanukovych flees, and then this guy gets voted into office.
Okay, so he was elected. Holy shit.
Yes.
Okay.
Like the whole 2014 coup theory is that's what the chart was going through. It's all about the stupid phone call that actually proves the U.S. was trying to prevent, the country from collapsing,
falling into chaos. Yeah,
you're right.
So, and why wouldn't he get elected? Because that huge protest wanted him to take over anyway. So of course they're going to vote for him.
Right, and part of the reason for the conflict now is because Yanukovych was more popular with the Eastern Ukraine.
Right. So he's more popular with the Russians.
Right. He was more popular with the Russian side. He was more popular with the Eastern Ukrainians. If you looked at like what the vote was for him, the East side was far more in his favor. So they're chapped about 2014 too.
Right. So, and America, we never get chapped over our elections.
No.
When one party wins and the other party loses, we're completely good sports about it.
This would be like if. Okay, so like a good comparison would be like when Biden won, if like Texas was a red state and said, well, we don't like the way this election went. We think it was iffy. We're going to become our own country now.
Right.
That would be the comparable situation.
Yes. Which actually has happened.
Right. Well, it hasn't happened in America, but
it did. I mean,
it wasn't over.
Did you see the polls on Texas seceding?
Right.
There was like 50% of Texans were like, we want to be our own nation.
Right.
We think this was a bogus election. That actually happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
Here it is. And to show you the level of meddling, I mean, the level of meddling that the United States has not only done in Ukraine, but Russia is just amazing. So this is leaked audio reveals embarrassing U.S. exchange on Ukraine. So this is back in 2014 when the United States was picking who was going to...
Now, Russia leaked this audio. Keep that in mind. Putin said, let's put this audio out. Why would Putin do such a thing?
To be in power in Ukraine. And the leaked conversation appeared certain to embarrass the United States and seemed designed to bolster charges from Russia, among others, that the Ukrainian opposition is being manipulated by Washington, which President Obama's administration strenuously disputes. So the charge that Russia
See, this is where I wanted to explain the chart, Adam, but I already explained it earlier.
It's better this way. It's completely better this way because we know exactly what's going on. And we can laugh at Jimmy about how incorrect he is. We'd be lost right now if it wasn't for the chart.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. So now we know, obviously, President Obama steps in and he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? This phone call says nothing. What are you talking about?
That is what is so crazy, is that the phone call does literally say almost nothing.
Right.
It says almost nothing.
Right.
They're literally saying, hey, we want you to calm the protests down. Because if the US, this is why it's hilarious, that 2014 phone call proves the opposite of the narrative. If America engineered the protest and America wanted
why would they want to calm it down?
Yeah, if America wanted Yanukovych to be ousted and to flee the country and for the country to go pro-American or pro-European, they would have told Yatsen, they would have told this Yats guy, whose name I can never pronounce, they would have told him to turn the job down. They would have said, no, you fight like hell. You tell Yanukovych to fuck off.
Yeah.
Because they would want the conflict to keep roiling.
Until he leaves. Yeah.
Until he leaves. But they literally told him the opposite. They told this guy to do the thing that would calm the protests down.
Right. Which plays into what I was saying about how the U.S. wants stability.
Yes.
They want stability because they want commerce. They want business. Business is the proper way to do this shit.
I think part of the reason the U.S. never came out very strongly on this thing is because they're almost embarrassed to admit that they were trying to advocate for something that would go against their interests.
Oh, really? Yeah. Because
I mean, that's just my random, gut pull on it. But
their voters very much want their interests looked out for. That's for sure.
That these people who want to overthrow the government in Ukraine that was democratically elected and that was friendly to Russia more so than to the European Union, that the people
again leading out the fact that that Yanukovych wanted to make that agreement with Europe, and he only didn't because Russia forced them to. They strong-armed them into not taking the European agreement.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But all that's all lost. None of that's talked about because America is so bad.
Yeah. Putin came in and said, "Nice country you got there. Be a shame if someone invaded it." Right?
And it shouldn't be a surprise that all that oil that was discovered in the Ukraine was discovered in 2012.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my goodness.
And that's another big thing here too.
Oh my goodness.
2012, Ukraine wants to start making
golly gosh.
Financial agreements with Europe and the EU. They discover shit tons of oil all of a sudden off in Crimea.
Right.
And Russia's like, we're fine with the Ukraine having oil as long as they're our puppet. But suddenly, as soon as they start breaking away, well, that can't happen. We better go annex the region that has 80% of the fucking oil.
Yeah, yeah. Especially since I'm sure a cozy connection with the EU would have the resources to actually develop the natural resources, which Ukraine doesn't have at the moment.
Well, and if you remember from that video that we watched, I think they even talked about that in 2013. They started to have, American oil companies and British oil companies.
Right, they
started
did.
to go into Crimea.
Yes,
they started building up the infrastructure to get the oil out.
They pulled out as soon as the conflict broke out in Crimea. Yeah,
and when that starts to build up, that's when Russia starts to clamp down on Ukraine. And it's so funny that the people that are so quick to say the U.S. wants the Middle East because oil. Suddenly, when Russia's making decisions based on oil,
yeah, they turn the other way. They turn their backs on it. How can you call the U.S., who's interested in the stability of the nation? Granted, they do have ulterior motives. They want the natural resources as well, but they're willing to pay for those natural resources being developed by companies rather than being completely stolen by a Russian oligarch. How is this? I guess it's because they're just anti-corporation. So they're like, oh, ExxonMobil, that's worse than an oligarch, a Russian oligarch, who's basically going to pay people slave wages to fucking do whatever they need to do to extract the resources.
I mean, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Because they hate companies so much and corporations because they're communist.
Yeah.
They literally view companies as the same as like a Russian oligarch.
Right. Yeah.
So they don't see a difference. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. A democratic nation has more ability to fight for workers' rights than a fucking autocratic state. That's not going to happen there.
Who opposed them were being manipulated by the United States. Turns out they were, And the audio clip, which I'll play in a second, posted on Tuesday but gained wide circulation on Thursday, appears to show the official Assistant Secretary of State, Victoria Nuland, weighing in on the makeup of the next Ukrainian government.
So appears is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sense there.
And see, and they're again getting the timeline confused because they think this phone call refers to what is going to happen once Yanukovych is gone.
Right, but it's
When
not.
it's not.
It's beforehand. Right.
Yeah.
Nuland is heard telling U.S. Ambassador Jeffrey Hyatt that she doesn't think Vitaly Klitschko, the boxer turned politician who was a main opposition leader, should be in a new government. So here it is. Listen to this.
So I don't think Klitsch should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea. When I talked to Jeff Feltman this morning, he had a new name for the UN guy, Robert Seri. So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, the EU.
So it's so hilarious because
Did she say fuck the EU?
She said fuck the EU, and that's very important. Okay. They keep pointing to this fuck the EU thing without understanding why she's saying it or what it means.
Right.
Okay. The fuck the EU thing again proves exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
The reason she's saying fuck the EU is because the EU doesn't want Yanukovych to retain in power because they want to have that agreement with Ukraine. They want Yanukovych to go away and they want someone else to rise up. And America's saying, well, we're fine with Yanukovych, maintaining his presidency, as long as he, and we think it'd be a good idea if this guy he offered the prime ministership to, who's the side of the protesters, agrees to it. That would piss off the EU.
Right. This is a total mixed bag, though, because it makes Yanukovych? It makes Yanukovych seem like he is, I mean, I don't want to say Western puppet, but he did set up the deals with the EU. But I guess she's just said fuck the EU, so she's not in favor of those deals.
So Yanukovych originally, well, the country of Ukraine and Yanukovych being the president, originally agreed to the EU deal in 2012.
Right.
And then when Putin extended pressure on them, he turned and he became more pro Putin.
Right.
And so, and then you combine that with the fact that he was obviously incredibly personally corrupt, because of all the money he'd been laundering. And then the fact that he runs away literally to Russia.
Right.
is like, oh, okay. So obviously he's their puppet. And I would now I could be wrong, but I would have imagined that if Yanukovych is offering a deal like, hey, opposition leader, you want to be my prime minister, I would imagine he would run that by Putin first. Maybe not. But I would imagine he would have run that by Putin.
Of course he'd run it by Putin. Come on now.
So Putin was on board with this deal.
Yeah.
Though there is a part in this audio, I don't know if he plays it, where the other guy is confused and he says, I don't understand what Yanukovych is thinking. And I wonder if the rest of his party is yelling at him for this, for doing this, for offering this deal.
Right. Yeah.
So there could have been internal strife. Maybe Yanukovych was just looking out for himself when he offered the deal. Who knows?
So, but you're saying in 2012 the natural resources were discovered. So Yanukovych went to the EU after they discovered these natural resources.
I don't know if the deal, which one came first.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would make sense, the discovery of the natural resources, and now he's thinking, well, I need a way to develop them.
Right. It would make sense, but I don't know if it's that clean. They happen
but
the same year.
if he's a Russian stooge, and he would just turn to Putin and say the natural resources are here.
Well, there had been this push. Well, he might have not been. I mean, I will agree that it's probably not fair to just conceptualize Yanukovych as this 100% from the beginning Russian stooge, because I don't think that's what was going on.
Right. He's walking the line here.
It seems more like he's just kind of corrupt and looking out for himself.
That's the way all of these people are.
Right. And so in the Ukraine, there was a big public push, and there has been for many years, to push closer ties with Europe.
Right. So he was doing it just to make the people happy and to make the protests go away.
Well, this was pre the protest. I mean,
right. But he probably got when the protests were on the horizon.
There was public polling in that direction. This is what people wanted. It was a big political issue. So
yeah.
And she at the end says, and F the EU. She says at the end, So
tell us why she said F the EU.
Right.
Jimmy.
Well, that's what I was so annoyed by this, because everyone cites this phone call as the evidence, and you read the phone call and you're like, I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah, totally.
It's just a bunch of people saying, Ukrainian names. Like, I don't know what this fucking means.
Yeah. You got to dig in to find out what it means. Jimmy here, his job is to dig in for you guys, so he can tell you what it all means.
Well, no, his job is to read leftist news articles that repeat talking points.
Right. Okay. Preferably from other communists.
Right.
Although Kurt Metzger always tells us that Jimmy's not a commie, though.
I think he might not be, but I think Jimmy's problem here is that, like Hasan, he really hates America, or he views. That might be too strong, because he'd probably say he doesn't hate America, but he definitely views America as this evil imperialist empire, and everything that he thinks about the world comes after that lens. So anything he sees, any piece of information, is seen through this lens of, I think America is the imperialist evil empire. So if he sees information that confirms that worldview, he just accepts it. He doesn't question it.
Sad.
But if he sees information that goes against that worldview, suddenly like puts on the detective hat. He's like, okay, we got to get to the bottom of this.
There's a word for that. You know what it is?
What?
It's called confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias. And I was going to say, and unfortunately, that's the way we all human beings operate.
Yeah. But not me, because I have Sitch looking to shoot me down.
Well, I have my own lenses too. I mean, I have.
Oh,
my
I know.
Biases are,
I know. I've seen those lenses.
My biases are generally towards stability, moderation,
totally,
and things being generally far more complex than anyone's comfortable with dealing with.
And logically coherent, obviously. I mean, we both like to dig into the motivations of people and stuff like that.
I generally think political leaders are operating under some sort of logically coherent fashion, but I don't think people generally operate under a logically coherent fashion. But that could be a very wrong assumption for me to make. I mean, politicians, just like humans, are subject to all the same idiotic biases. I shouldn't be looking at them as like cold, calculating people all the time. They could just be fucking completely controlled by their elephant. I mean, that's what it looks like right now in America. It looks like most politicians are 100% controlled by their elephant all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at these headlines, and they're all about how do we spin the Ukraine thing so Democrats and Republicans can fight back here in the United States. It's so,
well, yeah, I mean,
it's so demoralizing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the narrative, like on the tribal side, is it's like the Tucker Carlson take is one of the most bizarre too. If you've been watching him over the last couple of days, because he's trying to do this weird balancing act where he's simultaneously like, well, I have to say that Biden is weak. And if Trump was president, this wouldn't happen because Trump is strong. But I also have to complain that this is America's fault for NATO expansion. So you're like, well, wait a minute.
Oh, he's in a total bind.
Right. So it's like, but those are completely opposite. You're saying it's America's fault for being too strong and NATO expansionistic, but also America's fault because Biden is too weak. Like, it's kind of difficult to square that circle, to have it both ways.
That's a tough one. Yeah.
Unless the argument is it's okay for America to be aggressively strong, but they have to just keep being aggressively strong. Maybe, I mean, I don't know what the argument is there.
She says, I think Yashintiak is the guy who got the economic experience, the governing experience. What he needs is Klitschko and Tahenbach on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week, Nuland said in the recording. So we literally did that, right? So we engineered, we backed, we funded, all that stuff. And they're neo-Nazis, right? And
this is insane.
Well, not all of them. I mean, you have
so even Max Blumenthal was like, I gotta rein this in a little bit. Okay. Calling the entire pro-nationalist Ukraine population pro-neo-Nazi is kind of insane, Jimmy.
Well, think of that.
Even Max Blumenthal was like, come on, Jimmy, let's calm down a second.
He's trying to make the argument that America is so evil that we backed a neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine
over Russia. Yes. I mean, I'm sure that perfectly conforms with Jimmy's worldview. He would believe America would back neo-Nazi regime just in order to spite Russia or just in order to maintain U.S. power. He would believe that in a heartbeat.
Ouch. Ouch. What a terrible fucking mindset to live in.
Right. Well, he would say, listen, you know, America's friends with, you know, the Sauds.
You think this is because he just doesn't like paying taxes?
No, it has nothing to do with that. He just has this idea that America's the evil empire. I don't know where it spawned from. I have no clue. But he's bought into all the, you know, the Chomsky shit.
Very sad.
A coalition. You have
right. So there's a big faction. There's a big
Tianbach represented the ultra-nationalist, fascistic, neo-Nazi part of this coalition. He's from the Social National Party, which carries some interesting undertones in its name.
It's so funny too because the side that was more right-wing in 2014, or from the American perspective that would be viewed as more conservative, they were on the more pro-Russia side.
Okay.
And yet he's calling the people that want to be independent Ukrainians as the far right-wing fascist Nazis.
The neo-Nazis were more in line with Putin.
Well, I don't want to call them, they're not neo-Nazis. I'm just saying people that would be more on the right wing of the political spectrum.
Right.
Yeah.
The people he's accusing of being a neo-Nazi.
Right.
And that's why Victoria Nuland, who is now the top official overseeing Ukraine and Russia policy in the Biden State Department, wanted him on the outside because he was too embarrassing to have on the inside. So they got Yatsenyuk, who was just this billionaire liberal technocrat, totally corrupt, in power. Klitschko was like a professional boxer who became famous. He's like the Ukrainian Schwarzenegger. So they wanted him on the outside because he wasn't really sharp enough. So yeah.
So here, Matt either doesn't know or is leaving out the fact that Yanukovych offered these positions to these two people. America didn't engineer them into the spot. And that's what the phone call's about. It's about saying, hey, you should go take that position you've been offered.
You see the neocon officials of the Obama administration who are totally back in power in the Biden administration. She's talking about Jeffrey Feltman. He's now in charge of Ethiopia, Eritrea, the Horn of Africa. They're all back in power, and they're trying to manage the situation again, but it's spun out of control. And here you have them on a leaked call or a hacked call or whatever you want to call it, deciding who runs the Ukrainian government. So it's so absurd when people say, oh, Putin is attacking an independent and sovereign Ukraine. It is a U.S. neo-colony. That is all it is. I mean,
this is insane. This is totally insane. This completely plays into the CRT, America white supremacy narrative. This is like conspiracy theory on steroids.
It's the overlap between this and CRT is crazy because it's just the CRT people say, oh, everything's a white nationalist frame. And they're like, oh, everything's an American supremacist frame, basically.
Wow. I'm speechless.
That doesn't justify, that would in itself justify an attack on it, but let's do away with this idea that Ukraine is somehow independent. And we can talk about how peaceful it is too. It's far from that either.
So let's just play a little bit of the hypocrisy after you know the history.
Canada and our allies will defend democracy. We are taking these actions.
Oh, did you want to talk about the election? I don't know if they come back to it or not.
Hell yeah. I mean, the election's what I'm interested in. Are we talking 2019 election?
No, the 2014 Ukrainian election.
Yes, I
about
do.
whether Yanukovych was removed from office legally or not.
Yeah, because you said on the phone that it's complicated.
It's very complicated.
Okay, good. I'm into it.
Well, it's not as complicated as the phone call, so I didn't draw any charts for it. So the Russian point of view from this is that on let's see, in February, February 21st, what happens is Yanukovych agrees with the rest of the Ukrainian parliament that they will hold new elections in May, like early that May, to sort of quell the protests because everyone's so mad. and they'll let the country decide whether they want to oust him or not.
What was? Do you know what the protests were about? What was everyone so angry?
They were
about?
corruption. No, it was about a couple things. It started as being people were against Yanukovych pulling out of the agreement with the EU.
The EU, okay. Why was the EU agreement so important to them? What were they going to benefit?
Well, because as the protest changed, it was more like what it represented than what it actually physically was.
Mm-hmm.
It represented Ukraine continuing to look for ties with Europe or America over looking back to continuing ties with Russia.
Right. So the Ukrainian people obviously wanted to move more towards democracy and away from autocracy. Right. They're trying to deal with corruption.
You could
as well.
frame it that way. Obviously, the Russian side wouldn't frame it that way, but
right. Well, I mean, people in general.
Yes.
I guess this is weird because we've had debates with monarchists. I mean, this is such a weird place to be because if I was a normie, I would never think in a million years that there were people in the world that are anti-democracy. But for some reason, since we do YouTube, we're interacting with people who are anti-democracy all the time.
Right.
So I don't know. That's a mixed bag.
It is a mixed bag. So, okay. So they agree that they're going to have new elections in a month. Okay. The next day, Yanukovych flees the country, or he flees the capital, and then he reappears in Russia a couple days later. So he flees the capital. When he flees the capital, the Ukrainian parliament decides that they want to remove him from being president. Okay.
Instead of having an election.
Well, they're going to have the election.
Okay.
But they want to remove him from being president before they have the election, a month before they have the election.
Why would they do that? I mean, he just fled the country. I mean, maybe he went on vacation. Maybe he didn't flee. Sitch, give this neo-Nazi...
We're being too hard on poor Yanukovych. Maybe he just wanted to take a break. He's like, all these protests.
He needed a vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
200,000 people protest is stressful.
Right. He's like, listen, we're going to have new elections. Can I take a day off now? What's going on here?
I'm vacationing in Moscow.
Right. There's also this whole thing about him jailing his political opponent, but that's too much of its own story to get into. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
And once he is impeached and flees the country, they bring out the jailed opponent on stage, and she gives a speech or something.
Really? So, and then they sack his house and they find all the the goodies.
So yeah. So Yanukovych is not the best guy, but anyway. Okay, so here's the Russian perspective of the story. So they vote to impeach Yanukovych. Now, according to the Ukrainian constitution at the time, in order to impeach, they have to have 3/4 of their parliament or Congress or whatever it is has to agree to impeach him. And this has to be after an investigation into whatever the impeachment charges are. Okay. And the Ukrainian courts have to sign off on this.
Okay. A lot of hoops to jump through here.
So there's a bunch of hoops. So there's no investigation.
Okay. Hoop 1. Gone.
The court is not involved in this.
Okay. No more hoop there.
Okay. So all that happens is there's a vote in the Ukrainian parliament.
Oh, please tell me the vote was 2/3.
So the vote was 328 people out of 447. 328 people vote to remove Yanukovych from office.
Okay.
They are 10 votes shy of the 3/4
Just
majority.
give it to him, Sitch. Why you gotta be such a ball buster?
10 votes shy.
They're just 10 votes away.
Now, here's an interesting thing. Nobody voted against impeaching him.
Oh, really? Holy cow! They abstained.
Well, a couple people abstained from voting, but the majority, who would have been part of the same party that Yanukovych was, they weren't there. They had also fled.
Oh, so they couldn't vote. So give it to him, Sitch.
Right.
That's not ambiguous. I mean, if they fled the country.
Well, they didn't flee the country, but I think they were in the separatists, they were kind of, or back wherever they were, they were in their local regions.
They
weren't
fled the parliament.
Right. Because the protest, and it's not necessarily, I don't know if I can fault them for that, because there's like 200,000 people outside that are all against them politically.
Mm-hmm.
So Russia says, and Yanukovych says, because they didn't follow the rules in the Constitution for impeachment, that this is a bullshit impeachment, and this is a fake, and this is a coup. This is a Ukrainian coup by the pro-EU side. Okay, that's their perspective.
That's the coup.
Right.
I'm getting a real January 6th vibe here.
Right. This is the Russian perspective of it. Okay.
I'm getting a real January 6th vibe here. This is the coup.
This is the coup. Now the defense, the people that ousted Yanukovych, their perspective is a little different. They say, wait a minute. On February 21st, Yanukovych agreed to hold new elections. New elections, which he, as the president, is supposed to run. The next day, he flees the country and so cannot fulfill his duties to hold the elections he agreed to hold.
He's got to be impeached. I mean, it's just logic.
So they say, we're not, quote unquote, impeaching him. We're removing him.
Oh, it's different. Yeah, you're right.
They try to come up with like different language. Yeah, totally different. We're removing Yanukovych from the post of the presidency on the grounds that he's unable to fulfill his duties to hold the presidential election.
Listen, if someone doesn't show up for work, we fire their ass.
Right.
This is normal.
Because they're worried that him agreeing to the new elections was bullshit, and that he's just going to disappear and like run out the clock basically until Russia intervenes.
Right.
That's what they're worried about. So they say because of that fear, because they believe he's fleeing the country, which turned out he was, and he couldn't actually do his duty as president, and because of the craziness of the circumstances, they say that's why they can override the pre-existing conditions for impeachment. So those are the two perspectives. You can take it as you will, as about who is right or who is wrong in the situation. But as I say, things are always far more complicated. It's not a simple black and white.
Which side are you on?
Well, obviously, I'm on the side where the president doesn't flee to a foreign country. That's on the side that I don't want to be on that side. I don't want to be on the side where when the protesters come to his house, they find out that he has a private zoo and $100,000 chandeliers.
What's wrong with a private zoo?
Well, because this is all government money that he's been basically leeching. He wasn't some private businessman that made all his money on his own.
These are all Ukrainian tax dollars.
Right. This is your Ukrainian tax dollars and probably American tax dollars, because I'm sure we gave them aid at some point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At work.
Didn't Biden brag about cutting off their aid?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. And so
that's our tax dollars.
Right.
Now I hate this motherfucker.
I mean,
he is a neo-Nazi.
I'm not on the side of the American and Ukrainian tax dollars going to furnishing this guy's mansion. That's not on the side. The guy who's so cowardly that he runs away.
Right.
I'm not on that side. No.
Why are we giving foreign aid to any of these people? Let's stop doing that. Oh, we have to have Hunter Biden deliver it? No, that's a bad idea.
Today, we'll stand against.
That's what I said. The problem with this sort of super isolationist, no foreign aid to anyone.
Jimmy is cackling.
Yeah, he is.
I don't like foreign aid. Stop.
Is that Sitch. No? But here's the problem, Matt.
No,
if we say we're going to give Ukraine no foreign aid, okay? Russia and China is going to be like, hey, Ukraine, you want some foreign aid?
Be our puppet.
Be our puppet. So it's not so simple to just say we can wall ourselves off from the rest of the world and close our eyes. It's not so simple.
Can't we prevent them from giving them foreign aid?
You mean invade the Ukraine?
I think of foreign aid like when you feed a wild animal and then you inadvertently domesticate it and it will die once you return it to its natural habitat. Yeah. So I would prohibit anyone from. Don't feed the bears is basically my policy.
But so the problem is like, okay, let me give you the most pro-American perspective imaginable.
Can't wait.
The comparison would be that if there are wild stray dogs, and you're like, okay, America's over here feeding the dogs, and when they're like taming the dogs and domesticating the dogs to be friendly guard dogs, okay, but then you got Russia and China, and they're if they feed the dogs, they're going to tame them to be wild attack dogs. They're going to be the pit bulls killing small children and pets in the streets.
Yeah, terrorist states.
There you go. That's the most pro-American perspective I could ever give you.
It's true. So we should give them the foreign aid. The problem with foreign aid is it never gets to the people. It ends up going into a private zoo for some bureaucrat.
That's the problem with giving foreign aid to inherently corrupt countries.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of that was, sure, we were giving foreign aid to the Ukraine, a lot of it's going into corrupt pockets.
Non-corrupt countries don't need our foreign aid. That's the thing. So that's why I'm against foreign aid.
Well, we still give foreign aid. We give foreign aid to lots of countries. We give foreign aid to Canada.
We don't give.
We give foreign aid to Mexico. We give foreign aid to lots of European countries. What do you mean bullshit? We give foreign aid to a little country you may have heard of, Adam.
To Canada.
Adam, there's a little country you may have heard of called Israel. I don't know.
Canada spends a total of $876 million in bilateral and No, that's not foreign aid. We don't give foreign aid to Canada. Okay. Canada gives foreign aid to other countries. Don't gaslight me here.
Okay, I won't gaslight you. I'll just say that we give foreign aid to.
We don't give foreign aid to Mexico. Come on, we
do give foreign aid to Canada. It's not a lot. But we.
How'd you find it?
I found a chart of all the foreign aid that we give every country.
Foreign aid chart. You're so good at Googling.
It's not a lot. It's definitely near the bottom of the list.
I try to avoid Googling. It's such a nightmare. Where's this foreign aid to these countries? Canada. What? Canada. Handle your fucking shit. Move out of the basement. What the hell? Norway. What? Sweden. What? What?
We give foreign. I'm sorry. We give foreign. You don't realize we give foreign aid to a lot of countries.
Oh wait, no, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the wrong chart.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the chart of the people who give foreign aid.
Oh, I see.
Where the most foreign aid will be spent in 2016. Yeah, okay. So Canada's giving foreign aid according to this chart. Right. How are they taking foreign aid from us and giving foreign aid? Can't we just give the foreign aid directly?
I mean, you're probably fair to say that like us giving money to Canada is not conceptualized as foreign aid. It's like some kind of trade agreement or something. But
right. All right.
Anyway.
So, but I've convinced you that foreign aid is something we should never do again, right?
No.
You gotta give it up, man. Foreign aid
says
terrible
Israel has
idea.
Received the most U.S. foreign assistance. Well, it says assistance.
Oh, great.
Of any country since World War II, at $200 billion since 1971 total.
Peanuts.
Okay. So there you go.
Look at Jimmy Dore cackling over the burning of America here.
Well, he's cackling over Canada, which is fine. We can laugh at Canada.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So that's funny. And
his maniacal laughter.
Then the establishment got their butt buddy Bernie Sanders.
Oh my God, he's totally turned on Bernie Sanders here.
Yeah, we turned on Bernie. When Bernie endorsed Biden, I think he turned on him.
Oh really?
Yeah.
His butt buddy.
Bernard Sanders is a very good boy. He said Vladimir Putin's latest invasion of Ukraine is an indefensible violation of international law, regardless of whatever false.
Oh, why is he laughing? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
The invasion of Ukraine. It's hilarious.
I mean, he hates Bernie Sanders, so whatever Bernie Sanders says has to be untrue, right?
I
Even
guess.
though everything he's read so far is totally correct.
Right. There's nothing wrong with this tweet. This is the most milquetoast tweet ever.
Right.
False pretext he offers. There's always been a diplomatic solution to this situation. Tragically, Putin appears inept on rejecting it. It's literally the United States is the people who aren't negotiating, just like Trudeau wouldn't even meet with the protesters to ask what their demand were.
No, he went into hiding.
He went into hiding. Same thing. It's
this is like crossing the streams here. I'm conflicted here because Jimmy Dore gets the trucker protest right, but gets the Putin thing completely wrong. What do we do?
Well, it's easy, because if his frame is just whatever the mainstream says is wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So if the mainstream says trucker protest bad, then he'll come up on the right side of that.
Right. Yeah.
Or the pro-trucker side of that.
He's not interested in truth.
Right. And then if the mainstream says, Russia bad, then he's like, oh, well, the mainstream's saying it, so it must be, wrong.
It's the Ukraine and the United States that doesn't want to negotiate. And I want to show you the level of meddling just to get you. This is from Yasha Levy.
Which, by the way, that's completely untrue. And he's going to bring up a story that he only reads the headline and doesn't understand to confirm his America's not willing, or Ukraine's not willing to negotiate stance.
Right.
Beans Substack. I just want to give you the level of meddling that the United States did when the communists, when the Soviet Union fell, right? And this is in.
Notice how he called the Soviet Union communists.
Well, they are.
Right, but he's saying that our meddling made the communists fall.
The 90s. This is from the U.S. embassy official in Moscow during the 90s. He said, we created a virtual open shop for thievery at a national level and for capital flight in terms of hundreds of billions of dollars and the raping of natural resources and industries on a scale which I doubt has ever taken place in human history. That's what we set up in Russia.
So when he reads that quote, how do you interpret what does that quote mean?
It's basically Naomi Klein's disaster capitalism argument that after the Soviet Union collapsed, we basically went in and took advantage of them to take their natural resources.
Right.
Yeah.
So I found this guy's statement. It's actually a super interesting statement.
Okay.
That's not
Old
exactly
Wayne,
what he meant.
Old Wayne Mary?
Yes, Wayne Mary. That's not what he was referring to. He was referring to this idea that America went. It's kind of interesting. It's very prescient. He's saying that in the past, basically, but he's saying America went into this idea, went into the USSR sort of the way in the future America ends up going into Iraq, with their own perspective about setting up free market enterprises and democracy and capitalism. But Russia's culture and situation following the collapse of the USSR didn't really accommodate to it. And because of that, the American naivete about setting up systems basically allowed all these Russian oligarchs and Eastern European foreign actors to steal all of the resources from Russia. He's not saying America stole any resources. He's saying America they tried to create like a free market system, but it only ended up having the Russian elites steal all the resources.
Right.
That's what he's talking about.
Which is basically the exact same thing that I laid out earlier in the stream.
Well, yeah, exactly.
How you can't just go in and say, oh, we're a democracy now.
Right.
And
but
things are going to change.
When you read that quote, it sounds like he's saying America stole all of the USSR's resources.
But he's saying that the Russian elites did.
Right. He's saying the Russian elites and a bunch of like Eastern Europeans, because he's like, oh, a bunch of like actual like natural resources like gold and gems and lumber like mysteriously disappeared from the USSR and it like reappears in some neighboring European country under some fucking, corrupt politician there.
So he's saying it as we fucked up. When he says we created a virtual open shop for thievery at a national level and for capital flight in terms of
He's saying
he's saying like we fucked up. Yeah, exactly. Right. This was a fucking mistake that we made.
Yes.
We thought we were doing good for the Russian people and we ended up delivering them to these fucking thieves.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's saying, but it's a difference. He's saying we fucked up, not we robbed them. And it's very different.
Hugely different. Giant difference.
Yeah.
Which is typical. I mean, this is the thing. I have read a bunch about the war in the Middle East, the Iraqi war. And I think the best reading of it is that we literally wanted to install a democracy in the middle of the Middle East because we thought it would help the people ultimately.
Right.
It would create stability. We would buy the fucking gas, okay? That's how the world works.
The USSR situation is very similar actually to the Iraq situation.
Yes, it
very
totally
similar.
is. Yeah.
So I want to read some parts from his paper because his paper is actually really interesting. And it's kind of so it's too bad Jimmy didn't actually read it. He just kind of, well, he didn't actually read it. He's reading this guy's blog post, and this guy is very anti-American.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's also on the America's evil, imperialist train. And so he's just kind of regurgitating this quote that this guy read. But let me read some parts from his article. He says, American policy has always declared that what we want to see in Russia and in other countries of the Soviet Union was the growth of democracy, civil society, rule of law, and the growth of a market economy, free enterprise, and capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
There's always been a problem in understanding that those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand. In some cases, you may have to choose one or the other. And I think what did happen is that by force of circumstances, the US government was forced to choose, and we chose the economic over the political. We chose freeing of prices and privatization of industry and the creation of a really unfettered, unregulated capitalism, and essentially hoped that rule of law, civil society, and representative democracy would develop somehow automatically as a result of that.
That is interesting.
I mean,
that's fascinating.
Part of this was an ideological view, very prevalent. Fucking Howard Stern. Very prevalent. Yeah, I know. It's a Howard Stern joke. Very prevalent in Washington, D.C. In both the Bush and Clinton administrations, that capitalism itself brings democracy as an inevitable consequence. And this really is an ideological belief, not a tested, demonstrable theory applicable to a place like post-Soviet Russia.
Holy shit. And not only that, Why Nations Fail puts it completely backwards, that the inclusive political institutions are what bring economically inclusive institutions, not the other way around. Because what you get is you get a stratified society where one group of people is just raking in all the money, and the other people are not only economically dispossessed, they're politically dispossessed. Why would you give them any power?
Right. And if Jimmy had actually read this, you could totally say this totally fits within the leftist framework, because you'd say, oh, well, neocon, neoliberal economic and foreign domestic policy created the situation that allowed the Russia to become what it is today.
Yes.
Which is true.
And not
which is
that,
totally true.
E. Wayne Mary figures it out that's how they got it wrong.
Well, he's literally a foreign analyst working in the Moscow embassy while this is happening.
Right. So he's trying to figure it out. Nation building is like the fucking holy grail of foreign policy. It really is. We don't want these places to end up, basically subjugating their people and making us look bad. It looks terrible to any congressman when he goes to his voters and said, yeah, we gave a bunch of foreign aid to these people and they bought chemical weapons and gassed their fucking population.
Right. I think the problem is that specifically leftists, even though like the fringe writers kind of see this too, but specifically the leftists, since they view the world only in terms of the power hierarchy and the dominance hierarchy, they conceptualize that, of course, America has to keep other countries down. We have to keep rivals down in order for America to maintain its dominance. But that's not really the way the world works economically currently. America's looking foremost, as you said, first and foremost, for countries to be stable trading partners.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the number one thing for America's interest is not to dominate other countries, but to have other countries be as stable as possible.
Right. Yes.
And there's a reason for that. If you're at the top, you want the system to be stable because you're
Yes.
benefiting from it the most.
Totally, yeah. We want nations to develop products and services that we can buy from them on a stable basis.
Right. There's not a concern that like, you know, remember in the 90s, there was like this fear that Japan was going to surpass America economically.
Right.
Now that ended up not even remotely happening, but that was a fear. America didn't like go to war with Japan and be like, oh, we have to maintain our economic superiority or anything.
We fought with them economically. We were like, we got to get better on our game.
Well, they kind of just, I think they fucked up on their own end, but
Right.
I mean, it's the
Japan
same
did?
thing with China. The same thing with China right now. Everyone's saying China's going to totally overtake the U.S. and what's happening now? They're starting to have economic problems of themselves, their own
Right.
economic decline.
Yeah. They got too heavy into real estate from what I read.
Oh, and so there's another part that's interesting too, where the interviewer says, "You said that America pushes policies that essentially say greed is good." And he responds by saying, "I think our attitude was that Russia really needed in it a culture. What Russia really needed in its culture was the idea of greed, that the Soviet communist egalitarian leveling approach had been so deadening to enterprise, so deadening to individual initiative, that I think there was a view that a little greed would be a very good thing in Russia. I think that many of these people did not understand was that greed had always been a part and parcel of the Soviet communist system.
Wow.
It simply operated under the counter.
Wow.
Nobody got along according to the rules in the Soviet Union. And in fact, the basis for a large-scale organized crime existed well back into the Soviet period and began to flourish enormously during the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And once all the controls were off within the end of the Soviet Union, these criminal gangs and many of their new associates in business suits had the ability to rob what is still an enormously rich country and make fantastic sums of money.
Wow.
I don't think that in post-Soviet Russia, the real problem was a lack of greed. The problem was a lack of genuine law, because in the Soviet period, what passed for law, what passed for legality, what passed for law enforcement were so discredited in the minds of the Russian people, and quite legitimately discredited, that what was really needed in post-Soviet Russia was a new culture of law, a new culture of civic society, not a culture of greed.
Yeah. Wow. That's great. Yeah. They
And that
didn't
perfectly aligns with everything that you're saying from Narrow Corridor.
Yeah. They had greed is, come on, human nature gives us greed from birth, right?
Right.
What you need is a stable playing field where upward mobility is a possibility. Otherwise,
Right.
people, they opt out. If people don't think that their initiative is going to pay off and pay off to them and their family, there's no reason to compete. It's ridiculous. It's a fool's errand to compete.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So
there
see,
were-
Jimmy, I wish you would have read it because the guy actually says some very interesting things.
Well,
that-
it's so evil that this guy who's obviously got a very thoughtful perspective on this.
Yes.
He completely basically quotes him out of context and makes it sound like we turned Russia into some
U.S. piggy bank. or
yeah,
something,
U.S.
yeah.
piggy bank for us. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So sad. This is the fake news. Jimmy doesn't even know that he's doing it. It's the lens that he's looking at the world through that turns him into this NPC where everything has to be America bad. And I found this great quote that just shows how evil America is, just like I want it to be. Can you imagine if we hadn't have fucked up like that? If as far back as the 80s when the Soviet Union collapsed, we had done things differently and did kind of enshrine the rule of law. In the Dictator's Handbook, he talks about a thing that's completely terrifying to anybody who lives in like a modern westernized nation. In Putin's Russia, they want the cops to be doing illegal things because then they have something on the police in case they need to get rid of them.
Right.
That's so, can you imagine? Like the stuff that our people talk about in the United States about corrupt policing and stuff like that, they have no idea. They have no idea what it's like to live under truly corrupt policing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a terrible, terrible thing.
There was this weird story that I kind of vaguely looked at. I should have looked at it a little bit more, but I didn't have time. About Russia decriminalizing domestic violence.
Really? Ouch.
And it was something like, there's a claim, I don't know if this is true. There's a claim that a first-time domestic abuser who doesn't break bones or send someone to the hospital is like not a crime. Or it's not like a like whatever the equivalent of a assault felony would be.
Right.
It's like a misdemeanor or something. It's very
Right.
minor charge. So, but you think all the very social justice minded people who supposedly care about women's rights would be very
Right.
up in arms about that, but
They're all pro Putin now. It's so weird.
America bad, right?
It's so weird. It is weird.
And
they think we're the crazy ones, Sitch.
I know.
They think we're totally insane. How are you giving America any respect? We get it from all sides because nobody likes the fucking government or any of this shit.
Well, and here's the problem. I mean, the problem is no one's incentivized at all, really, to look into any of this shit, except for like people like us, where we're doing a job or a show or performance based off of trying to understand information. But the problem is with people like Jimmy and with people like Hasan is that if you stream every day, like as we talked about, like it takes, like I spent, I don't know, probably 3 whole days or 2 whole days just doing like all this like research, and I'm like I know like a tiny sliver of information about the situation.
The more you research, the more demoralizing it is because you realize the less you know.
It was a very crazy experience. As I'm trying to research this, I'm like, it's a never-ending rabbit hole. It's a never-ending rabbit hole of who's blaming who for what, and then look into every single fucking claim, and then every claim you look into spawns 20 more claims about someone doing something else, so it's really their fault, and it just never fucking ends. And because of that, we get into these situations where you trust someone to basically tell you what is true and what is accurate. And the problem is that when you have people like Jimmy, who you're supposed to turn to them to, like, the reason you watch Jimmy
is so you don't have to do this amount of work.
You don't have to do that. So he's supposed to be a source of trusted information, to cultivate information to tell you that you can trust. Right. But he's not doing that. He's doing is he's saying, and maybe this is because he streams too much, so he literally doesn't have time to do it. All he's doing is grabbing other sources that fit with his sort of like anti-America leftist worldview, and then just bringing them all together in a pot and then spouting them back out at his audience. Yeah. But he's not checking to see if any of this shit's true or not.
Right. Yeah. We talked about that yesterday. Can I share one of your DMs? It's not bad.
You can share one of my DMs.
So yesterday, I get a DM from Sitch at about 1 p.m. and it inspires me to pick up the phone and call him. It says, the amount of information feels overwhelming to me. I'm not feeling very comfortable discussing it at the moment. This is after I've sent him. I mean, it is overwhelming, but I sent him, I don't know, like 4, 5, 6 links here.
Yeah, even yesterday, even after a day and a half of doing research, I still feel like I'm not even close enough to talk about this stuff.
I know. Yeah. So I called Sitch yesterday and talked to him for like 45 minutes, an hour. And we're like in an ethical debate over whether or not we should even discuss this.
Right. I was like, is it morally right to go on stream and like say a bunch of shit that's wrong?
Well, and make fun of some other guy who's obviously spreading fake news, but I mean,
well, that's part of the reason for the context of like structuring the stream as a response to the Hasan and as a response to the Jimmy Dore videos. This is a way to narrow
our focus.
Narrow our focus into what to research and what to look at specifically. Because otherwise, it's just, as I said, it's a daunting task. It's overwhelming to look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
But
most people don't give a fuck about the truth, Sitch.
I know, but that's
They
they
don't
just find
care.
the stupid. They just find other articles and they just read them. It's, oh, I got a bunch of articles. I'm gonna read these articles, and that's what's true.
Most people only have confirmation bias. They're completely just sorting the world into things that confirm the stuff that they want to believe and throwing away the things that disconfirm that stuff. That's the entire world that they live in.
Right. Well, that's why the stupid 2014 phone call coup narrative has continued to exist, because the only people that talk about it or analyze it are the crazy leftist people.
Right. Yeah, because it confirms their worldview. They're like, we got to keep that piece of evidence, of course. How do you think Jimmy dug up this quote here, which is completely ass backwards?
He reads this guy's blog, this Yasha Levin guy's blog. Or not blog, Substack.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. And that guy dug it up. And
right, I read his article. I mean, I read
context.
It's so ridiculous because I found his Substack that this is from. Or I don't know if it was this one, because one of them you have to pay for, and one of them you don't. And the one that was free, it's just so like dripping with the America's evil imperialist empire. Like, I don't know how fucking dumb you have to be to read this article and think this is some kind of unbiased, neutral source of information that you could trust.
Right. Jimmy doesn't want a neutral source. He doesn't give a fuck.
I guess he doesn't.
Dude, it's weird because in the information environment that we're in, you make more money if you don't have a neutral, if you don't have a neutral angle.
You're right.
Of
and that's
course
the problem.
you do.
You're not incentivized to look into any of this stuff.
That's a giant problem. All right, let's continue with this nonsense, this madness. Where does it lead next?
Raping of natural resources and industry.
It leads to raping of natural resources. Great. Great.
On a scale which I doubt has ever taken place in human history.
See, he's so proud of himself because he thinks America did that. That's what our leaders want. That's what our population votes for. That's what
why
he's
is he
thinking
happy
right
about
now.
this?
Yeah, that's what he's thinking right now. When the truth is, America wanted the exact opposite. We're like, oh my God, we just put the tiger in the fucking chicken coop.
Right.
What did we do? Holy.
Well, no,
shit.
it's more like there was a bear. There's a big Soviet bear, okay, called the Communist government, and it was keeping a bunch of wolves at bay. Or it was not keeping them at bay. It was basically limiting the damage the wolves could do.
Right.
And so America comes in and is like, we kill the bear and we're like, we're going to establish freedom. And it's like, oh, freedom's good if everyone is like a sheep or a dog working together. But you got all these fucking wolves roaming around that no one's dealing with.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just going to start growing out of control.
Right. And Wayne Mary, Wayne Mary feels bad about that, Jimmy.
Right.
And here you are making him out to be some evil fucking imperialist American. I will say for Jimmy, when he's talking about, when he's sort of taking quotes and thinking that they mean America's some evil conniving force, I don't think he should hold his hands together and grip them like he's doing some sort of stereotypical evil bad guy, hand motion. Yeah. Yeah.
Just a tip.
Very Dr. Evil.
Yes.
That's what we set up in Russia after. And then here literally was Boris Yeltsin, weeks before he told anybody in Russia, he sent a private note to President Bill Clinton letting him know. Well, what was he going to let him know? He was letting him know that he was going to make it possible for Putin to be the next president. They're going to rig the election. And this is what President Clinton said back. That's very good news. The only other thing I wanted to say was that we have had good contacts with Mr. Putin so far, and I look forward to meeting with him in Auckland. After that, we will stay in very close touch. I thank you for calling, Boris. So there you go. So there literally Boris Yeltsin's getting permission to appoint Putin as president of the country and rig the election just like they did for him, and they did it.
So, okay. There's a lot wrong. As you could probably guess, there's a lot wrong with Jimmy's interpretation of this quote. Okay. First of all, This phone call, this is from a phone call. This phone call was after Boris Yeltsin publicly announced Vladimir Putin to be the prime minister of Russia.
Mm-hmm. So there's no going back.
So the narrative, so Jimmy sets up this narrative. If you heard, he said, before it's announced to anyone in Russia.
Right. That's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay. Secondly, the phone call, which I read, which you can find online, wasn't about Putin specifically. Mm-hmm. It was about all these, host of topics and all this other stuff that was, relevant to America-U.S. relations. And the reason Putin is mentioned is because since Boris Yeltsin has just appointed Putin to be prime minister, he didn't ask America. He just because why the fuck would Boris Yeltsin ask America? He just appoints Putin to be the prime minister. And he's telling Clinton, hey, because he's a new prime minister, you're going to be talking with him in this upcoming meeting where we're going to be talking about all this other stuff.
Right. So this is just basically professional response.
Right. And Yeltsin's kind of trying to tell Clinton, like, look, he's a good guy. I think you'll like working with him, basically.
Right. Yeah. This is just office banter, for heaven's sake.
Right. Yeah. And then Clinton just responds with like, yeah, we talked to him a little bit. He seems like a chill dude,
Yeah, totally.
Okay, whatever.
Didn't know he was ex-KGB, but I guess we're gonna have to work with him.
Right, because part of the thing with Putin is Putin wasn't he was kind of raised out of obscurity by Boris Yeltsin for many reasons, and so it's part of why Yeltsin's like, oh, let me tell you a little bit about Putin. He's a cool guy, blah blah blah.
They go into this example in great detail in the Dictator's Handbook about the whole situation with flirting with democracy with Gorbachev and Boris Yeltsin and then into Putin.
Right.
I didn't have time to go back and read it, obviously. I was trying to keep up on what is actually happening in the real world here. But, yeah, so go ahead.
Well, I say in this framing again, because Jimmy's looking at this as like the frame is America's the evil imperial empire that's meddling with everyone's politics. So he's assuming that this phone call is Yeltsin asking Bill Clinton for permission. Okay, when in reality, he's acknowledging. He's saying, look, Putin. He tells Bill Clinton. He says, I think my party is going to support Putin to be president in the year 2000. And I think he's a good guy for you to work with. He's not asking for permission. He's telling him what's going to happen.
Right. Yeah. Professional courtesy.
Right. And it wasn't a surprise when he announced Putin as the prime minister out of nowhere. It was very clear that he was going to support him to be the next president. It wasn't like a shock.
God, this is such fake news. Jimmy,
I know, it's crazy.
Jimmy, why? Why? I thought you left the Young Turks because you didn't like the fake news. Now you're the news skirt.
Putin as president of the country and rig the election just like they did for him, and they did it. And the shocker in this exchange is that Clinton gives Yeltsin tacit approval to rig an election and put Vladimir Putin in power.
So
okay.
Yeah, so that's Bill Clinton? We have two Clintons on the field now.
This is from 1999.
Right.
Clinton. Okay. So that quote this is literally this quote that he just read. This is Bill Clinton.
Right.
That's very good news. The only other thing I want to say is that we had good contacts with Mr. Putin so far, and I look forward to meeting with him in Auckland. Okay. That is literally the only part of the phone conversation where Bill Clinton mentions Vladimir Putin. And yet the Substack article takes that single sentence and twists that around into Bill Clinton is approving the rigging of the election for Vladimir Putin.
That's crazy. How do they do that?
And he puts this quote on the screen like this random Substack guy is some authoritative source on the matter.
Wow.
This is just some fucking guy's opinion.
I feel like we're just in comic book land here. This is just such a crazy comic book narrative.
Well, this video was, when I saw this, I mean, this is like one of the worst Jimmy Dore videos I've ever seen, like in terms of standards of information. And I can only guess that Jimmy, like everyone, let me be good faith Gary for a second. is that Jimmy, like everyone, was just rushing to have information to talk about the situation.
Right.
And so he just reads a bunch of fucking bullshit leftist articles that support his worldview and then just regurgitates them. He didn't do any fact checking of his own. He didn't process any of this information on his own.
Right. Yeah. Clinton signs off for him to rig the election, huh? Okay.
From that one sentence of him just saying, yeah, I look forward to working with Putin.
It does.
He
He
seems like a
doesn't
nice
really.
guy.
Wouldn't it? If he really was, wouldn't he say, "Oh, something like, are you going to rig the election like we talked about"? Wouldn't that be more indicting?
Right.
It doesn't really seem. I don't know how they spun this. I guess this is the systemic lying we're always talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I read a Substack. Okay, I know what's going on. Who's this guy? Did you look into this guy that has a Substack?
I
It's
did.
just
Yash
some.
11, yeah.
It's just some.
Some random guy, yeah.
Really?
Who? Well, actually, no. It was actually funny.
Blogging from his basement.
So if you look at his about, well, I didn't even see this. That's interesting. So he's a Soviet American investigative journalist.
Mm-hmm.
So he's already biased in the Soviet side of things, obviously.
Right.
So that makes sense. I didn't even know that about him. That's why he has such a lot of very anti-American ideas.
Right. He's like, I don't want to blame my country for rigging the election. Obviously, it was the Americans that forced my country.
Yes. His Substack, the little thing under his Substack says, a newsletter run by a Soviet immigrant living through America's decline.
Oh, okay. So he's
So
a neo-reactionary.
that's where I go for pertinent, non-biased information about Russia-America relations.
We're living through America's decline. Okay. Fascinating.
Oh my God.
I guess America's decline really depends upon your perspective. I could see, if you're a Substack blogger living in your parents' basement in Queens, you probably do think America is in decline.
Well, I don't think he's living in anyone's basement, to be
Are
fair.
you sure? You don't know.
I mean, he looks like he's in his 40s.
Okay.
so-
A lot of
I think he's
kids.
married. I think he's married. so-
Maybe she lives there too. They got the Slurpee machine. Who would move out?
Okay. Maybe. We don't know.
He's authoritative news.
He's retweeting a tweet on his Twitter complaining about these draconian Russian sanctions. All right.
Oh, yeah, that's what you get when you
I
fucking
mean-
invade a sovereign country, bitch.
He's retweeting a tweet that says, "Whenever war breaks out, it always hits me whose fault it is. The anti-imperialists, like Russia."
Russia's the anti-imperialist?
I don't know. I don't know who's the anti-imperialist in this
Tweet back at
situation.
him. Ask him if he's familiar with East Germany. Ask him if he knows anything about the history of East Germany. Because you want to talk to him about imperialism.
We could talk all day about the level of meddling the United States has done in Russia, which is why it's so hilarious that everybody's been clutching their pearls for the last 5 years about Russian involvement in our elections. It's really black is white, up is down, and in is out. So
yeah, as part of that deal, Jimmy, Boris Yeltsin asked Clinton to defend his invasion of Chechnya, or his incursion into Chechnya, and Bill Clinton proceeded to compare Boris Yeltsin in Chechnya to Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, very publicly. So
this is actually hilarious because that actually did happen. Okay, well he just said it happened,
right?
But it really illuminates how their first and foremost lens is hating America. Okay, so. Chechnya was a region that was still technically part of Russia after the Soviet Union fell, but was trying to gain its independence from Russia.
Right. So it's already in Russia. It's in the Russian borders.
It was still within the borders of Russia after the Soviet Union fell.
Right.
But once the Soviet Union fell, they were trying to gain their independence from Russia. Okay. And so Max and Jimmy want it both ways. Okay. So on one hand, they say America is the evil, aggressive empire for expanding NATO to piss off Russia.
Mm-hmm.
However, America is also weak in capitulating to Russia because Bill Clinton is fine with Russia's imperialism over Chechnya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so which is it?
Those
is
are
the
kind of
US
contradictory.
Yeah. Is the U.S. intentionally trying to piss off Russia by expanding NATO, or is the U.S. kowtowing to Russia by letting them run over the Chechens? It's almost like Max and Jimmy want to put America in a no-win situation where no matter what they do, they get criticized for it.
Wow. This is like a lose-lose. That's what they're trying to set up.
Right.
Yeah.
How can you criticize America's support of Russia taking over Chechnya, or that region of Russia, and the Chechens, but you then turn around and criticize America for trying to defend Ukraine from being taken over by Russia?
Have they run out of like real horrible shit that America has done? Like, why are they doing all this heavy reaching here?
Because it's the same reason that the CRT people say, oh, the microaggression is like just as racist as, segregation. It's because they have run out of real grievances.
Right. Yes.
Or at least real systemic grievances of the level that merits their response. So,
yeah.
Which in their response is revolution.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And that's why they have to hype up these grievances to that level.
Yeah. They're the bad guys. I really think they're the bad guys. I would really classify them more as useful idiots, though.
Right.
Yeah, compare that to the U.S. rhetoric about Putin recognizing breakaway republics as independent.
And so we helped engineer a coup. We overthrew the democratically elected government in Ukraine. We helped do that. And a big part of that government
citation needed,
yeah,
sir.
That
please.
didn't happen. Yeah.
Please.
That wasn't
and I like how
what
they
happened.
put up this old clip that has nothing to do with what he's even talking about.
Right. Yeah. Well, because they don't have the citation, so.
I know.
Interwoven into their government is neo-Nazis. It's a.
Oh, and then he throws the neo-Nazis in. Yeah. The government that we this is why I say this is fucking comic book.
Anti-woke Jimmy Dore,
This is this is so ridiculous. This storyline is so ridiculous.
So after that, there was a ceasefire, right? And so they had the Minsk. I don't know why I can't say that. Minsk agreements, and there was supposed to be a ceasefire, a military withdrawal, and there was supposed to be elections held in rebel-held areas, but none of that happened, right? They never stopped shelling, and there wasn't a military withdrawal, and there wasn't elections in rebel-held areas, right? So again, it was Ukraine government, meaning the proxy of the United States and Europe, that were breaking the agreement. Correct, Max?
Well,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was the Ukrainian government that broke the agreement, shelling the Donetsk and Luhansk republics, prompting them to form their own self-defense militias. And
okay.
Yeah, this is
so much wrong with this. Okay. First of all, the way he frames this, he says the Ukrainian government is shelling these, he says these regions that are part of the Ukraine, but he's referring to them as independent countries. Right. And that's what created the separatist, military movement.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. And that makes no fucking sense, Max. How does that make any sense? Why the separatist and the militant separatists existed before the Minsk Accords? That's obviously who the Accords were with.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense to say, no, the Ukraine shelling them is what made them have a military or made them have militant separatists. That's insane.
The militant
insane.
separatists existed, and they were defending the sovereignty of the nation.
Right. And that's who the Minsk agreements that he just flashed on the screen were with.
Right.
And it's totally, it's so dishonest the way that, and you're about to see that Max will kind of refer to Donsk, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but and Luhansk as independent, as these like innocent, independent actors who just wanted their freedom without mentioning anything about they're being supplied militarily by Russia.
Yeah,
because
right
Russia's
in the picture.
Right, because Russia is trying to fuck over the Ukraine. Russia wants to make them, wants to make Ukraine bleed. Russia wants the Ukraine to be bogged down in their own Vietnam situation. Russia's meddling in foreign affairs, but for some reason, no, they don't care about any of that.
Yeah. Russia gets a pass.
And this stuff about like, and the way Jimmy's framing this, he's like, Ukraine didn't hold up any of these agreements. Nobody, including the separatists, held up to these fucking agreements.
Right.
There's a
Yeah,
like,
look at that
so,
first one. What's that first one there?
Ceasefire.
Right. So which side didn't cease fire?
And that's the thing that's so stupid, because if you look into like who broke the ceasefire,
oh no,
everyone's pointing fingers and saying they stopped it, they didn't break it. Everyone blames everyone fucking else.
Of course.
Fucking of course. Okay.
They shot first. We were just shooting back.
Right. I mean, that's like, it's the most common claim ever whenever there's a ceasefire. Oh, well, I didn't shoot them. They shot first. It was them. It was their responsibility. You know?
Yeah.
And then it's like another note too, a military withdrawal. Well, first of all, they did withdraw the military from a lot of those regions. So they actually did do that. But then completely withdrawing the military, you know, would be reliant on them having a fucking ceasefire first and foremost, which if they can't get to that stage, then there's not going to be a full military withdrawal.
Why would you withdraw the military if it's part of Ukraine anyway? Like set up a military base down there.
There was, well, because in when this was happening, the Ukrainian military was far shittier than it is now. It was far more not cohesive.
Right.
And there was talks of potentially like when you look at polling, I believe the majority of people in those regions to the east, they didn't want to be completely independent from Ukraine. They wanted to be like a federation with Ukraine.
Right, which probably is why they got the third one there, elections in rebel-held areas. They were like, we want representation in Congress, in Kyiv. That's where we want.
Right. And they felt that the ousting of Yanukovych was like not appreciating their political position, basically.
Right. He was their guy. Right. He was their Trump.
Right. And so, and then the funny thing was number 3, elections in rebel-held areas. It wasn't the Ukraine that postponed those elections, Jimmy.
Oh my! It was shit.
It was the Russians. I mean, it was the separatists with when they were talking to Russia. They kept pushing the fucking elections back.
Oh,
it took them.
Holy
they were
shit.
supposed to have these elections within like a couple months, and then they ended up, I think, pushing them back for like 2 years.
Wow!
Before they ever got to these stupid elections.
Why did they keep pushing them back? The polling looked bad.
I don't know. Well, the original reason was they wanted to have, I believe, France witness and mediate the elections and make sure they were fair for some reason. I don't know how France got wrapped into this. And France was like, give us 2 months to do that, to prepare for this. So that's fine. But then, like, because of the continual violence, they could just never get to the election.
What was this? When did they pour the concrete into the aqueduct? Because I'm curious if they're like, okay, this ceasefire thing is not working. Let's starve them out for water.
When did the Ukraine stop Crimea's water?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Probably after the Minsk agreement fell apart.
The North Crimean Canal.
I'm guessing.
You think this would be like the first thing that would come up?
Yeah, it's tough. Well, there's a lot of fake news out there. And I'm sure there's a lot of news out there about Crimea that's you're probably not going to be able to find it.
It just says in 2014.
It is 2014.
Right. So it was it was pretty quick, supposedly.
Well, I figured they probably had the military incursion, and then once the ceasefire fell apart, they thought, well, there's got to be another solution here, right?
It says Russian forces have already unblocked water flow to the canal.
Oh, okay.
So that's already happened. Apparently, that happened days ago.
Well, see? So that does lead to their motivation, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. That was definitely part of the motivation.
Right.
The question is that motivation, I mean, is that enough? If they can maintain that. But...
Yeah. But it was, Jimmy, it was American. I mean, the Americans are the ones that probably had the idea to fill the canal with cement, right? The Americans were the ones that did that. It was our meddling.
Probably. obviously that was part of the meddling.
It might have been. I don't know. I'm just.
I mean, the Ukrainian government was, on their own. They're like, we don't want to do that. But then those evil Americans
Right.
stuck in there like,
Yeah.
damn it in the canal. Don't let them get the water. Let them die of thirst.
Yeah. Who was president in 2014?
I don't remember the guy's name. Oh, you mean in America? Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I thought you
was,
meant
it had to be Obama's idea.
There you go. It was. No. Listen, Hillary Clinton personally
State
flew
Department.
down to the Ukraine, and she poured the cement in there herself.
Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. She's like up there on the side of the aqueduct with a bag of cement. She's like, I'll show you how we do the Boston Tea Party in Ukraine.
No, this is what happened. Okay. It's actually an accident. Hillary Clinton was looking for somewhere to store all of the dead bodies from all the hundreds of people that she's killed. Okay. It's because her normal spots for hiding corpses were just so filled with corpses. She was like, oh shit, I gotta find a new place to look for corpses. And she's in a panic and she's running around. And someone's like, hey, Crimea was just annexed by Russia. That's a great place to hide dead bodies. And she's like, oh my God, you're right. And so she puts all the dead bodies in the Crimean Canal and then pours a bunch of cement over it.
It's perfect. What?
And then the Ukrainian government's like, oh, that's such a good idea. You're blocking water to Crimea. And she's like, what? I mean, of course. That was my idea all along.
What? The Ukrainian government is pouring cement? I'll be right there. I have a few corpses to eliminate.
The agreement.
It's Jimmy Dore.
And if you actually look at UN statistics on Luhansk republics, prompting them to form their own self-defense militias. And if you actually look
at again, so it's even worse. He categorizes the separatist movement as self-defense militias.
Yeah.
How can you categorize the people who want to break away from a country as self-defense militias? They're the one aggressing the behavior.
All of this goes back to the perspective, though, that the Ukrainian government is a puppet government of the United States. So that frames the separatist movement as freedom fighters from the evil empire of the United States.
Yes, that's true.
Russia is just helping them escape our evil corporatist influence.
I just love it's like when Russia leans on the Ukraine, silence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or Chechnya.
Yeah. Silence. But spooky phone call, America's behind it. Okay.
Of course.
When Russia supplies separatists with arms and weapons, silence. They're self-defense freedom fighters. Okay?
Right. Well, this is all a very, very simple algorithm. It's step one. America bad. Okay. That's it. That's all you need to know. Okay. Everything else fits into place. It's like Tetris. Okay. We have the super America bad Tetris at the bottom.
Right.
And everything else, every puzzle piece must fit about that around that one. That one doesn't move.
Statistics on deaths, casualties, the lion's share is on the side of those in the Russian-speaking republics that comprise the region of Donbass. So 81% of deaths between 2018 and 2021 of civilian casualties were in the Donbass region. And so this is Vladimir Zelensky, the president.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wow, this is a shocking statistic. The majority of deaths are in the region where the fighting is taking place.
That makes no sense to me. Like, why wouldn't there be more deaths in the peaceful part, Sitch? Can you explain it to me?
I don't know. This must be some kind of evil American conspiracy, obviously. I mean, where people are fighting is where people are dying. I just, wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
You'd think those deaths would be in Kyiv, where the evil American influence is.
Yeah, well, because the way that the Ukrainian government fights the separatists is that they actually sacrifice virgins.
They bust them to Kyiv.
No. They sacrificed innocent Ukrainian or Russian virgins in Kiev.
I'm going to look that up.
Yes.
I'm looking up Ukrainian virgins right now.
They use the soul magic released from the virgin sacrifice to send evil spells across the separatist lines that target separatist leaders and make them die. You know, like remember in Game of Thrones when Melisandre like bursts the shadow Stannis to go kill his brother?
I do
That's
remember
what
that.
happens.
That's my favorite part.
Of course it was. That's how Ukraine's military operates. They have a bunch of shadow babies that are just birthed out of loyal Ukrainian women's vaginas to go kill separatists.
Yeah. Do you think? I wonder if Americans are actually watching this schlock, or if Jimmy has a huge Russian audience.
No, I'm sure there's lots of them.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, why do Americans hate America so much? I guess it's because it sucks for them.
Because that's the socialist narrative, the leftist narrative, is that America is the evil empire.
If you're working a shit job, I can see where that would totally appeal.
Well, I don't know. It's weird because it seems like most of the socialist types, they're not like working class people. Or they're not even people working, jobs like very low income jobs. They're like the bougie kids. The bougie kids who've had.
But sooner or later they know their back's against the wall. They're going to have to go out and get a job. That's even scarier.
Yeah, but maybe that's why they're so in favor of socialism, because a lot of this is the bougie kids that have been sort of taken care of.
I think it is.
For their life. And they're like, oh, I want that for everybody.
They're like, the state, the mommy and daddy state is taking care of me this far. I have a little problem here I have to deal with.
Right. Maybe that's it.
I need a Washington. I need a replacement mommy daddy.
Well, and also I think with Jimmy, a lot of people, because Jimmy's just like anti-mainstream media and usually anti-woke until he starts talking about the neo-Nazi shit.
Right.
That kind of like tricks people into thinking like, oh, Jimmy's a good lefty. Like he's a good source of information. He's very knowledgeable about things.
People on the left hate Jimmy Dore. I can't.
That feeds into the narrative too, because the mainstream left and even some of the independent alt-left people hate Jimmy. Then then he must be saying good things.
Remember the Joe Rogan list of people on the left and right that was
they
going
put Jimmy
around?
On the right?
No, I think they put Jimmy on the left, but there was a bunch of people that were like, no, Jimmy Dore's on the right. They were just not having it. They were super chapped about Jimmy Dore.
That's funny.
Funny. I think I retweeted it or something, but my mentions blew up over that tweet.
Right.
And I was honestly taken back by how many people on the left hate Jimmy Dore. Just hate him.
Well, it's not surprising. I mean, it's not that surprising because remember he came out against Bernie.
Yeah, he called him his butt buddy.
So first Jimmy comes out against the mainstream left. Okay. So the mainstream left hates him. Right? But that's fine on the internet because the internet's dominated by fringe alt-left types. But then he comes out against Bernie. And then you sort of get into like the trouble areas because you're like, oh, Bernie's their golden boy. And then remember he came out against the Squad.
And the Young Turks.
And then in the Young Turks.
Yeah.
And a new skirt. So he was kind of like, I don't think the one positive you could say about Jimmy is he's not trying to buddy with anyone in order to get clout. That's definitely true.
Right.
He's not afraid to burn bridges.
Yeah. Well, he's burning a lot of bridges here.
But he is.
He's burned the American bridge to pieces.
Of Ukraine bombing an area that the U.S. media and U.S. government considers Ukraine. But when he bombs them and shells them with artillery and kills civilians, the U.S. media and the think tank hacks and the Biden administration and before that the Trump administration, they refer to that population as Russian separatists, and they basically delete them as Ukrainians. But now that Putin has been poised to recognize that population as independent and place them under the protective umbrella of his military to stop these attacks, along with an assault on their language and their religion and heritage, they are referred to as Ukrainians. So the U.S. would never have said, "Oh, Zelensky."
So those are not contradictory points.
Right. Yeah,
Those
you
would
can
only
be Ukrainian and be a Russian separatist.
Right. And also, this would only make sense if like 100% of the population in those regions were the people trying to break off.
Right.
And the thing that I think is very dishonest here that Max is sort of neglecting is that on the front lines of these conflicts are a lot of Ukrainian nationalist movements that are composed of people who all live in the fucking area, who don't want to be part of Russia.
Yeah.
But none of those people's consideration is worth mentioning, is worth considering. The people in those regions that don't want to be part of Russia, they don't count for anything.
It's a civil war type situation.
Right.
It really is. Yeah. Of course they don't.
Yeah, it's just...
They want to make it sound like everything is black and white, America evil, bombing the good separatists who are probably just completely angry to all the people around them who are like, what's wrong with being Ukrainian? Shut up.
But no, some they don't focus on any of that. They don't focus that there are, a bunch of local groups that are anti-Russian separatists that are fighting. No, they just label them all neo-Nazis. They're all neo-Nazis forming a neo-Nazi Ukrainian government propped up by America.
Yeah. Okay. The strategy is very familiar to me.
Right.
The name everyone who disagrees with me, neo-Nazi. Now I'm familiar with that strategy. Okay, Sitch, that I understand. It's funny that Jimmy Dore falls into that, doing that so easily here.
Right.
You've lost your anti-woke cred with us, Jimmy, just so you know.
Own people, the way they said that about Gaddafi or Assad. And now they're claiming, that these are just Ukrainians, when for years, the humanity of these people and their national identity was completely erased. I mean, the hypocrisy is staggering.
So here's what you were talking about. According to UN figures from 2018 to 2021, 81.4% of the civilian casualties in the Donbass war came in rebel-held territory. 16.3% were in Ukrainian government-controlled territory. So the point he's making is the one same one you are, is that the people who are being killed here are Ukrainians in the rebel-held area. So it's not.
Yeah, well, this is so weird because it's like, no shit, Sherlock. There's a fucking, there is a place where fighting is going on.
Right.
And there's a place where fighting is not going on. They're probably, the 16% is probably from terrorist attacks. Have we not, didn't we live through the war on terror together, Jimmy Dore? Don't you know how this fucking shit works?
Not, it's the Russian-speaking Ukrainians in the Donbass. It's not the people in the government-held territory. So
he just repeats it like it makes, like it's...
Well, it's also like this weird appeal, like, if people are losing or dying, then they must be like the side you support.
Yeah,
argument.
That is strange.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't know, like, when the Nazis were losing and people in Germany were dying, or Germans were dying in foreign lands. I mean, do you suddenly switch sides? Be like, oh, these like 90% of the casualties are now on the German side.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
D-Day happens and we storm Normandy, and it's like 81% of the casualties
took place in Germany.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, actually, it was France.
Well, Normandy's in France. Yeah.
So this is considered, like kind of a slaughter in a sense, right? And so, in fact, here's another. My study showed, this is from Ivan Kachkanavsky. He says, my study showed the same. Ukraine has mainly not been fighting Russia's armed forces in the Donbass. The vast majority of rebel forces consist of locals. So, in fact, here this is in foreign policy.
Are they, I mean, if they're making an argument that they should be arresting these people, I mean, I might be sympathetic to that argument.
Well, they can't, because they're in a... They can't arrest them.
They're in a shooting war. Yeah.
They're in a shooting war.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why.
I mean, it's why the article says the Russian armed forces.
Yeah.
Oh, no, this says directly. Wait. Crucially, however, Ukraine has mainly not been fighting Russian armed forces. Oh, okay. They're trying to claim that they're not Russian armed forces.
Right. They're saying.
Oh no,
that
wait. It says. Wait a minute.
They're
yes,
Russian separatists, but they're Ukrainian citizens. But the Russians have been arming them.
So this is actually this paragraph is written very deceptively.
Yes, Russia has armed, trained, and led the separatist forces, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but then see, it says this is why this is very dishonest. It says, however, Ukraine has mainly not been fighting Russia armed forces in the Donbass. Okay, so that gets confusing when you say Russia's armed forces. They mean the Russian military.
Yeah, I know. Russian military hasn't invaded until 2 days ago.
Right, but then later they say Russian armed forces instead of Russia's.
Oh,
armed
that's
forces.
super confusing because
that makes
Ukrainian
it sound like
forces are Russian armed.
Yes, exactly, and that's where the confusion. That's why it's very. I don't know if it was intentionally dishonest, but that's very confusing.
Indeed, the Ukrainian Russian armed forces engaged directly in the fighting only twice.
Yeah.
In August, September 2014, and January, February 2015.
Which is still crazy. Anyway.
And with limited capacity.
You're having the Ukraine is fighting Russian forces in their own land in 2014 and 2015.
I don't know the point of bringing all this stuff up. I don't know Jimmy's point. I guess we
Russia
have to go
has
back
armed,
to America
trained,
bad.
and led the separatist forces.
You have to trace all. You have to. It's hard for us because we don't have the perpetual lens America bad. You have to constantly think back. Oh yeah, Jimmy thinks this is a big gotcha because the Ukrainians are American puppets. So he just sees anything Ukrainian as American evil empire puppet who's slaughtering its own people because America said, hey, this would be fun for you to do.
Yeah.
Policy magazine. Crucially, however, Ukraine has mainly not been fighting Russia's armed forces in the Donbass. Yes, Russia has armed, trained, and led the separatist forces, but even by Kyiv's own estimates, the vast majority of rebel forces consist of locals, not soldiers of the regular Russian military. Indeed, the Russian armed forces engaged directly in the fighting only twice, in August, September 2014 and January, February 2015, with limited capabilities, although both episodes ended in crushing Ukrainian defeats. So
that's a bit confusing too. Crushing Ukrainian defeats. Which Ukrainians?
So this idea that they're fighting Russian soldiers and all that stuff, they're not. They're fighting locals, Ukrainians. And as you pointed out, when it's convenient for the United States to consider them Russian separatists, they're Russian separatists when Ukraine is bombing them. But then when Russia acknowledges their independence, they all become Ukrainians. So, and here's an interesting... Go ahead.
I actually just interviewed one of those fighters at the Gray Zone. You can just go to our YouTube channel. And he's actually a foreign fighter from Texas who volunteered with a communist faction that formed a battalion within the Donetsk People's Republic. And they fought against the Ukrainian regular military. And
so not only are they Russian separatists, they're communists. So somebody from Texas, it would be great to know if he was actually an American citizen. What a Russian American from Texas went over to fight with communist rebel forces.
And the extreme right-wing militias. His name is Russell Bentley. They call him Texas in Donetsk. And he fought with the Novorussian army. And he described to me what the situation was on the ground. There are no Russian forces there. Certainly Russia was supportive of what they were doing, but they pulled together starting with pretty much nothing and have become a pretty formidable fighting force. But these are just local.
So they're basically a militia force. So
What did I miss?
You missed a lot, man.
Did he talk about Odessa yet? The neo-Nazis burning people in the streets?
No, you didn't miss that.
Okay.
He talked about the Texas guy. Do you know if he's American?
Oh my God!
Yeah. So he's a literal.
I love that part.
We can back it up. He's
No,
a literal
you have to back
communist.
it up. I want to set it up. It's so hilarious. So Jimmy Max completely accidentally torpedoes Jimmy's argument. I don't know if you brought that up, because Jimmy just spent the segment right before saying, look, these are local, Ukrainians. They're not Russian. They're all local people. And then Max is like, here's an American who's fighting the separatists.
So it is an American. He's like a Russian American, but he said he's a communist too.
He is. That's why he's with the separatists.
Right. So he goes over, the American communist goes over there to fight with the Russian separatists. But now he's saying that they don't have any, like, they're basically just a freelance militia. What the fuck?
Well, these they're a bunch of crazy separatists being funded by Russian military. I mean, obviously they're not, but
right. But these guys go nuts whenever there's talk of militia in the United States. Yet some communist goes over to Ukraine to start his own freelance militia over there.
Well, listen, he's a communist, so it's okay, right?
Everything's okay, I guess, if you're communist, right? Yeah.
He interviewed this guy.
I know. Did you look at? Did you watch the interview?
I found the video. It was like super long. I wasn't listening to it, but
who knows if it's all bullshit anyway?
It's like, okay.
I wonder, people who don't check their sources, I wonder if like somebody just reaches out and says, "Oh yeah, I'm over there fighting. Here, interview me. I want to be on your YouTube channel."
Max Blumenthal, he talked to the separatists, and they told him their perspective.
Sure,
he has the facts of their completely one-sided view of the situation.
Yeah, the one guy that went over there is at least he's a communist, so you can trust what he says.
There you go.
People on the ground there.
And they were supposed to, according to the Minsk agreements, they were supposed to stop shelling them, and they were supposed to take their military out. And they didn't do any of those things. And so after 8 years of them not following the agreement, finally, Vladimir Putin recognized them as separate countries, right? That's what happened, right?
He's so begging him. He's like so begging him. Come on, we got some narrative here, right? What's going on? Fill me in.
Yeah. I mean, he lost 10 friends to shelling and attack.
Excuse me, but
why he's still talking about the guy, the American guy, right?
I know. Why is it under Jimmy's framework, it's acceptable for Russia to fund separatist, movement to create his own puppet state? But America, they're creating their evil Ukrainian puppet state that people are having elections, and it's fucking democracy. It's the Western democracy. That's the problem.
Well, if you're a commie, you don't want democracy.
I guess.
Only in the workplace, okay? Not actually in the government.
In the government.
I've heard Bosch say like 1 million times, I love democracy so much that I want it in the workplace. No, you don't. You don't fucking love democracy. You're a fucking communist.
Many other friends had their legs blown off, their arms blown off.
Yeah, they went into a foreign nation to play war games. What? Just like, if you're going in with the ultimate goal of separating off a piece of land, I mean, what did you expect?
Right.
What did you expect?
Yesterday, when I interviewed him, they were shelled near where he lives. He lives 5 miles from the front lines. They were shelled with Grad rockets, which is, for the first time in years, Grad rockets rained down as a message, I guess, to the Russians or to the local population. But that's what they've been suffering for years.
This is so weird, Sitch. I can't imagine. They have literally foreign invaders coming in to start freelance militias. And,
well, just that one guy. I mean, it was also.
We lost like 10 of his friends and stuff.
Sure. But it's just like, okay, yeah, you have a bunch of people being backed by Russian military hardware, trying to separate from the Ukraine.
Yeah.
So Ukraine is supposed to say, okay, that's fine. Russia can totally annex parts of our country into puppet states, I guess. Is that what exactly is Max in favor of here?
I know we had a civil war where the southern United States seceded from the Union, and we had like, it's the bloodiest war in American history. I mean, I'm curious what his take is on the Civil War with this perspective here, right? He's saying, yeah, the South, they should have just, why did the North fight?
Listen, those northern aggression. It was the war of northern aggression, Adam. I don't know if you knew.
Well, that's the southern perspective. He's basically taking the southern perspective.
Yeah, it's the Ukrainian war of Western aggression.
And that's just a military component. There's a political component and the Russian-speaking.
Didn't France back the North in the Civil War? I can't remember. I believe.
I don't know. I mean, I know they backed America during the Revolution.
The Revolutionary War, yeah, that's the one.
I'm not sure where they were in the Civil War.
The French were very happy to come kill Englishmen with us.
Right, exactly.
Population inside Ukraine has suffered massacres and oppression. For example, the burning of protesters in the city of Odessa in broad daylight by neo-Nazi forces.
Okay, so I'm going to let him give you his narrative on this, and I'll tell you what actually happened, just so you can compare. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Oppression. For example, the burning of protesters in the city of Odessa in broad daylight by neo-Nazi forces. They ran into a union hall and were burned alive by neo-Nazi forces after setting up a kind of Occupy tent-style protest. And we covered that in our discussion. But this happened in broad daylight, and the U.S. said nothing. So,
okay. So he says there's a bunch of peaceful Occupy Wall Street protesters that got burned alive by neo-Nazi forces.
I love the way you set it up.
Okay. So what actually happened was this event took place. First of all, this event took place in Odessa, which is not in the eastern Ukraine. It's in southwest of Ukraine.
Okay, so it's in predominantly Ukrainian territory.
Yes, this is not anywhere near the...
This is a 16%.
Yeah, this is not anywhere near the contested eastern border whatsoever. Okay.
Right.
It's I think it's actually southwest of Kiev.
So anyway, wow. Okay.
Yeah. This takes place in 2014 in May. And basically there's like this weird tradition in the city. Maybe it's not weird. I don't know. Maybe American cities do this. There's this tradition in the city that before a sporting event, that a bunch of people. Yes, that's way. That's
way.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, as the world often is. Before a sporting event, a bunch of people will come out and they'll march like in favor of the team. And there's going to be some football, or I assume soccer because it's Ukraine.
Right.
Some soccer match that's playing. So a bunch of people come out and they're doing the little march for their sporting team like they usually do. However, since this is happening in May of 2014, there is also happened to be somewhat nearby a bunch of pro-separatist protesters who had basically set up their own Chaz, Occupy Wall Street tent city in the park. And so people, and they had been there for a while. So I'm assuming people didn't like that. Also, this is in 2014 where all the conflict with Crimea is going on. So the sports
football
march, the sports march starts to turn into a pro-Ukraine fuck Russia march.
Oh my God.
As it continues.
Oh my God.
It starts to evolve into a very pro-Ukraine, very fuck Russia march. And you can actually find videos of this on YouTube.
Really?
Okay.
Of course. Yeah. Of course.
And so according to at least, I could be wrong. There's always two sides of the story. But according to the videos that I saw about this protest and the information I read about this protest, what happened was in response to the pro-Ukraine fuck Russia protest, the separatists got a bunch of bats and chains and weapons, and they got together and they all appeared at once and they started to attack the crowd.
Wow. This is like MAGA versus Antifa.
It's so much like literally the same situation, because you know what happens? Once they start attacking the crowd,
can imagine.
The police show up.
Right.
But the police are already there because it's a big march. And they literally create a police line between the two sides of the conflict. And you're looking at this and you're like, this looks so much like Antifa MAGA protests, like so much. And they're even wearing like the fucking Antifa looking gear too, like the hoods and shit.
Really? Because they're
Right.
communists. They're straight out of fucking.
Well, I don't know if that's why, but it's just a coincidence maybe. But
The separatists have got to be communists. They have to be.
well,
communists.
I would assume. Yes, I would assume. And so then what happens is you have this situation where the police are kind of between these two forces and these two mobs.
The nationalists versus the fucking
the nationalists and
communist
separatists.
separatists.
And now the nationalist force is like significantly larger because this is not a nation, Ukraine, right? And so what happens is both sides of this mob / protest start ripping pavers out of the ground and throwing them over the police at the other side.
No way.
Yeah, it's like total fucking chaos.
Oh, this
Total
is
chaos.
hilarious.
Well, it becomes less hilarious because basically what happens is the pro-separatist people, they eventually like disperse or retreat or they run away because they're just so outnumbered.
Right.
And some of the pro-nationalist mob, who's all fucking a crazy mob now, decide that they're tired of these people setting up their Chaz chop zone on
They're
this
going
park.
to the Chaz.
Right. So they start burning all their tents down.
Right.
And so, unfortunately, a lot of the separatists apparently supposedly fall back to this one building. And so there's like a big there's a big riot outside the building. And somebody or a couple people throw Molotov cocktails through the windows of the building, which causes a fire.
Right.
And they said because according to the forensics information, the fire was started not on the ground level, but on the second floor. So they think someone threw a Molotov cocktail through the window and it hit somewhere on the second floor.
Wow.
And so the building catches on fire. And there were some people, some Ukrainian citizens that just there, because it's not even clear that everyone in the building was a separatist protester. There could have just been fucking people in the building.
Innocent people died.
Right. There could have just been innocent people in the building. Because it's just a building they went into. But so there were Ukrainians that were trying to, in nearby buildings, help people escape from the rooftops. But there were also people, because the pro-nationalist side had become a violent mob. And there were people that were attacking people that would come out of this fucking burning building. And then the fire department couldn't get close because it's a fucking mob there.
Right.
And so, unfortunately, when it was a tragedy, like 44 people basically died in this fire.
I mean, we had that shit happen in the U.S. with the Black Lives Matter protests, where the police just stood down and
right.
We had in Los
Fortunately,
Angeles.
nothing to that extent.
Right. I mean, how many people died?
Yeah, but I think not at once though.
Right.
I don't think there was ever an incident.
How is any of this America's fault? How is any of this our
No, but
fault?
so compare what I just told you to a bunch of neo-Nazis burned and killed these innocent separatist protesters.
It does break down along the same ideological lines as the American conflict, because you would call the MAGA side the nationalists, right?
Right.
And
You're right. Yes.
And the communist side the
anti-nationalist.
Anti-nationalist, yeah.
Right. You're completely correct. I mean, it would be very easy to conceptualize the BLM protest as to conceptualize the BLM protesters as the innocent, peaceful protesting freedom fighters, and the anti-BLM people as like the neo-Nazis.
Right. Yeah.
No,
well,
I'm not supporting them burning down the building. Obviously, that's fucking horrible.
That's the way they're suggesting it.
Right.
Yeah. It's so bizarre. It's the left is just a bunch of shit starters. They really are. It's always I don't know. It's always the right that ends up finishing it, though. It's even in this case, it's like the right goes and burns the building down.
Well, that's what is, I think, so ridiculous for the left, and has always been the left's position with the BLM protests and all this stuff, and the revolutionary left. Because I'm looking at them like, you guys know that the right is the right wing.
They're armed. They don't have any problem with the hierarchy.
They're gonna like whatever violent conflict that like leftists start.
Yeah.
The right wing people are gonna fucking end up. I don't know what they think. I don't know how they think this is gonna go.
The left doesn't stand a chance against right-wing militias.
Yeah, I just, it seems so crazy to me.
It's funny that this Texas communist guy went over there start his own militia. And
Well, I don't know if he started or he just joined some pre-existing militia, but
is it Mark Blumenthal? The Blumenthal guy said he went
Yeah,
over there and there was nothing. Like he went over there expecting it to be, somewhat Russian backed, but he just had to make do with what they had. Of course, like the Russians are gonna, if you're an American and you show up from Texas, the Russians are gonna be like, okay, we know what's
this
going
is a
on.
little suspect.
You know what's going on here. Here, come over. Let us tell you all about our situation here.
Oh
right?
yes, come to this room where Vlad, our Russian contact, have
Right.
big weapon crate of weapons. Yes, here, AK-47.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Why now, thank you, folks. I just saw the plight of ye all separatists and wanted to join in.
Right. I'm just a good old American communist.
I know, yeah. It's like I can understand the hesitancy there.
He flew out of Austin. Let's not delude ourselves here, right? We all know where he flew out of.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably a Californian transplant.
What was the guy's name? Do you remember?
I can't remember. He's probably got a YouTube channel. We should watch some of his videos.
Because Heck sent me a video. There's another guy. I don't think it's the same guy he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There's another guy who did this.
Went
Craig
over-
Lang flew up there.
Went over as a communist in 2014 to like join the communist resistance.
Well, I don't know which side he joined actually. Now I'm confused.
Oh, he joined
Said-
the. It's funny that this completely plays in because this was before the invasion, and from their perspective, now they're going to be like, oh, look, the world is completely behind the neo-Nazi nationalist Ukrainian government.
Mhm.
This completely plays into their anti-American hatred, their anti-right, anti-nationalist hatred.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he actually joined a pro-Ukraine nationalist militia.
This other guy? The one that Hex
Yes.
sent? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So the opposite side of it.
Yes, that's interesting. I didn't know there's fucking Americans flying out the bus. What are you guys doing out there? Stop.
I saw a thing on Twitter that looked like it was from the Ukrainian government saying, need a job? We need fighters in Ukraine.
Interesting.
I thought, wow, that's kind of ballsy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And BuzzFeed is totally making him out to be like an evil neo-Nazi and the separatists to be like innocent people. Like not Russian backed, not, commies who want to break apart from the government. They're not, they're not the problem.
Well, it depends upon your perspective, obviously. They want a revolution in America. They think nationalism is white supremacy.
So according to this article, it says 40 Americans have gone over to the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Most joined the pro-nationalist Ukraine militias, and a few with far left affiliations joined the Russian-backed forces.
This is like it
There you go.
completely breaks down according to ideology.
Listen, I'm glad that the majority of Americans know not to join the fucking Russian-backed forces.
How is this
in
not
eastern Ukraine?
This is just MAGA versus Antifa Ukraine style. Like
That's
they
what-
should do a reality television show around this.
You're right. That's a lot of what it is.
Yeah.
That's a lot of what it is. Yeah.
We have some Antifa from Portland here. We're interviewing them before they fly out to join the Russian communist separatist movement in Ukraine.
This article is funny because it's like going into his dark and troubled past. I'm like, really? Someone an American citizen who's not Ukrainian, who decides to fly out to a war zone and fight people has a troubled past. I
Right.
could have never guessed that.
No, of course, Sitch. He's just a normal, everyday person. He's a ex-financial analyst.
I know. It's like, come on, this is ridiculous.
Of course, he's a troubled person.
Right.
Yeah. He's probably doing it to get even with his dad. He's probably doing it to somehow get at his parents.
There has been this narrative for a long time to try to paint the well, not by everyone, but for a certain leftist to paint the pro-Ukrainian side as just, you know, neo-Nazis. Evil neo-Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Well, and I see you're about to.
Well, let me just give people some more background. Yeah. 1 in 6 Ukrainians is an ethnic Russian. 1 in 6 Ukrainians is an ethnic Russian, and 1 in 3.
Yeah. So
yeah,
what? Yeah.
I don't.
What's the point? What are you talking about?
So I don't understand.
I mean, we have a large population of every ethnicity there is. What are you saying? Right. What does it matter?
If you say, like, listen, you know, 10% of America is Mexican. I mean, does that mean Mexico gets to annex part of the U.S.? I don't understand what you're saying.
That's what I said earlier. You didn't like that argument, though.
I don't understand.
I've won you over.
1 in 3 people speak Russian. Like, okay, how many 1s in 3s speak Spanish in America? I don't. Who cares? What does this have to do with anything?
But look, he's pointing at the thing.
Yeah,
that makes all the difference, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Look, he's pointing at it. 1 in 3 speak Russian as a native language.
There you go.
Well, I showed you those demographics earlier.
After a history of the Soviets and the Russian czars intentionally fucking over the Ukrainians, including starving them out during the Holodomor and then replacing them with ethnic Russians, was effective, I guess. And now they get to claim it's their land because the people are ethnic Russians.
Yeah.
There you go. Listen, all you have to do is murder the population that existed before it and then supplant it with your own population. And then all the leftists are like, oh, yeah, that's not imperialism. That's fine.
That's, yeah. It is still imperialism, but have you listened? Did you listen to any of the speeches that Trudeau gave around the trucker protest? He does half the speech in French Canadian and half of it in American Canadian.
That damn American Canadian language.
Well, I thought I was
all them oohs and A's and the boots.
What kind of backwards country does the president come out and give a speech in 2 languages?
There you go. Fucking Quebecois.
Doesn't that seem inefficient? I mean,
it seems a little unusual.
Yeah.
But who was the guy that it was was it both a Republican and Democrat? I thought it was. Wasn't there both a Democrat and Republican primary candidate last election or I guess in 2016, that did like half the speech in Spanish?
Yes. I thought, throw that
Who
guy
am I
off
thinking
the stage.
of? Was it Pete Buttigieg or something? I thought it was like somebody that wasn't even Hispanic or of Latin descent.
Oh, yeah.
But
anyway. I can't remember who it was, but I remember us savaging him because it was so out of the ordinary.
3 speaks Russian as a native language. So 1/3 of the country speaks Russian as their first language, which is
so that should allow them to separate from the country. What is your argument?
I guess he's making an argument. Listen, I didn't know this, but I guess leftists are making an argument against multiculturalism. The right,
they are, yeah.
The right wing was correct. Yeah. We need to have enforced mandated languages and cultures.
Yeah.
So this can't happen.
Jimmy comes out as English only.
Is something that's really some. So you see, it's a complicated issue, and there's much more history to go into. But here is a poll. This is from As Per Reports. It says, what Ukrainian...
Oh, it was worse. It was in the middle of the debate, because we were watching the debate. Pete Buttigieg just started answering in Spanish.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
To the moderator, Jose Diaz-Balart, which seems kind of like racist. You're like, oh, the moderator is Spanish, so I'm going to speak in Spanish? Like, well, I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't understand what he said.
It was super weird.
We're just the voters. Never mind us. I love a poll about what Ukrainians feel.
Okay, so this is interesting. Get ready for Jimmy to completely misunderstand this poll.
Ukrainians feel 7 reject one people thought, meaning that Ukrainians are all one. Mm-hmm. Even though that's what Zelensky said when he was running for office, he said that they were all one.
So, no, the poll was asking Ukrainians, do they feel that they are one people with Russia? Jimmy.
Oh my! Oh shit! That's a pretty big mistake.
It kind of disproves the whole fucking narrative that you're trying to spin right now.
So 70% of the people reject the idea that Russian separatism should be a thing in their country. They're like, fuck that. We want nothing to do with becoming one with the Russian nation.
Well, not even Russian separatism. It's 70% do not view that the Ukrainian people and the Russian people as like the same people.
Right.
Is what they're saying.
The Russian nationalists or the people within the country, the Russian people, though? That's complicated.
No, there's the poll question was.
Let's hear it.
Let me see if I can bring it up because I have the article.
70% reject one people.
The poll question was, they asked both Russians and Ukrainians, do you view Russia and Ukrainians as one people? Okay. 70% of Ukrainians said no, they do not view Russians and Ukrainians as one people.
Right. Okay. So it's Russians inside their nation.
No, they just asked the Ukrainian population.
Right.
But here's where this is interesting. I guess this has a lot to do with the invasion. 64% of Russians, however, feel that Ukrainians and Russians are one people.
64%?
Of Russians, yes.
Right. So it's not that big a split, 6%.
Wait, what are you? No, what?
You said 64%.
Yeah, 64% of Russians in Russia view that the Ukrainian people and the Russian people are the same.
Right. Okay.
Right. Which is almost the mirror image of the Ukrainians, who 70% say they don't view them as the same.
But they're also in Russia where they're exposed.
No. These are Ukrainians in Ukraine.
Okay.
They pulled Ukrainians in Ukraine and they pulled Russians in Russia.
Yeah, I'm saying the Russians in Russia feel that the Ukrainians are Russian, but they're also exposed to state media that's been saying Ukrainian is Russian for their entire lives.
Well, and 300 years of culture. That is basically Russia been saying Ukraine is Russian.
So if none of them have actually been to Ukraine and seen, this is completely different than Russia. They're just assuming the people that live over there are the same as them.
Right.
So that poll could be completely just whatever.
Well, no, but it's interesting that. So basically, you have leftists defending a country where in Russia, you have not all, but the majority of Russians say, "Oh, it's totally fine for us to take over this country because these people do not have an individual culture; they're just our culture."
Right. Okay? Yeah.
And the people in that country overwhelmingly say, "No, we are individual people with our own individual culture."
Correct.
And the multicultural leftists are suddenly against multiculturalism.
Right.
Are suddenly on the side of the empire that wants to squash out someone's culture.
They're not afraid. They don't have principles. We talk about this all the time.
Right.
No one's taking a principled stance here. We would say, we're in favor of a dynamic, culturally diverse population. What we're talking about here completely goes against our values. We would make that realization. Jimmy Dore is not going to make that realization.
Right.
Yeah. Of course not. Here, I'll click play.
Yeah. There's a poll. There's a picture.
72% consider.
You going to send me the picture?
Yes.
Send it on over. I'll put a picture up. I'm down.
Russia
it's from the same poll. There's a lot. This poll is very interesting. I wish Jimmy actually,
did it correctly. Did it
looked
right?
at the whole poll. So there's a lot of interesting things.
Looked at what it said, what it means.
Right.
Oh, this poll. Oh, you're right. This poll is awesome. I'm so glad Jimmy found this poll for me.
33.3% are ready to take up arms against Russia. 21% are ready to stage civil resistance. 67% want to join the European Union. But, I mean, that also means that 33% don't.
Oh, my God. Look at Jimmy. No. Look at Jimmy. What about that poor 33% over there? Look at them. Those are the good people.
Those are the those 70%. Those are the Nazis, those neo-Nazis that want to join the EU.
Yeah. Oh
my God.
What a joke. I'm ready with the poll. Whatever.
Yeah, you can bring it up.
Okay, here it is.
So this is part of the same poll that Jimmy has on. It says, no region in the Ukraine says that Ukraine and Russia should be one country. Okay. And so you see on the left, the question was, Russia and the Ukraine should be one country. So even in the eastern regions with the separatists,
only 45% is the highest they got.
no, 18%. The first question, Russia and Ukraine should be one country.
Oh,
So
you're
one is the
right.
picture on the
Holy
left.
shit, you're right.
Only 18% of people, according to this poll in the eastern Ukraine, were on board with Russia being one country, or Russia and Ukraine being one country.
Now, did the Texas communists illegally vote in this poll? That's my question. I want to know.
He pretended to be a natural Ukrainian.
He's like, no.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
And so in the right picture, it says Russians and Ukrainians are one people. Only 45%, so not even the majority of the people in the quote unquote separatist region of the Ukraine thought that Russians and Ukrainians are the same.
55% were like, fuck that. Fuck that.
So
that's an interesting poll. Jimmy should have just brought the poll up this way,
Right.
but then he couldn't lie to his entire audience about this.
Well, no, because he
situation.
didn't look at the source.
Oh,
He looked at some guy's Substack who was selectively choosing parts of the poll to put up.
Right. To make the.
Right.
It's basically the commie Texas guy running a Substack.
Right. It says, also the same poll says, the majority of Russians do not think, 54% of Russians do not think Russia and the Ukraine should be one country. Only 34% of Russians believe that Russia and Ukraine should be a single country. So still a lot, but not the majority.
And those are all Russians living in Ukraine.
Those are Russians living in Russia
Oh, okay.
that were polled.
Gotcha.
Only 34% said that they should be one country.
Wowzers. Back to Jimmy.
Hit it up.
Which is,
he just like shrugs. You know what I'm saying? This is how confirmation bias works. You see, it depends on what you want.
It's like 1 in 3. 59% want to join NATO, right? Which is, and then again, 40% don't. So
there you go. 40% don't.
Jimmy's like, oh, wow, this population's all over the place. They all want different things.
I know,
What's
kind of
the
like a country.
What's the takeaway from that, Jimmy? That Putin should be able to come in and tell them what to do? Or should they have elected leaders decide what they should do?
There's another interesting poll question they asked, which is they said, they asked, how likely do you think it is that Russia will initiate military action towards Ukraine in the near future?
Oh, no.
42% of Ukrainians said they thought it was likely.
Wow.
Only 13% of Russians said it was likely.
Wow.
So I wonder if that will have any effect on their, like if people think it's so unlikely and then it happens, are they more likely to turn against it?
In Russia?
Yeah.
Well, supposedly I think they already are a bit. I mean, they gotta be getting sick of Putin.
This poll was taken
gotta be getting sick
before
of Putin.
they invaded, obviously.
They know their elections are a scam, right?
Oh, I would imagine. But I mean, if they've been living under Soviet Russia before, then it's kind of like a way of life.
Did you know that the Russian elections have 100% turnout? Did you know that?
I didn't.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. They have to vote by law.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
they have 100% turnout because if you don't vote, the government prints your ballot out with the vote on it. So, it's easy to get 100% then.
Yeah.
Whenever Putin runs, doesn't he get like some astronomical?
Yeah, he gets like 98% of the vote. There's 100%.
Ridiculous.
There's 100% voter turnout, and Putin
Right.
always wins by like 98%.
Yeah, it's like, oh, really?
Yeah. They don't. I guess they don't count the ballots that don't go to Putin. They just. they only
I know he
count-
actually. So in 2018, Putin got 77% of the votes.
Okay.
So there you go.
Really?
Yes. Only 77%.
He's probably pretty angry at that other 33%. That's why the demographic problem exists.
The next highest guy got 12%. And then the guy under that got 6%.
Right.
So.
They're getting brave.
The guy who got 12% was part of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation.
Oh.
So apparently, like, in order to maintain the image of elections, you know, they allow certain people that they know will lose to run, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, there was that one guy, I'm trying to remember his name. There was that one guy, wasn't he some like lumber baron or something who wanted to run, and Putin hated him.
They bullied him out, yeah.
And didn't they poison him and then like arrest him, and they did all sorts of crazy shit to him?
Bullied him out as in incarcerated him.
Oh, right.
No, right. I don't remember. I'm making shit up now.
I think we lost Max. I think we lost Max's I think his oh, here he's back.
No, you got me. I'm just letting some guests in.
Oh, okay. So. I didn't know what you were doing. So
he's letting some Russian separatist militiamen into.
Yeah.
So that just, I just want to give people a background. So now you get how many people's.
Oh, I just want to say the last thing about the poll that was interesting. 65% of Russian respondents think it's likely, or before the war, thought it was likely that there would be a peaceful end to tensions between Russia and the Ukraine.
And all of those people right now are tweeting, well, I was totally fucking wrong.
Any excuse to bring my tweet up. All right. Okay.
All of those people.
Look at this.
All of those millions of people.
Can you believe this?
I know. I can't help myself.
Listen, at least I'm not Jimmy Dore levels that are wrong. Okay?
Look how beautiful this is. At least you're willing to admit it. Where's Jimmy Dore's tweet?
Yes.
Jimmy Dore's tweet would read more like, well, I lied all the way through my morning segment today, right?
Well, I don't think Jimmy is like he's systemically lying. I don't think he has any consciousness or knowledge about that. He's just basically spouting out Russian propaganda.
Right. Well, maybe he'll watch our video and correct the record.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
What do you mean? Jimmy's a good guy. Jimmy's a good guy.
Right.
He'll correct the record.
I'm sure he'll watch our 8-hour stream.
Oh wait, he plays videos in his stream at doubles. Never mind. Fuck you, Jimmy. I can forgive a lot. Okay, that's unforgivable. You bastard.
Are actually ethnic Russians. Oh, a third of the countries, their first native language is Russian. And so, did you see this, Max? I thought this was interesting. So this guy, Kit Clarenberg, tweeted out, he said, probably just a coincidence that a 2016 RAND paper, now RAND is the organization that it works for the Pentagon, right? So they work for the Pentagon. It's a paper strategizing around war with China stressed the need for a NATO buildup in Eastern Europe in order to take out Russia or at least prevent it from assisting Beijing. And months later, NATO troops arrived in the region in droves. And so here, I'll see if we can read it. It's just NATO could international response could, on balance, also favor the United States in a long and severe war. They're literally talking about war with Russia. The support of the U.S. and East Asian allies could hurt China's military chances. Responses of Russia, India, and NATO would have less impact. And NATO could neutralize Russian opportunistic threats in Europe. So there you go. So
how is that a bad thing?
Okay, so let's talk about. Let me go back to the tweet.
How is neutralizing Russian opportunistic threats in Europe a bad thing? Because really, that's exactly what this is. It's a Russian opportunist threat.
Evil is the American. I mean, America is the evil empire. Okay, but actually, it's worse than that. So, Jimmy and this Kit guy are again completely misframing information to fit this America is the evil empire.
America bad.
Right. This report was created by some think tank that does, projections for the military.
The RAND Corporation. I'm familiar with them.
Right.
Yeah.
And the report is called Thinking Through the Unthinkable, Projecting What a Potential War with China Would Look Like.
Oh my God.
Okay.
The name says it all.
Right. So you literally have a group of people who are hired to create potential future predictions for just in case scenarios happens and what they would look like.
Yeah.
And so fucking obviously people are going to create projections of what it looks like if US and China get into a war.
Right. Yeah. No.
Obviously.
That's what they're paid to do.
Right. And all they're saying is that if there was a military war between America and China, that NATO would prevent, under this guy's interpretation, would prevent or could prevent Russia being opportunistic and trying to use the chaos of a China-America war to do shit in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it says.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Is there anything wrong with that?
Yeah. Yeah. I think they're probably onto something there.
Right.
I think that might happen.
And then, excuse me, this gets even worse because this guy, this Kit Klarenberg guy, he's like, it's probably just a coincidence that this 2016 paper strategizing about the war came out and then NATO had troops arrive in the region in droves. Okay. So Kit over here, Kit Haringberg, the I don't want it guy, is claiming that that NATO read this random, projection and decided that because they want to plan a war with China, they're going to try to weaken Russia. That's what he's saying. The fucking reality of the situation is that the reason there was a NATO buildup of troops at the time in 2016 is because Russia put nuclear weapons in Kaliningrad.
Where's Kaliningrad?
Okay. Let me, did I not save it? Okay. I'll send you a picture of Kaliningrad.
Is it
Kaliningrad
in Russia?
Is a Russian-owned piece of land that's not contiguously part of Russia.
Oh, it's the little separated spot.
It's that little place that's like,
it's the
little separated spot. Yes.
Of course. It's surrounded by NATO. So they're like, we're putting nukes right here in the middle of NATO. This is exactly what they did with East Berlin.
Right. So here, I sent you a picture on Twitter if you want to bring it up so people can see where Kaliningrad is.
Oh, this is crazy. This is East Germany, East Berlin all over again.
So Kaliningrad, not part of Russia. Okay. It's in between Poland and Lithuania. And it's just a hair spit away from Sweden and Germany. And Russia starts putting nukes. Well, they had nukes there already, but they started building up nukes in there in 2016.
Just over the Baltic Sea. Look, it's an easy shot. I mean, I could throw a baseball that far.
And so in response to Russia putting nukes there, NATO forces start building up saying, why are you fucking putting nukes there? What are you doing?
Yeah.
So that's why they put the fucking forces there. Kit and Jimmy, you fucking idiots. It's not because some asshole read this report and said, oh, we got to weaken Russia so we can fight China in the future.
Right. So fucking, God, these people are so stupid.
My God. And it literally, like, it's so frustrating because all you have to Google is like 2016 NATO buildup. And every article talks about this. Okay. Every article is like, it happens directly in response to it. It's not like a fucking conspiracy theory.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's like Russia is mad. And Russia's excuse for this, I thought, was very lame. So because Germany is part of NATO, they have, NATO jets and planes in there. And so they were replacing, at the time period, they were replacing old jets with new jets or something. So they didn't add any armaments. They just replaced old jets with newer jets.
You broke our rule. We said no more NATO
Yeah, it's
expansion.
oh, we don't like these new jets you put in, so we're gonna put nukes in Kaliningrad now. It's like, oh, okay.
Wait. No, we're retiring some jets and replacing them. No more new jets.
And they were like fucking old too. It's not like,
Right.
It's so dumb. But so no, it's the conspiracy.
They broke the rules. Okay.
Right.
They deserve to put the nukes there.
of the point.
NATO would have less impact, and NATO could neutralize Russian opportunistic threats in Europe.
Good.
So there you go.
Why is that highlighted there?
Because that's the evil empire.
NATO could neutralize. Yeah, but so Jimmy's endorsing Russian opportunistic threats?
I guess.
So
I mean, there's nothing wrong with threats, right?
Right.
I'm going to talk more about how bad the news has been reporting this, but is there anything? So I hope
Come on, moment of silence for the irony here.
Right.
How bad the news has been reporting this.
I know. When he said it, I was like, oh no.
Let me get back to how bad I'm reporting this for a second here. At least we're having some fun reporting it.
That's true.
Hope people are getting what's going on. I hope I'm communicating it, or Max and I are communicating it clearly.
Yeah, we got it. America bad. You could have just ended the fucking episode after that.
America bad.
Again,
America
it's another
neo-Nazis.
the United States meddled in Ukraine.
He's got to spell it out again for us.
They're meddled in
Hilarious. It's all begins with the United States meddling.
Yes.
We actually assisted a coup overthrowing the democratically elected government.
Right. So we installed our own puppet regime in Ukraine of neo-Nazi white supremacists. Continue.
Now that government is infiltrated with neo-Nazis. They've never adhered to the agreement the Minsk agreement from 2014.
They made an agreement. They're like, piss on this agreement. Let's get us some commies.
Which meant that they were supposed to stop shelling these people.
No, we're never going to stop.
Separatists.
We're never going to stop shelling the commies. We run the government now.
In eastern Ukraine, they haven't done it. And so finally, after 8 years of them shelling the shit out of them, they've killed 14,000 people. Putin says, hey, stop it. If you guys don't want to reach them, if you're not going to follow our...
It's totally defensive. You know, this really perfectly illuminates the tribal bias here, okay? If America ever makes a claim, right, that they're going to go and attack, Saddam to protect the local populace, or they're going to go into any region to protect the local populace from their evil dictator, what does Jimmy Dore say? Does Jimmy believe them?
No, of course not.
He says, no, they're lying. They're just trying to steal resources. They're just the imperial empire.
Yeah.
That's just an excuse.
War for oil. More
Right.
blood for oil.
Blood for oil. Blood for oil. They said that about, the Middle East wars. Blood for oil. Which I think are true, by the way. But
no,
to
it's
some
not
extent.
true.
Well, not to the extent that Jimmy says it, but I don't think it was.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, stability is what they were really after. So
right. But
don't be a dirty and anti-American hater.
I won't be a dirty anti. But Russia comes along and they say, oh, well, we have to invade this sovereign country to protect,
and
these
he
people.
totally believes it.
And Jimmy's like, oh,
what a sucker.
Wow. Russia's so nice. They're such a humanitarian country. Definitely not motivated by evil, imperialistic, materialistic reasons like the Americans are.
What a dumbass. What causes a person to believe a foreign country over their own flesh and blood? I don't get it. Jimmy's supposed to be an American, right?
He's too high in openness, maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
maybe there's like a threshold of openness. When you reach too much, you hate your own people.
We do. I mean, we have.
I don't know.
I don't want to be Pollyanna. We do have corruption in the United States.
Of course we
can
do.
Always do better. Yeah.
We spend 99% of this stream bitching about the behavior of Americans.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Okay. We're fine criticizing Americans.
Yeah.
All the time, right? But this is very strange.
Diplomatic agreement, we're going to now say that we're recognizing them and we could help them militarily. So so this idea that somehow the United States are the good guys here, or we're protecting democracy, or that we have the right to sanction anybody over anything is crazy and ridiculous. Anything else you want to add, Max?
So he's basically against sanctions now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or he says, I don't know if he's against sanctions. He's saying, well, I don't know, because he's saying that we're the bad guys in the situation and that we don't have the moral authority to sanction Russia.
Yeah, to intervene.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to this part.
Yeah, just the idea that there's a moral case for supporting Ukrainian democracy is ridiculous. I mean, when you add all of this up.
Well, now he's against Ukrainian democracy.
Yes. Yeah.
Three TV stations were shut down by the...
Listen, before we get into the TV stations. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Listen, Ukrainian government's going to be much more freer and better under Russia control. Okay, Russia has such a great track record.
I disagree.
And a continually great track record.
I completely disagree. I 100% disagree. I'm not, like I said, Ukraine's got a lot of corruption to deal with. They've, 50 years of corrupt
And you know what will
oligarchs.
make that corruption better?
Not Putin.
Vladimir Putin.
Not
The guy who is believed to be literally the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
How did he become the richest? I'm sure all that money was just, very legally
That's not true.
From his time period of being president of Ukraine for the last 20 years.
That's
Russia for 20 years.
He had a political rival that he incarcerated and took all his money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Putin hasn't been completely bleeding Russia for money and wealth and resources for the last 20 years.
Well, when you rule like Putin rules, you can arrest people for whatever reason you want to arrest them.
And we talked about this, and it's totally good, and I think great to shit on Congress for the fact that they can engage in insider trading.
Yeah.
And that should 100% be illegal.
Yes.
But I want you to imagine if Elon Musk was, wasn't rich. He was just a middle class kind of guy. Imagine him becoming president, and then magically during his presidency, he becomes the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
It's a little suspicious. It's a little...
Yeah.
It's interesting that these very class conscious people, these very hate the rich people, for some reason they never conceptualize Putin or the Russian oligarchs as being the literal rich elites that are stealing money away from the working class or the people. For some reason, I don't know why, Putin escapes that window in their mind.
Well, I think the guy that he arrested was some wealthy Russian businessman. So imagine...
Yeah, he was.
Imagine that it's Elon Musk, becoming productive and creating a lot of industry that's actually good for the country, but inadvertently in that process becoming a political threat to Putin.
Right.
So to neutralize the political threat, he incarcerates him and takes all his money. That means there is no more Tesla. There is no more SpaceX. There is no more innovation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he would probably give those companies to some loyal cronies, and they would do their best to run it. But who knows if they run it successfully?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It would be like if Jeff Bezos became president,
right?
And he became fabulously wealthy while he was president, and then while he's president, he jails Elon Musk and steals his company and all his money. And you'd be like, oh, okay.
I mean, I perceive Jeff Bezos as competent.
Right. I'm just saying because Putin is the richest man in the world, they believe, and they hate all these other rich people.
Do you think that's from competency, or do you think that's just from expropriation of other people's money?
I think that's from being a fucking thief.
Yeah, expropriation. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. He didn't build that wealth. He stole it.
Right.
Yeah. That's a giant difference between America and these autocracies. Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
Yeah, that there's a moral case for supporting Ukrainian democracy is ridiculous. I mean, when you add all of this up.
So, first of all, the moral case for Russian democracy. So the guy that we were talking about, his name is Mikhail Khodorkovsky. He was the richest man in Russia, except for Putin.
Oh, I'm so glad you looked him up. I couldn't remember.
His fortune was worth $15 billion.
Right, $15 billion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
In October 2003, he was arrested by Russian authorities.
Right. Yeah.
They froze all of his money.
Mm-hmm.
The government took all his company, took all his wealth. He was found guilty and sentenced to 9 years for quote unquote fraud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was eventually released from jail in 2013, where he ran away and fled and sought refuge in London.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Because they're going to kill him, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although he was granted residency in Switzerland. So like, get out of our country, basically.
Oh, they didn't take him in London.
Yeah. But he moved to London later. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's how Putin got his first 15 billion.
Thriving democracy in Russia.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
you're right. That was in 2003. That's only 3 years after Putin became president.
In order to be an autocrat, you gotta pay off a lot of bootlickers. Okay, you gotta pay.
It's
for
kind of
your
fucking
mansions.
crazy. Only 3 years after Putin became president.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way you're conceptualizing this, which I mean, I don't have proof of, but it seems very accurate. He's like, I gotta jail the richest man in the country and take his money.
Yeah.
He's like, I need some cash reserves. Who's got cash reserves?
That's exactly how it is.
Right.
I know this. They talk about this guy in Dictator's Handbook. Yeah.
3 TV stations were shut down by the Ukrainian government because they were considered pro-Russian.
That's right.
And their station directors and owners were arrested and put.
God, if we could get rid of our propaganda TV stations, I would be so happy. I would be so happy if we could get rid of the Democratic Party misinformation machine about how all of America is neo-Nazis.
Well, it's funny because this is the talking point. And I've heard both people on the left and the far right repeat this when they say, oh, Ukraine is it's a fake democracy. They shut down 3 TV stations. You guys have all probably heard this. Like, it's weird when someone makes a broad claim and then every single person repeats the same single talking point.
Oh, of course. Yeah. They're like little lemmings.
Right. And to me, whenever I hear that, that's a big red flag because it means, oh, they don't actually have other evidence. They just have this one claim that everyone clings to.
Right.
And so I looked into, of course, the TV station closing thing. And so basically what happened was there's this guy named Taras Kozark, who the Ukrainian government believed was laundering money to separatists through a coal mine operation. Okay. And so they imposed sanctions on him. And some of those sanctions included the fact that he owned these quote unquote he owned these news stations, basically.
Holy shit.
He started these news stations and they were pro-Russia propaganda news stations. And so part of the sanctions of the fact that he was laundering money to the pro-Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine was to shut down these news channels.
He's so obviously a Russian stooge. What the fuck?
Right.
He's laundering money, giving it to the separatist movements, and he's running 3 propaganda outlets in Ukraine.
Oh, and they also found out, supposedly, that he has a bunch of money in valuable Russian oil fields.
Of course he does. Yeah, he's one of the 8 people keeping Putin in power.
And so remember this name, Taras Kozark, because the U.S. now and before the invasion has claimed that they think that Putin. No, so nobody actually, to what I could see, nobody knows where this guy is. He's like hidden
currently. Oh wow.
Yes, because
he's going to be the new president.
Because the Ukraine sanctioned him and they wanted to arrest him, and he mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay. And the U.S. is now claiming that this guy, Taras Kozark, is a key Putin pawn that once Putin takes over the Ukrainian government, he wants this guy to be at some level, some high level of government there. So if in a couple of weeks from now, a week from now, Russia takes over the Ukraine and you hear Taras Kozark put in the president or prime minister, you heard it here first.
But Jimmy Dore will just be saying, oh, obviously these elections were fair. He was just very popular. That's why he got elected as the next Ukrainian president. Thank goodness the Americans stepped back from their nefarious meddling in Ukraine, right?
Right.
What the fuck? What the fuck? These people are stupid.
Put on trial for sedition. There was no court process. They are arresting opposition figures. There have been opposition parties that have been considered pro-Russian. Their leaders are getting arrested. Activists have been arrested, including gay rights activists have been attacked by these neo-Nazi militias. The Gay Pride Parade in Kiev it always comes under attack by these militias. Amnesty International said that no one is safe as long as these militias are rampaging.
There's gay pride parades in Kiev. That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's funny because I don't even think there could be gay pride parades in Russia.
I know. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I wouldn't have imagined that there would be gay pride parades in Kyiv, but okay. How fucking Western is that?
Yeah, because Kyiv is more free. And the thing that I saw, I don't know what event he's referring to because he's being very vague here, but I saw it wasn't like there was some LGBT or some gay. I don't even know if it was LGBT. It was just like a gay pride parade or something. And there was some like guy who was anti-gay people who attacked people in the crowd.
Sure. Okay.
But he wasn't associated with the government of the Ukraine.
Right.
Like he was arrested and jailed. Like he's like they're acting like the Ukrainian military is out there, pistol whipping gay people in the streets or something.
Putin day one when his stooge takes over. Gay pride. Let's start planning it.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
Paging across Ukraine. Then you have the issue of corruption. You have the fact that Ukraine has seen more migrant outflow than any other country in Europe. It's become the poorest country in Europe. And that means that the East has been systematically de-developed. The Ukrainian government has...
Now, why is that?
People flee
are
corruption.
All these people trying to leave the Ukraine?
People flee corruption. Yeah. As soon as it gets corrupt, they're like, I'm leaving California. I'm moving to Texas.
Could it be because Russia fucking invaded their country in 2014 and have continued escalations of war in their country?
Well, that too.
For the last 8 years?
Yeah.
Maybe that has something to do with it?
Right. Separatist movements that the government doesn't have the power to get under control is a pretty good reason to move.
He's like, these poor people are migrating away from the region where separatists are trying to violently cede from the country. Oh, really? Surprise.
I completely feel like this video is just dumb American on display.
Right.
I really do. This is so fucking dumb American.
Sought to cause a drought in...
And I wanted to say, I just looked it up. Russia's city bans, I just see a bunch of articles that say that there was a bunch of Ukraine gay pride parades and Russia is banning gay pride parades.
Right. Well, when was the first gay pride parade in Kyiv? Because I'm curious about that. That's actually an indicator of what we were talking about. Like the Russian stooges are not going to let there be gay pride parades in Kyiv. Obviously.
It just says 2019 was
2019.
Thousands marched for gay rights in Ukraine 2019.
Okay, so 2019 is right after the current president got into power. That's when he was elected.
You're right.
That's a huge fucking signal.
It is.
That's a giant signal.
And he's super. The guy Zelensky's very anti-Russian, so that's also probably what's.
Well, he's also an actor, a comedian.
Right.
He probably works with like all his whole staff is gay.
That's true too.
Come on, he comes from television.
Now this is kind of interesting. This could be a coincidence. Could be a coincidence, but I don't know. Okay. So people were questioning like, why now? Why, did Russia decide to move into the Ukraine, February 23rd, 24th? Okay. Why is this all happening right now? Now, maybe it's coincidence, but as I said, February 23rd is when they impeached Yanukovych being the president of Ukraine and when he fled to Russia.
February
so I'm
23rd?
wondering if it's So I'm wondering
payback?
I'm wondering if it like the date is like, oh, this is when you fucked with us, so now we're gonna fuck with you. I'm wondering if that was some rationale for this exact.
That is a pretty interesting coincidence.
Right. I just think the fact that it's so close in day is is strange.
How dare you kick my stooge out of your country?
Right.
Wow.
Crimea by dams to prevent them from accessing water on the other side because Russia annexed Crimea.
This guy's just
Is he saying they shouldn't have done that?
I guess they just see it all through the lens of America's doing all this stuff.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, if we cut off, if a bunch of communists took over Florida.
Portland.
Oh, yeah. If a bunch of communists took over Portland and we cut off their water supply, I guess this guy would be on YouTube fucking complaining about it. What? How dare the government?
Yes. The fascist American government has cut off the water supply to the Portland Chazzo. They're just innocent protesting separatists.
Yeah. Whatever. I guess these people just, it does kind of drive me insane. Like, what kind of world do they want to live in?
Right.
I guess they want to live in a chaotic, conflict-ridden piece of shit world.
The list goes on and on and on. The official language of Ukraine was Ukrainian and Russian, and the Ukrainian Duma, this parliament that's overrun with ultra-nationalists, has moved to strip Russian as an official language. The Russian Orthodox Church has come under attack. The church...
English only.
Well, it's interesting.
That's a debate over here, too.
Right, it is. But it's interesting that he characterized like all these evil ultra-nationalists.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, they're ultra-nationalists because Russia wants to invade them.
Yeah.
That's like saying, oh, those evil ultra-nationalists like George Washington who didn't want to be part of England.
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
That most people follow in the East who are Russian-speaking. So it's an entire panoply of attacks on this population that makes their life.
Oh, and I wanted to say, the bring up the religion thing's interesting too. Apparently, that was one of the biggest points of Russia's interference with the Ukraine, was that from like the 1700s to, basically until the Communist Revolution, the Russian Empire was systematically trying to forcibly converting the Ukraine from being trying to remember what it was called.
Religious to secular?
No. Well, the communists were obviously doing that. But no, they were trying to convert them from Eastern Catholic to Russian Orthodox.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So they wanted to adopt their religion.
They were forcing the churches to change over to be Russian Orthodox instead of Eastern Catholic. For 300 years, they were doing that.
That's a long time.
Right.
300 years, America didn't even exist.
No.
That's back when the Native Americans were running the show.
Yeah, it's like the start of like Catherine the Great and shit. It goes back pretty far.
Crazy.
Life completely untenable within the U.S. and NATO neo-colony of Ukraine.
What? What did he just say?
Go back.
The U.S. NATO neo-colony.
Right.
That's what he called Ukraine.
Right. Yeah.
He called Ukraine
the U.S. NATO neo-colony.
He's basically saying Ukraine doesn't even exist.
It's so weird to see someone's mouth move and to hear Putin's words come out of it, right?
Yes. Yes. This is Putin loves this. Putin loves this.
I mean, Max Blumenthal is basically in this point. He's like just a sock puppet. Putin's got his hand up his ass, and it's just.
Yeah.
Now Ukraine is an American NATO neo-colony. Now please ignore how we basically financially prevented the Ukraine from making their own sovereign decisions to be friendly with the EU in 2012 and start this whole conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Just ignore that. That didn't happen.
Right. Yeah.
It's American coup. American coup.
Yeah. Say it again. American coup. American coup.
And isn't it interesting that people actually talk about a war with China and that this might have something to do with that? Like to make sure we have a puppet.
Jimmy's so fishing here. Jimmy
back
has
on that
no
war with
idea.
China. Yeah.
Jimmy has no idea what's going on. He's so trying to catch up. I mean, I'm talking a lot of shit, but Sitch did all the work here. Sitch basically figured
Well, no,
out
but
all this
I
shit.
mean, you did a lot of. Adam did tons of research, and continually has very knowledgeable about just like the way that these kinds of autocratic governments behave.
Yes.
And act.
Yeah. The
And
motivation. That's what I'm always trying to
right,
get at.
and how they're motivated.
Yeah.
And I mean, because Jimmy's big on this train too about like because another big leftist talking point is, all this hyping up of being anti-China in the West, it's all fake. It's all because they had this crazy idea that America literally wants to get into a hot war with China because they want to sell military equipment.
That's
like,
so ridiculous.
Fuck.
That's so ridiculous. Oh man.
What we're seeing now, and this is a big, this depends, I think, a lot because China obviously is watching this situation very closely.
Oh, of course.
Because everyone with half a brain believes that China is saying, okay, let's see how this plays out. And they're going to calculate that into what they're going to do with Taiwan. Because if Putin gets away with this and the world's response was very weak, which it hasn't been so far, then that would be the huge green light for China to just go oink and grab Taiwan.
Yeah.
Okay. But we've already seen like some of these leftists, like the Jimmy Dore types and the Max Blumenthal types, and Hasan basically makes all the excuse in the world for Russia taking over the Ukraine. Imagine how much worse they're going to be if China decides to invade Taiwan.
China, I know.
Yeah.
Communist China. They're going to completely be mouthpieces.
Nothing but fucking simping for China. It's going to be disgusting.
I saw a thing on Twitter about Chinese jets in Taiwanese airspace, but I couldn't confirm it, so I'm not sure.
I mean, that's
true.
pretty common for them to do kind of shit. Oh,
it is? Okay.
Yeah.
So
they're always doing stuff.
It's always happening there.
Right.
All right.
State, and we have our military accessible because look at these headlines. So Washington must prepare for war with both Russia and China. What in the are you pivoting to Asia and forgetting about Europe? Isn't an optic? This is really. Here's another one.
What does he think China's not going to try to attack Taiwan at some point and take them?
Well, and does he not? I mean, he seems to be completely head in the sand over this Russian invasion. We didn't know this. I mean, literally last Tuesday, we said that this wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're in a completely different world right now. What does Jimmy want us to, Jimmy wants us just to ignore all of this?
I guess.
Just turn your TV off and ignore it.
But you're right. Put your head in the sand. Listen, let Russia do whatever. Who cares if Russia is stamping all over this, sovereign country?
I'm telling you, when the markets open tomorrow, a lot of people are going to care. It's going to, as soon as it starts hitting the normal population, people are going to care. We'll see how these sanctions go. Maybe the sanctions, maybe they have got their shit together as far as targeted sanctions to the point where Americans aren't going to feel it. Americans are going to feel it in oil prices, which is already going to hurt.
Yeah, obviously, everyone's going to feel it to some degree, obviously.
Right.
But I have been very impressed with how quick and strong Europe has been, with America and throwing out these like really harsh sanctions. Because I really thought they were going to drag their feet. I really thought they were going to stamp and kick, especially Germany. But no, everyone pretty much saw this as, and I don't think Putin accounted for this. Everyone saw this invasion of Ukraine as a red line, I think, that was crossed.
What comes after a war on terrorism? War on China. What the F? Here, America must prepare for war with China or over Taiwan. So people really... Russia keeps door open after you. So, by the way, I just wanted to show you this. So that's crazy. So do you think that that's true? That this has also something to do with the China war that they want to start?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
You got to use the correct pronouns.
Can you imagine?
They, thems.
Can you imagine Biden wanting to start a war with China? Biden wants to take a fucking nap, okay?
Sleepy Joe over here is like, he had a dream that China was mean to him and called him mean names.
Biden doesn't even want to deal with this shit going on in Ukraine.
Listen, here's what happened. When Biden was very young, he went to Disney World, and the guy in the Winnie the Pooh mascot touched him inappropriately.
Oh, okay.
And because of that, Biden has had an irrational hatred of
Winnie the Pooh?
Of Winnie the Pooh, which has now translated onto Xi Jinping.
He does look a lot
Xi
like
Jinping.
Winnie the Pooh. Yeah.
Right. And so they're trying to gear up for the they them. The nefarious they them has been gearing up for this war for China for 20 years. Okay.
This is
The
very
military
funny.
industrial complex. They just can't wait to sell weapons, to make bombs, to get into a fucking nuclear war with China. Because imagine anyone who in the world wants a nuclear war to break out between two powers. Who benefits from that?
Nobody.
Yeah, this is so fucking dumb.
Yeah. You know, China has nukes too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just all these nuclear powers. Let's all fight.
Well, this has to do with the fact that the Pentagon and the entire national security state apparatus needs to constantly justify its budget, which keeps exploding and bloating beyond war on terror numbers, beyond not post 9/11 numbers. And it's the perfect thing to justify all of their bureaucratic priorities. And by the way,
This is just such a tired old argument. They're still making this argument?
Right.
Is this argument true? I'm not sure that it is. I mean, military spending I do think is too high, but
sure.
The whole argument in that Zahan book is that sooner or later we're going to start closing military bases because it's just not, the cost benefit is not there. Yeah.
Right, but there's a flip side to this. What if, and I think this is the problem that leftists are in, all these people grew up in a world of stability, okay, where world powers aren't at each other's throats, like they used to be for all of fucking human
all of my childhood.
Okay, all of human history. Now Jimmy's old enough; he should remember the Cold War.
Oh, he should. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Maybe he was sheltered from that. I mean, my parents, living in Florida, remember, they had to do duck and cover drills because Cuba was right there.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
But imagine how different this situation with the Ukraine would be, and how different Putin and Russia and China would act if America's military spending was like, I don't know, like one of these random, European countries. If it was just significantly smaller.
I would be terrified, to be honest with you.
Right.
I would say that's insane. Like, we're going to get knocked off.
Exactly. But that's what that's what they think. But see, this is what's so weird.
We
too,
got the
because
best piece of land in the fucking globe. Do you realize that?
Well, it's interesting because this is a common occurrence where like leftists want, like these socialist leftist types, they want the world to look a specific way, but then they don't want the process that gets the world to look that way to occur.
Right.
So, for example, the best way to get America in the long run to have a smaller military and spend less money in the military would
More
be if every
democracies.
country in the world was a democracy, was some sort of, liberal democracy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because then you wouldn't have this threat of these kinds of wars, at least to this extent.
It's power sharing. It's a diffusion of power.
Right. And so, but you look at the Ukraine and it's like, oh, it's all corrupt. It's not really a Western liberal democracy. We want them to be taken over by fucking Russia. So they don't want the mechanism that will produce the better world that they want to live in. It seems to be a common socialist trope.
The system of government that Russia has allows Putin to send troops to the to the Ukrainian border and invade Ukraine. Can you imagine if the US president said, "Listen, I got this idea. I'd like to line up some troops along the Mexican border. I'm thinking we can take 200, 300 miles of Mexico. What do you guys say?
Right. Listen, you can, and it's not even that ridiculous. If America operated by like the same way Russia did, okay? America, you have, the president of America puts a whole bunch of troops along the border of Mexico and says, Mexico, we're tired of the drug trafficking that comes into our country from your country.
Yeah.
And you can't get a handle on it.
We're tired of the neo-Nazis.
Right. Or try to, only instead of the neo-Nazis, they're drug cartel.
No, they would frame them as neo-Nazis.
Okay, the neo-Nazi Mexican drug cartel people. We're tired of these neo-Nazis from Mexico coming up and selling us these drugs. Okay, these are not fine people, right? They're not sending their best. These are not fine people that they're sending us, or whatever Trump said. And so America invades and takes over some gigantic section of Mexico under this, we got to stop you from selling, smuggling drugs in our country.
That would never get through Congress, though. That's an impossibility. That would never happen. That could never happen.
And every one of these fucking guys would be, oh my God, this is the American Empire, American Empire, American Empire.
But do you understand what I'm saying? That just the structure of the American government makes that technically impossible.
Right. Well, I mean,
but it is the structure of the Russian government not only makes it possible, it's happening. Right? I mean,
that's true. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know if Putin has to get some, bullshit authority, or if he just makes these decisions unilaterally.
It's an autocracy. He makes these decisions unilaterally. Yeah.
Right. No, but I'm saying I don't even know if there's like the performance
aspect of it, like going to Congress and pretending.
Yeah, or Parliament or whatever.
What's AOC's response as soon as Biden says, "Hey, I got this idea to capture a bunch of Mexico"?
Right. I mean, and remember, that's this is a lot of people's big complaint with the war on terror is that basically allowed the president to do this to a much limited, much smaller extent, was to order bombings in certain countries and shit, as long as it's under this fighting terrorism thing. And you're right, and they cried endlessly about that, which is fine. They should complain about that.
Yeah, totally.
And yet, when Russia does like that times 1,000, then silent.
The point that I'm trying to get at is the American system is a decentralized power system. As much as Jimmy Dore and this communist he has on his show want to complain about they, them, the centralized authority of America, the elites, the secret conspiracy cabal of wealthy businessmen smoking their cigars and making the rules. That's a complete fiction. America has a decentralized power base where power is spread around with 100 senators, 435 Congress people. I mean, the executive branch definitely has more power than any other center of power in the U.S., but they don't have the power to do what Vladimir Putin's doing. They couldn't. They couldn't do that. Even the situation in Iraq, where we invaded what you could call a sovereign country, we spent months building up to that, preparing the American people for it, making an argument how it was in the American people's best interest, right? That supposedly Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and that we were going to install a democracy there and we were all going to feel very much safer. The reason why it took all of that time was because of the decentralized nature of American power.
Right.
Which is, that's like a safety mechanism. All these Bitcoin people want to talk about decentralized cryptocurrency, right? I mean, you understand about decentralizing power, right? They don't like the central bank because it's too much power in one place. No, we need to decentralize.
And that's why America #1.
But literally, Jimmy Dore is here advocating for Ukraine to move more closer to the centralized power system of government, right? Obviously, if they side with Putin, they're going to give them their centralized power of government. If they side with the West, they're going to get the decentralized system of power. This is why democracies are safer, is because they are decentralized power. We're not worried about France invading their neighbors because they're busy fucking arguing over how much to spend on healthcare. Right? Does this make sense?
There you go.
Am I taking
There you
crazy
go.
pills? Do you
No, it
agree
makes
with
sense.
the
I agree with you.
decentralized
I agree.
power idea?
I agree. Decentralized power is good.
I mean, when you don't
Hallmark of liberty and freedom.
when you
very
don't
good.
have a lot of power,
Right.
it seems like a lot of maybe power isn't decentralized. Like there's
Right.
there's the Jeff Bezoses of the world, and everyone's going, Adam, you're insane. What are you talking about? Jeff Bezos has all of this power. What happens if Jeff Bezos decides I want to take over Mexico?
Yeah, Jeff Bezos can't order a military invasion of Mexico.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
The way, you know, half of the Pentagon budget, like over 50%, is spent on contractors. It's spent on people who don't even, you know,
Or as I like to call it, American jobs. But anyway, I mean, right?
participate in any of these wars. It's just it's military Keynesianism. So they have to maintain the threat. And whether it's
Oh, he's against Keynesianism now? What's happening?
I hate this fucking dumb argument because do
He's
military
an Austrian
contracts
economics.
No. Is there a military industrial complex in America? No fucking duh.
Yeah.
No fucking duh. Congratulations. You get a giant brain here. Okay.
Yeah.
Does the military industrial complex, like every other system in the entire world, want to
Perpetuate itself. Yeah.
Of course it does. Okay.
Yeah.
Does America spend too much money on the military? Of fucking course it does. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there lots of corruption? I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
However-
Gold star.
Right.
Big
Yeah.
brain.
Congratulations. So brave, so bold. Okay. However, the problem is they're so wrapped up in this idea about this, and that this is the primary lens, that they ignore all the crazy shit that China does.
Yeah.
This is why you get, Jimmy Dore had Jimmy, what's his name, Jimmy Fong, or whoever that guy is, who goes on his show and basically says the Uyghur genocide isn't happening. It's all just American lies because they want to spend money on weapons.
Well, that's different.
It's like because they believe this fucking narrative, which first of all, on some level, is true and obvious to everyone with a brain in their head. They just assume that all the supposed enemies of America aren't really enemies. And that's all. Everything's just made up. Everything's fake.
Yeah.
Just
Disgusting. I'm so repulsed by this.
Russia or China, the Pentagon is one of the most, if not the most powerful lobbies in Washington. They spend very little on actual lobbying, but they basically control the media. They have their tentacles in the entire economy of Washington, the whole DC area, and the country. So this speaks to
the number one rated television host right now is Tucker Carlson.
Really? Fascinating.
Yes. Well, just on TV.
Right.
Like if you don't include, actually, I don't know how he compares to national news. Let's say cable news host. Okay.
And
I
he's
don't
a
know
white
national
supremacist, so that means
Right.
we're definitely living in a white supremacist.
Now, I don't know if you saw, but in the build up to this, like as the day, or I think it was 2 days before Russia invaded the Ukraine, Tucker Carlson had a very stupid segment
Oh, I did see it. You sent it to me.
where he basically says, "Why should I not like Putin? Putin isn't woke."
Right.
I just thought it was the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard in my life. But so that happens, and then once Putin invades Ukraine, Tucker has Glenn Greenwald on his podcast to do all the Glenn Greenwald apologetics. America is the evil empire, NATO expansion, ignore Russia. Russia not bad. Okay. How is it that the military industrial complex in the Pentagon controls all of the media, but for some reason, their tentacles escaped grabbing the most watched cable news host in all of America? How is it that Tucker Carlson somehow is the most viewed cable news host, and yet he can somehow not fall into the fucking Pentagon narrative and actually explicitly argue against it?
Well, I know this already. So
How did that happen?
You would know. You would know this.
Uh-huh.
If you paid attention.
Oh, okay.
Tucker can't be bought, okay? Tucker is true blue American. He can't be bought by the military industrial complex.
That's it. You're right.
You don't buy this? I'm speaking the truth here.
No, you're right. You can't buy a man who's already been bought.
Oh, he has? Oh shit.
He's been bought by his fucking audience, like every other fucking stupid cable news host out there. It's not a conspiracy. They're all bought by their audiences.
Mm-hmm.
And Tucker's giving him he's giving his audience what he thinks they want, what he thinks the MAGA right-wing populists want.
Mm-hmm. They don't like the military-industrial complex either. Yeah.
They don't like the mainstream media. They don't like the military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
How do I make the war with Russia a culture war issue?
Yeah, they do. That's all they want, culture war stuff.
But no, this is all part of the. So I guess under Max Blumenthal's worldview, Tucker Carlson is, secret paid opposition or something. I don't know what the fuck he's arguing here.
I think Putin is older than Trump.
Putin is 69.
Oh, he is?
I don't know how old Trump is.
He's like 75 or 78 or something.
He is. I don't like that when I type Trump age, it gives me Donald Trump Jr. I don't know why the fuck that was. Trump is 75.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's older than Putin.
Nailed it.
Putin's any of these people who are writing these op-eds you see in The Hill or the Washington Post, many of them are fellows at think tanks. Like the foreign policy op-ed was written by someone from the Institute for the Study of War. This is a think tank fund.
This is the other thing that I can't stand about fucking leftists. Look at Jimmy. He's like, oh my God, we can't trust anything they say. All they do is fucking lie. Holy shit. There's just any source that's not like approved communist Substack fucking blog.
This didn't come from a Soviet communist pro-communist Substack, so I don't believe it.
Rand, like a multi-billion-dollar corporation, all they care about is churning out fake news that they can win senators over. They have no interest whatsoever in discovering actually what's going on in the world, so that they can increase their market share of whatever they're fucking developing. Right. Yeah, the truth is so useless.
Funded almost entirely by the arms industry, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, the companies that are supplying the Javelin missiles to the Ukrainian military. Ukraine's basically like this giant dump for a bunch of American weapons that they'll never use.
Ooh.
What a dick. What a
doesn't look so good today, does it? That's a bad take. That's a take that doesn't age well. Oh no.
That's a take. Oh yeah, he did say they'll never use them, didn't he?
Yes.
I guess they're using the shit out of them. I saw a thing on Twitter where like an old lady was holding one.
I should clip that. Clip that, put on Twitter. Go, ooh, Max. Oh. Yeah.
Never, you do the type, never use, and then you show the ghost of Kiev.
The ghost of Kiev. He's got 10 Javelin missiles, one in each finger,
refueling over and over and over again. Yeah. Sorry, Max, you fucked that one up.
Oh man, that did not age well, Max.
Yeah. Here's what you need to tweet right now, Max. Here, let me show you how it's done.
Like. This should I wonder, and I don't know. I don't think he has, because Twitter feed still looks like it's the same bullshit. Okay, because his worldview is this whole Russia-Ukraine situation. This is before the invasion, by the way. This video is, and Max is going into this thinking, oh, this is all fake conflict being driven by America, so that those evil industrial military complex people can sell missiles and javelins to these Ukrainians, and they'll never use it. It'll just sit in an unused pile of weapons. Okay. And now that it's been shown to be completely fucking so horribly untrue, do you think Max is like questioning his worldview here, saying maybe I should look at this lens? Maybe I got something wrong here.
Of course not. He's saying, listen, Won't they make more money if they actually use the weapons and reuse them over and over again?
You're so right.
That's exactly what
so
he'll
right.
say. He's completely
right.
going to flip this around.
You're right.
He's going to be like, I was still right. This turns into I was still right.
Oh.
They haven't even taken these missiles out of their boxes. They're just sitting in warehouses around Kiev.
It gets better. It gets better. Look at Jimmy. He's so smug. Haha, we know. We know. Don't turn to CNN. You get all your news here on the Jimmy Dore Show. It's a comedy show.
If they take them to the east and start hitting Russian tanks, they're just going to be wiped out. The Ukrainian military is a joke.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The Ukrainian military is a joke. It's just a joke.
But they have imported, in December, the Biden administration authorized 200.
I got to do this. Maybe someone else. I got to do this before someone else does it. Actually, I'm not going to say it because someone else is going to do it.
Are you going to tweet it out?
I have an idea.
Oh, okay.
Million, I believe.
Yes.
In 200 million in new weapons shipments to Ukraine, but the total number is something like 6 billion. So it's just
we sent $6 billion in weapons over to Ukraine. Wow.
I don't know. Maybe that's great if that's true.
That's
wonderful.
I don't necessarily believe it. I mean,
I don't believe anything that Max says, but
they're job creators.
Yes,
keeping this.
What's wrong with that? Listen, you guys want a jobs program, right? You got one.
Conflict going, it's job creators for a U.S. economy that's just this dying carcass.
And I just wanted to show that it hasn't been Russia that has turned their back on negotiation. And of course, right? So here, Russia keeps door open after the United States rejects key security demands.
Yeah, Russia today.
Right. So I wish Jimmy would read the fucking article and not just the headline.
Well, that's why we have Sitch here. Sitch has always digs into the article. He always knows what is actually going on.
It's like a 2-paragraph. It's a tiny fucking article. It's
of course, it's
tiny,
Reuters.
tiny article.
Reuters always puts out like these. It's like 3 sentences. What the fuck? I clicked on your link for that.
Well, and Reuters has a different headline that's far more neutrally worded than whatever source this came from.
Well, hold on. He's using the Reuters source in the.
It's the Reuters story, but the headline's different. Now, I don't know.
Really?
I don't know if that's because Reuters changed their headline and then like whatever site copied it didn't, or if the site that copied it is just framing it dishonestly. I don't know the answer to that. I didn't check into that.
I could think of a better headline though. It could be something like Putin keeps backdoor open for Kiev Pride Month. What do you think? What do you think?
I like the connotations that has. So if you read the article past the headline, you'll see what's being referenced is Russia made those demands that everyone knew would never be followed.
Oh, okay.
It was the demands that the Ukraine be completely barred from ever joining NATO and that all NATO forces pull back to the 1991 East Germany line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull back to England.
Right. So the U.S. obviously rejected those terms, but said that they were. The U.S. tells Putin that they're still open for negotiations. Okay. And so what the article is saying Russia at the time in January, when this article is dated, hadn't completely closed the door after the U.S. rejected these crazy fucking demands.
Right.
That's all the article says.
Yeah.
Okay.
They keep the door open in case they want to accept their insane demands.
Right. It doesn't say, Jimmy's saying, because Jimmy's framed this like America's unwilling to negotiate with Russia. The article's literally saying the opposite. It's saying America's responding to Russia's demands, saying we're not going to take these demands, but we want to negotiate with you further. Russia's saying, we'll think about it.
It's all our fault. Okay. You just turn your brain off, Sitch.
Okay.
America bad. Okay. Just America bad. Just meditate on that.
Oh, and it's And it's hilarious because that article has a quote from Alexei Zaitsev, the Russian foreign minister. And he says, "We have repeatedly stated that our country does not intend to attack anyone. We consider even the thought of a war between our people to be unacceptable."
Russia said that?
Russia said that in this article.
Really?
That Jimmy Dore is citing. But,
the day before they actually invade.
Well, no, this is
okay.
January 27th. But
right. Fake out.
That was from January 27th. Ukraine won't settle for dialogue with rebels. That's the Ukraine foreign minister says won't settle for dialogue with rebels. Ukrainian foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba on Monday refused direct negotiations with rebels in the east of the country. What?
Jimmy's like, what? Why aren't they negotiating with terrorists? What the fuck? Don't you know the central axiom of the war on terror is always negotiate with terrorists? What? Jimmy Dore, what? What?
And he doesn't even put Kuleba's rationale for this.
Right.
He says, from the article, he says, any conversation with these rebels would allow Russia to transform itself from the party of the conflict to the mediator by insisting on these direct talks.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes sense.
Here's another one. U.S. and NATO rule out halts to expansion, reject Russia's demands. Well,
he doesn't even say what the demands are.
The fucking crazy demands that everyone was like, that's not going to happen.
Jimmy, if he said the demands, it would be patently obvious what's going on here.
I mean,
tell me.
Imagine how crazy it would be. So Russia says, okay, we've surrounded the Ukraine with our military. Okay, we've built all our military forces up. Now we want you, NATO, to pull all your forces, every single force you have, all the way back to East Germany.
Right.
And once you do that, we pinky promise we're not going to invade the Ukraine.
I know. Seems like seems like a fake out to me. Seems like it might be a fake.
Can you imagine you're playing like some civilization game? Or
I know.
Your friend had you see the armies massing all around your city, and you're like, oh, can you not mass your armies around my city? And you're like, well, listen, if you pull your armies all the way away from your own target, from your own cities and your own defenses, then I promise I won't invade.
I won't do anything. Sitch, it's me, your old buddy Adam. Just pull your tanks back.
So stupid.
Pull your tanks back. And
oh my god!
I don't know how fast is a tank. Just a couple weeks away from
Just pull everybody back. We pinky promise.
It'll be safe.
Won't. Yeah.
I promise I won't go on a hobo killing spree.
Who is pushing for a confrontation? It's the West. It's the United States.
We're the ones pushing for conflict. This video did not age well, did it?
Oh my god, no.
This did not age well at all.
That's why I wanted to watch. I watched the video and
it's the West. It's the West spoiling for a confrontation. Yeah, of course.
Remember when America dropped troops in the Ukraine and invaded? Oh wait, that didn't happen.
Yeah, never happened.
Foreign minister rejects special status for areas controlled by separatists. That's from February. So, again.
Yeah, why? Jimmy's not really taking a position on this.
Well, he's just putting it out there and he's saying prima facie should just obviously this shows the West is the evil one.
Because they're not going to
give in to the demands of separatists backed by the Russian military. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable with our government negotiating with terrorists.
No, I mean, if the state of Washington got taken over by Antifa.
Right.
And they wanted to break off the United States. I would not want my government to be like, oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this happened with Antifa in Portland. And I know a lot of people were like, send in the National Guard.
Yes, fuck.
Fuck that. Why are the people of Portland suffering through this Antifa nonsense?
Right.
But politics got in the way and they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've seen the reason why I'm showing you all this is because I can't believe how bad the coverage has been on this.
Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony.
If even from people on YouTube, right? Or maybe especially from people.
Who's cackling in the background? Is that Jimmy Dore's producer?
Is cackling.
Oh, Max, the brainiac. They haven't even taken them out of the boxes. They're out of the boxes now, Max.
People on YouTube, everybody was laughing at Kyle Kalinski's unbelievably horrible take.
Oh shit. Kyle Kalinski had a horrible take too.
Oh no!
The other day,
from Jimmy's perspective, Kyle had a horrible take.
Oh, but Kyle actually had a decent take. Really?
I mean, he just had a normal take.
Right.
Like Russia's bad.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good for Kyle. We give him a hard time a lot.
Right.
Glad he got one right
on this. And well, here let's show you the rest of the. Here's some mainstream news media that's just stoking the fans. You ready for this?
Stoking the fans.
Stoking the fans.
Fanning the flames. Stoking the fans.
Stoking the fans.
This is from the Washington Post writer. A scoop from John Hudson. He says, U.S. says Russia is compiling a list of Ukrainians, quote, to be killed or sent to camps following a military occupation. The allegation is in letter to the UN sent Sunday and obtained by the Washington Post. My latest.
So in a week from now, when this occurs,
that
we'll come
list.
Back to this.
Yeah, we know that list is real. Yeah. I mean, that list has the president and his family on it.
Right.
Yeah.
If Russia takes Ukraine, which I think they will ultimately, I hope they don't.
Really?
But yeah.
Sitch,
what do you mean, really? Of course, I hope they don't.
No, you think they're going to win?
You think? Well, what do you think that the Ukrainian? You think Ukraine's going to prevent them from invading?
I mean, what do you mean?
From taking the capital?
They already have invaded.
Right. I mean, from taking the capital, taking control of the country.
They've already beaten them out of Kiev. They're taking the second largest city. I read up right before the stream began, and evidently there's no military presence in Kiev right now, and there is a military presence in the second largest city, and they're fighting them. Yeah.
Listen, I hope, I would love nothing more than for Ukraine to, like a fucking underdog story, manage to fight back and keep Russia out. You know, we have Japanese-Russian War Part 2. That'd be wonderful.
One of the central.
I'm not optimistic.
One of the central theses of Selectorate theory is that autocrats are more interested in maintaining treasure than fighting hard in foreign conquest.
Right.
Because that treasure is what keeps them in power. So that big pile of gold that Putin has, he doesn't want to spend it on his military. He doesn't want to spend it on oil. He doesn't want to spend it on his troops. He wants to spend it on the 8 people that are keeping him from, being killed in his sleep.
Listen, I will be so happy to say I'm wrong on this. I will dance for joy to say I'm fucking wrong on this one.
Right.
Okay.
Democrats fight hard for their people. That's the flip side of the coin. Because their people are the ones keeping them in power. And if these people are truly fighting for freedom, think how much harder they're going to fight. They've lived in this fucking they've lived under this autocratic regime for so long, and they can finally taste some liberty around the corner. Yes.
Right.
Nobody knows what direction the level of corruption in Ukraine is going better than the Ukrainian people. And I think how hard they fight is going to be evidence of whether or not the corruption is going in the right direction or the wrong direction. I think that they're having fucking pride in Kiev in 2019.
Right.
As soon as this new president is elected there's something to be said for that. I doubt if he was a Russian stooge, he would be doing that.
And so Aaron Mate had the perfect response. He said, jokes aside, this ranks as one of the most cynical and offensive U.S. intelligence propaganda attempts ever, up there with Gaddafi's mass Viagra pills or Kuwaiti babies being seized from incubators. Remember that?
So there you go. Aaron Mate. Remember this. Aaron Mate said that this is all just propaganda. Okay.
I thought Aaron Mate had done some good reporting in the past. What happened here? He just...
No.
Wasn't Aaron Mate was the one that Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks was fighting with over something or other?
Well, judging from his response to this, he seems like a fucking crazy person.
He seems like he totally got it wrong, but he was calling out... He was calling out Anna Kasparian in the same way that we're calling out Jimmy Dore. So, I don't know. Yeah.
And I remember that. Those are good times. So they're still doing it. So when you go to the... That's the thing. You used to go to the YouTube and they would tell you the truth about it, usually. But now they're all telling you bullshit about it. So, of course, not over at the Gray Zone. You guys are getting it right over there. And pushback. Correct? You guys are getting
yeah.
All right, good. All right.
Of course, they're still in the boxes. We've reported that this morning.
Yeah, they're still in the box. The missiles are still in the box. They're never going to be. Those missiles, those javelin missiles, never going to be used.
Yeah, and we're hitting all the algorithms on YouTube.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear you're hitting the algorithms. That's super important, I hear. That's how you get your video. That's how you get your propaganda out there.
I mean, they're just bumping us up at the top of everybody's feed. Counteracting all the war propaganda you see.
So Aaron Mate just is tweeting out today, still today, tweeting out, the Azov battalion is a literal neo-Nazi force incorporated into the official Ukrainian security forces since the Maidan coup of 2014.
I hope I'm gonna.
It's still going on. It's the fucking Russia's already invaded the country, and Aaron Mate is still like, yeah, they're neo-Nazis.
I'm wondering if I'm following this Aaron Mate. I think I might be because he was. I was interested in his. Oh, look, I am. I was interested in his takes when he was taking down Anna Kasparian. I need to unfollow this though. This is insanity here. I don't want. Well, maybe I should. Hold on. Maybe I should keep following him for these insane Russian or Ukrainian takes. Oh, Katie Halperin. Or Halper.
Let's finish off this video.
No.
So
I'm on Twitter
and
now.
What does this tell you? This tells you that your government... So when this guy tweets this out, that he just got back from the Munich Security Conference, and I've honestly never seen more unity among our allies or our two main parties in Congress on a global issue, talking about Ukraine. That's horrible. And
he's not just some guy.
He's not just some guy. Putin appeased.
Why did they skip his number 2 tweet? I'm wondering.
This is and apologists say we could avoid a war by giving into his demand that Ukraine never join NATO. That's a pretty reasonable demand, by the way. They forgot.
What the fuck?
Listen, it's a reasonable demand that a sovereign country has its foreign policy dictated by a different country.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Imagine if Russia told us that we could never join some alliance.
Right.
We tell them to fuck off.
What if Russia's like, listen, if you join NAFTA with those dirty, dirty Canadians and those dirty Mexicans, we're going to invade your country. And then Jimmy Dore's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Ukraine made that promise in 2010, and Russia still invaded it 4 years later.
There you go.
What is that? What?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened between 2010 and 2014? It's like Russia just invaded it for fun. Like, we're just bored of Russia, let's get.
There was no.
Yeah, what did happen?
They're acting like this. Ukraine was just about to join NATO too. On top of that, which wasn't even being discussed or talked about.
Right. Yeah.
So here's some
new stuff.
Here's some more of the Washington Post. Here's New York Times. Now this to me also rubbed me the wrong way. 2 Republicans running for Senate in Ohio have taken sharply different positions over the Ukraine-Russia crisis. It's a skirmish that pits Trump-style America First isolationists against more traditional hawkish Republicans. What? They somehow made hawkish Republicans try to sound nice. Did you hear? Isn't that amazing? Can you believe that's amazing to me. I don't know. You have any response to that?
Yeah, the Democrats are freaking out that there is a faction within the Republican Party that doesn't want to send all the boys from Scranton to Spokane to fight and die for some U.S. neo colony thousands of miles away. That's terrifying to them.
That is.
It's interesting too, because most of the MAGA Republicans or the populist Republicans, I mean, once the invasion started, they very quickly changed their perspective on this. So it's not like they didn't go down the Jimmy Dore Max route of just dig the grave deeper, keep digging the hole. Fuck, Hasan had a better reaction to being wrong, I think, than this.
He was demoralized, though. It seemed like some of the CPAC Republicans were digging in. I know JD Vance was digging in.
Yeah, but yeah, the more, yeah, but JD fucking Vance, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he's got an interesting proposal on voting, so.
It seemed like the only people that were, and I didn't do a polling, okay, but from what I saw, it seemed like the only people that were digging in were the people that are not in political office currently.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Mate
are running.
Aaron Mate is completely hitting up the neo-Nazi angle. Like, he's basically trying to say all of Ukraine is fucking neo-Nazis.
Oh, yeah.
Like, his whole Twitter feed is like, neo-Nazis, neo-Nazis.
And so they're siding with the traditional hawkish Republicans. Lindsey Graham, who said it would be worthwhile to kill a lot of Koreans in order to teach North Korea a lesson. That's their new hero. He's their new John McCain.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how so if you're against war, they have to paint you as some kind of crazy isolationist Trumper. So anybody who's against war in Ukraine is a crazy isolationist.
Well, that's not even what they said. They literally said there are two Republicans running for Senate. They represent different positions. One represents the new right-wing populist isolationist movement, and one represents the right-wing, more traditional, in America, hawkish Republican.
Yeah. Protect America.
This is a total straw man.
Interventionist Republican.
There's your perfect Jimmy Dore freeze frame.
It is, yeah. Well, you need to screen cap that for me.
I'll give this to you. Okay.
This video really caused me to question, though, Jimmy Dore's anti-war cred, because in the very beginning of the video, he seems to be completely pro-war. Like, he's brushing off.
He's pro-Russia invading Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. He's brushing off Russia funding, secretly funding separatist movements inside a sovereign country. So,
not so secret.
Yeah, funding.
Yeah. Yes.
He doesn't seem to have a problem with that. How can you say that you're pro-war or you're anti-war, but you have no problem with Russia's military industrial complex fucking selling weapons?
A foreign power, Russia, is selling arms and training separatist fighters in a neighboring country, the Ukraine.
Right.
Totally fine. The anti-war Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, your anti-war credibility is completely shot after this.
Isolationist Trumper. Why don't you just go be a nice war hawk? All right.
But they're traditional. They're traditional. They're
very.
These guys are so just partisan team players. I can't stand this shit. They're traditional.
It's like more Americans.
They're just traditional. What a bunch of assholes.
Yeah. We traditionally like
have a nuclear war. We traditionally are like Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, okay.
That was painful.
I just want to show you the first 2 minutes of Jimmy's video after the war started.
I'm dying to see that.
I'm
dying to see that. Does it begin? Does it begin with Jimmy Dore putting up a tweet?
No.
That says
and the video is called "Media Lies About Ukraine Russia Debunked."
What?
Okay. And look,
he's got Aaron Mate. Oh shit!
He's got Aaron Mate on. Okay.
Mr. Everything is neo-Nazis.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay.
So he spends the first 2 minutes just making fun of Biden mumbling, which is fine. That's funny.
Does he play it at super speed?
He does.
Oh, what a
saying. And I wanted to just show you 2 examples, and then we'll
wait, let me go back.
So all those things led us to Russia doing this.
Oh, did you see that?
Then the Minsk agreement that then the
watch Jimmy has like gum or food that falls right out of his mouth. Watch.
Ukrainian government ignored. So all those things led us to Russia.
What the fuck was that? Did you see that?
I did. Holy shit.
That was weird.
Holy
it's like a big chunk of food or something.
I mean, I'm guilty of eating on stream too, but I don't think I've ever lost my lunch on camera.
It's like there's like a tooth fell out of his mouth or something. maybe he's doing a bunch of meth before. That would explain a lot if he's doing a bunch of meth before this streams.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Holy cow, that was crazy.
I didn't even know. I didn't notice that until just now.
It's like he's trying to keep the rest of his teeth in now.
Doing this, right? Going in and putting troops into Ukraine. So that.
Wait, I actually want to get to the substance, not be distracted by Jimmy Dore food. Okay, I'm going to listen. I'm not going to look at what's happening. But
Strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Okay. Okay. So what I want to do here, there's a lot of moving parts in the Ukraine thing. There's a lot of...
At least tell me you think Biden is terrifying. The fact that he's he's going to be a wartime president now?
It's a little scary, Adam.
Sitch. Yeah.
It's a little scary.
I'm fucking...
I'm glad the war is going on over there. That's what I'm saying, not over here.
This is insane. And if he kicks the bucket... I don't feel any safer with Kamala Harris.
You don't feel safer with Commander-in-Chief Kamala Harris?
I don't.
No, okay. I agree with you.
I think she's a moron.
She is. She is.
There's a gas pipeline. Of course, energy comes into play. We're going to talk about that. Of course, what happened with NATO, the NATO's expansion onto Russia's border, that also plays into this in a big thing. Mm-hmm. Also, the 2014 coup that the United States pushed and then installed a government.
So this is right after Russia has invaded Ukraine, and he's going through all the fucking talking points. Still going through the Russian talking points.
He still hasn't caught a clue.
Right.
That is infiltrated with neo-Nazis and outwardly, that's not a secret. And then the Minsk agreement that then the Ukrainian government ignored. So all those things led us to Russia doing this, right? Going in.
Is that the same food?
It's the same one.
Okay. Damn it. I can't concentrate now.
Putting troops into Ukraine. So people keep forgetting that all this history, and so there's been a lot of bad takes. Usually we debunk the establishment news. Well, even YouTubers are now doing the same thing, repeating what the corporate news has been saying. And I wanted to just show you 2 examples, and then we'll debunk it and show you how you should actually be thinking about it.
So this is basically corporate propaganda versus Russian propaganda.
Right. So after we watched that whole video where Jimmy literally got basically everything wrong.
Yes.
Okay. Now he's criticizing other YouTubers and independent media for their coverage. This is the gall of this. This is after Russia has invaded Ukraine and he realized that all that fucking rhetoric about, it's all fake was all proven untrue.
Right.
And yet he's completely doubling down.
Instead of having a come to Jesus moment.
Right.
He's
That's what I'm saying.
Pulling a full Hasan.
Yeah. Well, even Hasan had a better fucking apology. Right. This is not, at least Hasan admitted that he was wrong.
Jimmy's not walking it back at all here.
No.
He's like fully in with both feet.
He's doubling
So
down.
the first one comes from friend of the show, Kyle Kalinske.
Wouldn't it be great if Jimmy Dore tried to debunk our video? Oh man.
Oh.
That'd be so
it would
good.
be too long for him to spend the time.
It wouldn't be. Plus, it wouldn't be possible because
that's true.
I mean, you've actually read the articles and shit.
Said Biden didn't go extreme with the sanctions because he's now sanctioning Russia over this. President Biden, he went proportional. Okay. No doubt, though, that if Russia takes or tries to take Kiev, the harshest sanctions are in play. Overall, a relatively reasonable response policy-wise, in my opinion, despite Western culpability in getting to this point. And what you said...
So he's bought into Jimmy's narrative about...
Right, but even
coup,
Kyle...
The big fucking coup.
So even Kyle... throwing his little dig at Western culpability at the bottom of the tweet.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Still not enough.
Right.
Still not
enough for Jimmy Dore, obviously. No. Yeah.
Culpability in getting to this point. And what you said was that you're presuming that the United States has a moral or legal authority that in reality doesn't exist. What right does Biden have to sanction anyone? He doesn't. The United States just set the Mideast on fire. We're still bombing Yemen, Somalia as we speak, and Israel is still bombing Syria with our blessings. A single sanction on anyone but him or other U.S. leaders is out of proportion. He can start by sanctioning his team for the 2014 Maidan coup, and that's the coup where we helped overthrow the Ukrainian democratically elected.
So they really like sucking this coup.
They do.
Narrative.
They do. They really like that spooky phone call.
Right. Huh.
And also, I don't even know what this. Well, first of all, obviously the rampant whataboutism. Okay. How did America have the moral authority? Well, first of all, it's not just America. It's America and Europe, the rest of the fucking world.
Yeah, totally.
Everyone in the world is basically like, yeah, this is bad. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what he means. What does he mean, the legal authority? How do you determine the legal authority that one country has to sanction another country? Of course, a country decides to sanction another country. The legal authority? What does that even mean?
Yeah, he has the right to do it. Plus the sanctions, he does have the right to do it.
Right. I don't even understand what is being said here.
Elected government in 2014. That's the United States did that, and we showed you how they did that in our last video about this with Max Blumenthal.
They showed us. Don't you remember that video we just watched? They proved it to us. There was that phone call.
So
yeah,
here's one more take I want to show you because
phone call, right?
Yeah, the fuck EU phone call that literally proves the opposite of what they're suggesting. But
it's Sauger and Kyle Kalinski's girlfriend.
No, it's Kyle Kalinske replacement, isn't it?
What do you mean?
I thought she wasn't on the show anymore.
This is Breaking Points. This is a different show.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
They got their own show now.
I didn't realize.
Keep up already, okay?
I don't watch these fucking people.
Steve hates fucking...
Crystal looks good. She looks way better than she usually does. I guess Kyle's making her happy. Listen.
What did you do, babe?
Listen.
Did you put some makeup on or something?
Yeah. I don't know.
Get yourself a push-up bra? What's going on here?
You change your hair or something? What's going on here?
A lot of people turn to them and they forget that Sauger is actually a right-winger. So people forget this, and they also forget that Crystal Ball also is a Russiagator, right? So then here's what you get. Here's the kind of analysis you get from that.
I never expected a full-scale invasion like this to happen. I was deeply distrustful of U.S. military intelligence, and frankly, I think I got it wrong in terms...
What? Oh, Sitch, it's not just you.
How terrible for Sauger to say that he didn't think the invasion was going to happen and that U.S. intelligence was wrong and admit that he was wrong. How?
Yeah.
Jimmy's playing this like this is a bad thing. That Sauger is admitting fault here.
I would like my journalists to admit when they're wrong.
Right.
I think that's the fine, upstanding, ethical thing to do.
Yeah.
In terms of what happened here,
Jimmy spit in the rest of that tooth out, I think.
I did.
Never expected Putin and Russia in order to do something.
What's going on there? Look at him.
So, frankly, colossally foolish. He has fulfilled the dreams of the neocons.
I can't even... What the fuck's he doing? What's happening?
Jimmy Dore?
Yeah, look at him.
I know. He's flossing.
Now in Washington for all time. He is basically ensured now, Crystal, as we'll be discussing throughout the entire show, a full-scale NATO deployment to the eastern flank. This is the greatest thing that could have ever happened to the U.S. defense budget. I mean, there will now be renewed justified calls. Already I'm seeing this morning the German former defense minister and others saying they're going to be re-upping their armaments. So we are looking at a whole new era of geopolitics here.
Yeah, we're selling... Are we selling that hardware to Germany? Germany said they're upping their defense budget by 2%. But our U.S. are the manufacturers of those.
No, I don't
of that
know.
hardware, right?
But see, it's so funny because Sauger has a very. I'm not a big Sauger fan either. He has a very fair position.
Yeah.
Which is that.
Why don't you like Sauger? Sauger's great.
I don't listen enough to make a.
He's actually pretty on point with most of the stuff he talks about. Steve can't stand it, but Steve's like a crazy libertarian. Come on. Yeah.
But I mean, because what he said was, he said, "Oh, you're going to have all these countries ramping up their military budgets, which the military complex is going to be salivating for."
Of course.
But it's going to be justified according to what Russia's doing.
Of course it is.
Which is a completely fair comment to make.
Do you think voters aren't going to demand that we up our security when a nuclear fucking threat is randomly invading sovereign neighbors?
Right.
Of course. Every voter in America is going to be like, double the defense budget.
Well, it's really going to depend on how this resolves. Because if this does magically resolve peacefully somehow, where Russia gives up or Putin's deposed or some Marvel movie ending occurs, which I don't think it will, but say if it does happen, maybe you won't see this buildup. But if it doesn't happen and Russia does take over Ukraine, I think you're going to have a lot of European nations that were kind of asleep on their military budget for the last 20 years are going to wake the fuck up.
Yeah, they are. They're waking up right now already.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I could make a prediction that I could be wrong on, just so you could rub it in.
Okay.
But I feel like Putin's going to quit. I really do. I feel like Putin doesn't have the gas to go the distance. Yeah. You think something is going to happen? I don't know that I'm willing to make any predictions on what's going to happen, but I don't think Russia can handle a sustained conflict. Not in the situation that they're in now. Especially with the sanctions. And I know that I was saying that the sanctions are no big deal, but I mean, looking into freezing his assets, I mean, I guess he's going to pay the Russian oligarchs in gold. I mean, I don't know that that's going to.
Well, but I guess here's the question, because Putin can't walk away empty-handed, obviously. And so, like, presumably, what do you think? Like, they would basically maintain the eastern Ukraine separatist regions and then just leave and make some agreement about keeping the water flowing to Crimea?
Well, they've already accomplished that central goal, and they already control.
But they have to keep the water
Crimea.
flowing.
I know.
So they either have to,
but they would back off, and they would say, if you put more cement in there, we're gonna fucking invade again.
Right.
Yeah, that would be the agreement.
Right. But here's the question: are the sanctions lifted for doing that or not? Because it's still like, well, I mean, you still invaded a country and you took territory. I mean, do you lift the sanctions for that, or do you say no, you give everything back? Like, I don't know. I'm curious as to where the world goes from there.
Well, I think Putin would spin it as, you're hurting the Russian people, and we've already exited the country,
Right. That is what they would spin it.
Don't do this to the Russian people, and they'd lift the sanctions.
Maybe. I don't know. Because, I mean, there've been sanctions in place since 2014 because of Crimea that have never gone away.
Right. And those sanctions are obviously, he's already prepared for them. It's these super nuclear sanctions that they're talking about, cutting them off from SWIFT and freezing.
Right. Yeah, I understand that they're different.
Freezing $500 billion in U.S. currency.
Right.
Yeah. That's the money to pay the oligarchs to keep them in power. Yeah. That's why I think I think Putin has to cry uncle. He has to. He doesn't have enough resources to keep his.
I don't know.
To keep his coalition alive.
I don't know if he does. I don't know. He might not. If
they're not gonna stand for this.
We could very well wake up to Monday being, or tonight, because I know time zones.
Yeah.
Who knows? Were they just, because right now there hasn't been
war.
Right. There hasn't been a full, to my knowledge, Russia hasn't done a full stage invasion of the Ukraine.
Right. Yeah.
Or at least they're saying they haven't done that.
Right.
Now,
It
who
could
knows?
all be
That was-
diversionary just to free up the water.
Well, they already did that though.
I
So for all
know
we
they've
know,
already accomplished the mission. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is, we could wake up one day very
Mm-hmm.
easily, and you see Russia launches all full-scale invasion in Ukraine. All forces move in, and they just take the capital in like a day. We could wake up to that. I think.
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll see.
I
hope I'm wrong. I really
think
hope I'm
Putin
wrong.
pulls back. I do.
All right,
Yeah.
we will find out.
I hope I don't have to tweet, but that's what my gut tells me. And
you are correct.
my gut is never wrong.
Okay.
6-day war. This is not an Afghanistan situation.
Right.
And it is entirely Putin's fault. It is.
And China sort of tacitly.
Look at Jimmy. Jimmy totally perked up when he said it's entirely Putin's fault. He's like,
I know,
well,
he got
how's this
so happy.
Putin's fault? We did the coup, Sauger. Don't you know about the 2014 coup?
The coup.
I'm so glad you dug into the coup situation. Now, whenever anybody talks about the 2014 coup, I'm just gonna be like, fuck
The other thing, and it's annoying because there's like other claims about the coup that are less cited. The other one I found, like, and that's the problem with this rabbit hole. I was like digging so much, and I'm like, I'm if I dig totally into all the claims for the coup, that would be only thing I could research because they go on. But the other big one was there's a video. This is so ridiculous. You can watch this on YouTube. There's a video that some Italian documentary guy produced where he's like, I found 3 snipers from the Georgian, I think, the Georgian government that were snuck in during the Maidov protest and they were under the command of some American guy, and they were paid $5,000 to shoot on the protesters to make it look like a false flag, to make it look like the police were really the ones shooting the protesters. And so, and he interviews these 3 guys who look like the biggest schmoes, the biggest bumblefucks. Like, I just they just brought me to the Ukraine. I just accept $5,000. I don't know I was shooting civilians, but then they put gun in hand and I'm just shooting civilians. Like, it's so bizarre. You're like, oh, I didn't realize that 3 people admitting to war crimes would just admit to it so readily. And
That's on
nothing would happen.
YouTube? That's
yeah,
on
and it's like,
YouTube?
oh, they're just not arrested, and they give their names, and like it's not even like they're blacked out, you know, like it's not even like they have the thing blocking out their face and their voices changed. They're just like, oh, names and faces of these 3 guys claiming to have been part of the false flag sniping operation. So fucking
that
ridiculous.
doesn't seem real to me, Sitch. That seems
I'm
like,
watching. I know. It's like it's literally like they're putting like a Mr. Bean situation. Like they just accidentally wandered into this fucking like crazy situation. It committed war crimes.
So,
and
but
they're admitting to it.
did the police shoot on the protesters? Did that actually happen?
Well, that's so part of what I forgot to mention because we got so bogged down in the 2014 thing. The big thing, and this happened after the phone call, by the way. The big thing that led to the push to have the new elections and all that stuff is that there was a bunch of gunfire one day during the protest, and like a fuck ton of people, like a bunch of protesters got shot and died. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the exact number.
Wow.
But a bunch of protesters got shot and died. And so obviously the protesters said the police were shooting at us. And then obviously the police and the Yakov guys say, no, it was a false flag operation.
Right.
Okay. By the protesters or by America.
Blame America.
Right.
Interesting.
So you can
who-
blame
the protest-
whoever you want on that one.
The protesters were nationalists, correct?
Yes.
Pro-Ukrainian nationalists that wanted
Right.
to join the EU. So
Well, they want to join the EU. They just want to have friendly trade relations with the EU.
right. Yeah. They want to sell their shit to the EU. And they
Right.
wanted to buy shit from the EU. They're like,
Right.
hey, they got nice stuff.
Right.
Let us trade. Let us make friends. Let us trade.
Aligning with Russia.
Yep, that's right.
Basically calling for, lessening of hostilities all around.
Just think Kyle Kalinske has sex with her. I know you were thinking it.
I literally wasn't even in my mind until you just said.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Around. So this very, wishy-washy.
Are you trying to imply that Kyle Kalinski's shitty somewhat pro-America, somewhat anti-Russian takes have been shoved into Crystal Ball via their sexual intercourse? Is that what you're trying? Are you saying that she's just regurgitating the talking points that her man told her to regurgitate? Is that what you're saying, Adam?
Well, I thought the anti-Russian stuff was Crystal's thing.
I see.
Isn't she a Russiagator? She's Jimmy Dore said.
Well, she was on I don't know if I'm assuming she was on MSNBC for a long time, so I would imagine.
Was she?
Yeah, she was
probably
on.
Got it from Rachel.
There was a
Maddow,
show,
the ultimate Russiagator.
So there was I don't think it's still on. There was a very poor, very lame show that was supposed to be the MSNBC's answer to the
Cycle.
Yes, the Five. The Five was great back when I watched TV news.
This was
even
if
I disagree with them. It was.
She was on the Cycle. I remember.
It was originally called The Four.
Oh, it was called The Four,
and then it got changed to being The Cycle because The Four is.
I remember
stupid.
The Cycle because I thought, why would you name a show after a woman's period?
Well, there you go.
The Cycle.
So yeah, I'm assuming when she was on MSNBC, she was talking about Russiagate stuff.
That really super racist black guy was on that show. I can't remember his name.
On The Cycle?
I think he might have been in the trailer that we watched. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's that guy's name?
He's super racist.
Tori.
Yeah, Tori. That's him.
It was. Wait, what did we just see Tori in something? It wasn't.
I thought it was a Showtime special.
Wasn't he? No. We saw him.
Oh yeah, he was in.
He was on
something.
Joy Reid, wasn't he?
Yeah, something.
Or Chris Hayes. He was on Joy Reid or Chris Hayes or something.
Right.
We just watched. Yeah.
Some totally racist rant.
Right. Holy shit! I totally forgot about that.
But I can't remember what it was about. Anyway, just think of Kyle Kalinske making out. Go Kyle.
Both sides kind of a statement when clearly 100% the aggressor here is Putin and is Russia.
Okay, so that just
who was doing the both sides thing, which I try to never say both sides now because I think it's centrists are constantly being accused of both sides.
I mean, I guess Jimmy and Aaron Mate aren't because they're saying it's one side. It's America's fault.
Right. And Sauger and Crystal are saying it's the other side. So
right.
Another leftist fight here. We're just in time.
Right.
Let us enjoy.
Ignores the history of what's happening and it reveals that they don't know it. But so
you bring it back tweets.
Of course.
Bringing them back.
Ignoring the history. This 2014 coup. Oh, so bad.
Why did the U.S. back a violent coup in Ukraine against an elected government? Why did the U.S. and EU support neo-Nazi militias? Why were they silent about the attacks on Russia-speaking civilians in Donbass?
I love how all this is based on some dude's tweet.
I know. Some random guy. I don't know who this is.
Why haven't any of these questions been asked by the cheerleading Western media? And so I'll just show you one more video. This is from Adam
United
Schiff.
States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here.
So we've been arming and funding the people fighting Russia and breaking the Minsk Accords in Donbass.
Oh my God, breaking those Minsk Accords. I wonder if there was anything in those Minsk Accords about maybe Russia not invading Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's referring to the ceasefire agreements.
I
the
know.
ones that the rebels are not adhering to either.
Yes, not only that. I mean, they're 8 years old. They happened in 2014.
Since 2014, at least. Then here's what you say. Again, people don't ever focus on this either. Biden rejected Russian offers to keep Ukraine neutral and helped sabotage the Minsk Accords, which could have prevented this war. Since he's now hanging Ukraine out to dry, perhaps Kyiv can hire Hunter Biden for $80,000 a month for his expertise on how to navigate his dad's crisis.
So, well, first of all, it's hilarious that they try to tie everything back to Burisma somehow. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
But when Aaron Monte says Biden rejected Russia's offer to keep Ukraine neutral, he's referring to the U.S. and NATO saying we're not going to guarantee that the Ukraine will forever not be allowed into NATO.
Right. No, I know. Yeah.
That's what he means when he says Ukraine neutral.
Right. Yeah.
Because why should a sovereign country be able to make decisions about agreements and foreign policy? Why they should just have to listen to their stronger neighbor. It's a classic bleeding heart leftist socialist talking point to say the oppressed smaller country should not be able to make decisions for itself and should have to give in to whatever the more powerful imperialistic power structure with the military might on its side. You have to listen to what they say. You have to do what they tell you to do.
The framing of it is so weird to me, because if you are a nation without a lot of resources, joining NATO is such a win. Like, it's such a giant win because no one can fuck with you anymore.
Right.
It's like the hugest win in the world. But Jimmy wants to say, no, take that away from the little country that could get invaded by anyone.
And now every country not every country, but a lot of countries that are on the border of Russia who are not part of NATO,
all
like,
want
holy
NATO.
Fuck, let me into NATO, please.
Yes, exactly. The whole idea with NATO, I said it before, but I'll say it
NATO
again.
expansion. Finland wants to join NATO. Finland's just an American neocrat.
Yeah, they're all neo-Nazis. The NATO alliance is, if one country is invaded, all countries are invaded. So if Russia invaded a NATO country, we would be obligated, and all NATO countries would be obligated to deliver troops and resources. So that's why it's a huge win. It's a complete deterrent from anybody invading your borders, and maybe even more so of a deterrent than nukes are, because the nukes are, I mean, I don't know, can you really even use them?
I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of difficult because you're afraid that you're going to get instantly nuked back if you use them,
exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I wait for when Finland already is asking to join NATO, and Russia's already threatening Finland if they do join NATO, and I'm waiting for the Aaron Montes and the Jimmy Dores to be like, Finland is the neocon, the neocon colony of the American Empire. I'm like, all right.
This partisan lens just makes people morons. Just makes people so stupid.
So let me bring in Aaron. Before I do, I just want to just show you this. So again, this is the thing nobody ever talks about. I was there. NATO.
They don't talk about it because it's bullshit, right? I mean, that's why people aren't talking about this. Although I do hear a lot of people talking about this 2014 coup that nobody's talking about.
What'd you say?
I do hear a lot of people talking about the 2014 coup that nobody's talking about.
That's the number one justification for all this, is to say, wow, America couped us in 2014. I mean, sure, the overwhelming majority of the Ukrainian elected parliament voted to oust this guy who fled the country. But, that's an American coup for you.
Is that what Kim Iverson is referring to and what Sargon is referring to?
That's what they're all referring to.
They're all referring to the 2014 coup.
They're all referring to the 2014 Ukrainian parliament where, as I said, 328 members of the Ukrainian parliament voted to remove Viktor Yanukovych from office.
Right.
I guess all those 328 members of the Ukrainian parliament were all secret American agents. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe Russia hacked their emails.
No, America hacked their emails. And I said,
oh, yeah. Well, maybe we hacked their emails and got even.
They said, listen, if you don't, if you don't support this American coup against, a Russia, then we're gonna leak all your porn videos that you watch, all your disgusting, degenerate porn categories that you watch. We're gonna leak it to the whole world.
We got your entire search history.
Right.
Everyone
we see, they're like, we see all the stepbrother stuck and stepsister stuck in the staircase porn that you looked at.
Yeah, it's not gonna be pretty for you.
We're going to leak all your Onishans to the world if you don't vote to become an American territory.
fall of the Soviet Union. I told the Senate that expansion will lead us to where we are today. And who
The
said
next
that?
part's kind of boring when it just goes through all this stuff. So that was the only part I wanted to show you, was just him
All this
ragging on.
backpedal.
Yeah, I just want to show you. I thought it was hilarious that after Russia invades, he has the gall to attack Kyle, Crystal, and Sagar for having bad takes.
For admitting that they had bad
They're
takes.
for getting it wrong. I know. It's terrible.
This is
So
bitch made
bad.
right here.
Right.
What a terrible perspective.
Let's see. Mithram 6 for 500 Kazarks. Thank you, Mithram. Says, I'd sad to see people being so blinded by their disgust of Western elites, they'd rather simp for Putin. I'm disgusted by Western elites too, but Russia is exactly what you hate on Western elites, just 10,000 times worse. True. Very true. Very true. The enemy of your enemy is very often not your friend.
That happens.
Yes. Excuse me. Squeeze Louise for $20. For $20. So the person's name, Squeeze Louise, put in their name for $20. And they donated $20. So Squeeze Louise is fucking with me.
I love it. Hold on. Is it like $5 or is it $20?
No, it's a $20.
Right.
Like that would be the ultimate.
Squeeze Louise for $20.
Right.
For $5.
Squeeze Louise for $20 for $20. Thank you so much. It says, hot take. World War III would actually be good because it would solve the masculinity crisis. Can't be depressed if you're dead. That's a hot take.
That is a
That's
hot take.
That's a hot take.
But it does solve the masculinity crisis
Right.
at the same time.
Joe the Mig for $20 says, totally unrelated to Ukraine, but has everything to do with Final Fantasy VII and Tifa. Oh, that's important. Check your Twitter DMs and someone tells Zoe Kravitz to take the chip off her shoulder.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Right.
Who's Zoe Kravitz?
Zoe Kravitz, like Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Oh, really?
I don't know what's being referenced here.
Zoe Kravitz, I think, isn't she in the Thor movie?
Here's.
I think she came up in the Thor movie.
Oh my God, you had to play this. You have to bring this tweet up. This is hilarious. Completely unrelated to our topic at hand. Robert Pattinson talking about Final Fantasy VII and who his waifu was for Final Fantasy VII. Oh my God. That's amazing.
He had a waifu for...
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Anyway, are you going to bring it up?
Yes.
Hello?
I am going to bring it
Adam?
up. I'm bringing
Okay.
it up right now.
You bring it up.
You shared it with me?
I tweeted it. I DM'd you.
Why can't you
It's a
screen
Twitter
cap it?
video.
Oh,
No,
it is
you're gonna. It's a
Twitter
video.
video.
We're gonna have to 1, 2, 3 it.
Oh man,
This
this
guy,
is gonna
he's like,
take.
"Oh,
This
I
is
ain't
gonna
gonna do the
take.
work."
This is gonna take
Oh
some.
my God. Olivia Stratton for $20 says, still catching up, but imagine the implications for immigration and refugee resettlement if countries could just annex land from each other based on ethnic ties. True. Very true. That's a great point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Scott Crosby for $20 says AOC's district has the same number of regular voters, of reg voters, as Tulsi's district, yet she won the primary. She got the same number of votes as the fourth place guy on the rep primary, or the Republican primary. Really? Wait, that's crazy.
So
Yet
she has a
then-
tiny coalition.
I think they misspoke. I think they mistyped. I think they said AOC district has the same number of Republican voters as the Tulsi district. I didn't know. Is that true? Yeah, when she won the primary, she got the same number of votes as the fourth place guy on the Republican primary. Huh. Interesting. Olivia Stratton. Oh, Aiden Paladin for $10. Hey, Aiden. Says, looking up the Wolfowitz Doctrine, it states that the United States must never, be challenged in their economic or political power. Hear, hear. This is why we can never be challenged, Aiden, because you let Russia fucking get in here. They get fucking crazy. They get willy-nilly invading the Ukraine. All like, God. Olivia Stratton for another $20. Thank you. Says leftists seem to conflate capitalism with mercantilism. Mercantilism being, quote, an economic practice by which governments use their economies to augment state power at the expense of other countries. Very, very true. Very true. Cameraman 502 for $20 says, why won't Aaron Monte, Jackson Hinkle, and their ilk highlight the anti-war protesters risking arrest and repression in Russia? Also, can we stage an intervention for James Lindsay?
That is a great point on the.
That is a great point.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of protests in Moscow and in Russia that are anti-war protests, and it's super dangerous for people and risky for them to protest against the war.
Yeah, they're carting people away, to detention centers and stuff.
Right. So James Lindsay has kind of an interesting take on all this stuff. And it's unfortunate. I think he's kind of fallen into his own CRT trap. And we've talked about this before, and that I think when it comes to neo-Marxism, cultural Marxism, and all that stuff, and the academics of that stuff, James Lindsay's like 100% on point with most of that stuff. The problem, I think, is that he's using the lens he uses to interpret all that neo-Marxian garbage to interpret like regular world events. And so he's kind of looking at everything, including this war, through the lens of his interpretation of all the neo-Marxist garbage.
Yeah.
And I don't think that works.
I completely agree, 100%. It's funny because I exchanged DMs with James Lindsay, and I tried to turn him on to Selectorate theory because so much of the critical race theory stuff is really about Democrats locking down their winning coalition in elections. So it just seemed like, he should be aware of that it was very much designed to create Democratic voters. Because it doesn't seem like he really is factoring that into his analysis. Maybe I'm wrong. Do you think I never hear him talking about the voting coalitions.
I don't think it's necessarily adapt selector theory. It's just you have to use different lenses to look at different events.
Right. But he has this whole thing about CRT being communist to break down society and stuff like that. And that's where he kind of loses me, because I think, no,
that's true though.
It's for some of them, but.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm talking about like the CRT theory. You're talking about like the people trying to implement it in schools or something.
Right. They're using it to gain.
I understand.
To gain voters, to gain.
Right.
To win in electoral politics.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think you're right. I think most of the people that are advocating or defending CRT in public are just the useful idiots.
Mm-hmm.
I think the squad probably knows what's up, and some of the other more radical politicians know what's up. But the average politician or even the average news pundit that gives the CRT the history, teaching history for Black Americans, they're just useful idiots. I don't think they understand what's going on here.
Useful in electoral politics. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they're useful idiots for the cause of the CRT cause.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, are we going to watch this Robert Pattinson clip?
I did. I brought it up.
Okay. Give me a count.
3, 2, 1, go.
I felt I was in love as well. Some love with Paris. Antifa.
Antifa, of course.
Yeah, everybody wants that vote. Yeah. But it's the two sides. It's the two options of girls you can have. This.
You don't know Final Fantasy? No.
It's the best. It's a love triangle where heiress or heiress, depending on what version of the game you have. Sometimes it's mistranslated. Like, she's like the really kind girl who has her superpower is like to like heal everyone, like make the world a better place.
Poor women, we have to heal everyone.
And then Tifa's like this like sexy little thing who's like a thief and stuff. She wears a short skirt, and you're like, I can't decide. And then Eris,
This is crazy.
and Eris
Okay.
right at her peak gets killed. This is how every guy like figures out what love is. And then that's the ideal woman, and it never gets any. You never.
Either the one that's going to heal everything or the one in the short skirt. These are the options. Oh my God. This is the problem with the world.
Okay. I have such a positive opinion of Robert Pattinson now.
Do you?
He's such a fucking nerd. It's so hilarious. You have Robert Pattinson.
Totally explaining Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, you have Robert Pattinson, like teenage Twilight heartthrob. He's like sexiest man in the world. And yet he's a big fucking nerd trying to explain to Zoe, like very poorly, might I add, the love triangle in fucking Final Fantasy VII.
That's hilarious.
It is, you know, it's like the meme picture of the guy at the club like yelling into the girl's ear and she doesn't give a fuck at all.
Yeah,
like
totally.
that's this picture come to life. That's
how-
hilarious.
How fun.
I love that. Thank you for sending me that.
Are you going to see the Batman?
Sure, of course.
I mean, it looks.
At some point.
It looks pretty good to me. I hope it's not disappointing. I hope the story doesn't
hope so
suck.
too.
Yeah.
I hope so too. But I'm kind of skeptical of all the new movies that come out.
I am too, and the writer on it doesn't have a lot of movie credits, which is a little scary. I think this is gonna suck. I'm gonna be stuck in the movie theater for 3 hours with a movie that is terrible.
Right.
Right.
How long is the Batman?
It's 3 hours. Yeah.
It's 3 hours long?
It's a 3-hour movie.
Holy
yeah.
shit.
It's
You're
got a
right. That's
super long
crazy.
runtime, and I mean it's completely story dependent. And the trailers, you don't really even get an idea what the story is, so there could be no story.
Is that Riddler costume real? Because I saw it and I thought it looked fucking terrible. I didn't even think it was real.
Oh.
It looks kind of goofy, but
yeah, I don't know.
Listen, I will try to have positive expectations for the Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I'm hoping.
Stylistically, I think it looks pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Eero Games for $20 says, I'm a bit behind, but gerrymandering isn't inherently bad. It is one of the few ways to boost the signal of a minority group if they live in a localized area. But of course, it has been used for negative motives.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's sort of part of the argument for the minority representation. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that argument, but I don't know how you feel about that, Adam. I think you've argued in favor of that at some points, haven't you? Or no?
Well, I mean, is it CGP Gray? Am I close?
CGP Gray, yes.
Why would you make CGP?
CP, I don't know the letter.
Why would you do that? CPG?
He's awesome.
No, he's awesome, but I mean, that name just fucking bugs me. But anyway.
Yeah, not like PSA. That rolls right off the tongue.
PSA is perfect. Yeah. Public service announcement. It's already in the brain. Okay.
Right.
Already, yes.
Even though it doesn't stand for that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it works. CGP, which is not in the brain, Gray, did a video on, he's done a number of videos on gerrymandering. So there is the idea that you could gerrymander districts so
for
that
good.
Each district perfectly represents the different interest groups that are a part of them.
Right.
So instead of gerrymandering a district, so you've got a majority Republican district and it's gerrymandered, so only one Republican wins and 3 Democrats win. Even though it's a majority, the whole area is majority Republican. That feels kind of unfair, right? And it really, you're just drawing the line so more Democrats will win, even though you have more Republicans that live in the area. So there is some people that say, well, we should just gerrymander the districts so the outcome matches the proportion. So you know, if proportionally, you know, it would be 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, and you just fix it that way.
Well, he talks about in that video to have a mixed proportional voting system, which I mean, he's positive on it, and his explanation makes sense to me. I've seen people push back about that. I'm trying to remember. I saw a whole video trying to explain why that wouldn't work.
Oh, there is?
Lost from my brain, yeah. So,
but
I mean, he also proposed gerrymandering to make districts as competitive as possible, which is an interesting idea. As a dirty centrist, evil, split the baby in half moderate that appeals to my sensibilities. So,
yeah, I think you want to have competition. You want to have people competing to make the system better, right? I mean, I want a congressperson to say, we're going to make insider trading in Congress illegal. Right? I mean,
there you go.
Don't we want a senator to step up and say, here's what I'm going to give you when I'm elected? No more insider trading in the Senate. I mean,
they'll make every other person in the Senate hate them.
But that's, I mean, we need to fix that.
We do.
As Americans, we know we need to fix
it. We do.
In order to fix that, we need to get politicians that are going to fix it for us.
So Alex Berger made this super cool, like 8-bit Sitch comedian Watchmen button.
Yeah, I like it.
Very awesome. Saying, I'm enjoying the new stream format with the Tuesday streams. So there you go.
Sweet.
Thank you. You couldn't be more perfectly timed with a button about the doomsday clock and nuclear war with Russia.
Oh, I know.
Now.
We need to rewatch Watchmen, right?
Who watches the Putins? Aaron Lee for $20 says, I super chatted earlier, but here's $20 so everyone can hear what I think. Hear that I think they and you should give a listen to what Scott Horton has to say on the matters of foreign policy. Thanks.
Scott Horton.
The name sounds very familiar to me, but I don't know what he says. What is he saying about the Ukraine-Russia situation?
Scott Horton.
The office of Ukraine's president has confirmed that a delegation will meet with the Russian officials as Moscow's troops draw closer to Kiev. Interesting. Ukrainian-Russian diplomats to meet on the Belarus border.
Says American author, anti-war radio. So, I mean,
all right.
I would consider myself generally anti-war. I think we should be starting wars of conquest.
North Korea conducts military tests after declaring new situation with China. Okay.
Scott Horton. libertarianinstitute.org books. Director, the libertarianinstitute.org. Okay. I'll give him a follow, maybe.
Sure.
Say some tweets that are...
Sword and Scale. Hey, Sword and Scale for $20. Says Hasan is a moron. That is all.
True.
Thank you.
Truer words have never been super chatted.
Diogenes for $50 says, hey fellas, I got my tax returns. Now I can yell at Sitch for longer.
Oh, nice. Good for you. Filing your taxes early.
Thank you. Also, CT said I can be racist on stream. Just kidding. But seriously, deport Hasan to Russia and redistribute his property. It's what he wants. A-Team reigns supreme. Lieutenant General D. There you go.
Well, I like that.
I assume the D stands for dick, but...
Maybe it stands for dime bag.
Okay, could be. I Fondo for $20 says, isn't it crazy that most of the civilian casualties are on the side where the two frontline cities are. I know. What? Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crimea. Place where all the action is.
I can't believe it. Lucifer Doman's Ukrainian. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says, as a Ukrainian, I swear you're trying to trigger us. Listen, I can't pronounce your city names. Okay, you gotta listen. If Ukraine wants to be a vassal state, a puppet of America, why can't you change your city names to be in English?
Yeah.
Come on. There's very little I ask for being a puppet colony of the United States foreign powers. All I ask is that you just completely change your language to be English and change your city names to be English. Okay. Is that so much? Is that so much to ask for?
I mean, they don't even use the right alphabet. I'm thinking the names are hard to pronounce because they're using substitute letters and stuff.
There you go.
Have you seen Russian and Ukrainian? I mean, it's
well, in Russia they use the
I don't even know
alphabet.
I don't know the phonemes that go with these symbols.
Are Russian and Ukrainian alphabets the same? Both have alphabets that consist of 3 letters, but Russia has letters that are not used in Ukraine, and Ukraine has letters that are not used in Russian. All right. There you go. Sword and Scale for another $20. Thank you, Sword and Scale. Says Whoopi Goldberg has no teeth.
Really?
What? Is that true?
Does Whoopi Goldberg have teeth?
Whoopi Goldberg's battle with gum disease.
What?
Fortunately, dental implants replaced Whoopi Goldberg's missing teeth. Oh.
Really? So she's got a full set of... Wow. Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Ouch.
And I didn't know anything about that.
Kind of... Ugh.
I'm not sure what brought that to attention, Sword and Scale, but okay.
Well, that's probably why she's in such a shit mood all the time.
Right. Crack Rock Steady for $20. Our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain says, these lefties walking back their terrible takes is fun to watch. Keep up the great show. Unlike Lucifer the Doorman, I'm enjoying the show while playing Elden Ring. You guys should do a stream on it. S-Class is the best class.
Of course. S-Class is best class. I'm glad you finally recognized. Oh, wait. I was reading the chat again.
How is every fucking person is playing Elden Ring? I assume. Is it good?
Elden Ring.
Everyone's on the Elden Ring train.
I had to look up this special. Here, I guess I need to send you a link if we're going to do the 3-2-1 thing. Now I looked up a tweet. Here you go. What happened? Where'd you go? You
I was looking. V Radio for $5.
You're reading the chat too.
Well, no, I was reading. I was seeing the read because we usually only read $20 super chats on Sunday, and then we read the other ones on Tuesday. But special ones that catch my eye or friends of the show, you talk to V Radio.
Hell yeah! What's up, V? Neil's his name.
Radio.
What's up, Neil?
V Radio for $5 says, did you watch Glenn Greenwald's video on this? I did not. There are recordings of people working for Biden picking the government in Ukraine. Is it the recording that we talked about?
We listened to one of the recordings.
That we listened to part of, yeah.
And they're
or
not.
Is there some other video? I'm assuming because they all reference the exact same video.
Yeah.
Because it's the only supposed leaked conversation that exists of this, that it's the same video.
They prime you to see it as the American people picking. But if I had a conversation with Sitch about the Super Bowl and I said, you know, I like the Los Angeles Rams. I'm not picking the Los Angeles Rams to win the fucking Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's actually worse than that, but I understand what you're like, how you're saying. Yeah,
Sitch, I like the Rams. I think we're gonna go with the Rams this year.
I know. I've scrubbed. He has a video on YouTube that's from the 24th. I kind of it's long. I scrubbed through it. I don't see. I see him talking about a bunch of stuff, but I don't see him talking about anything related to.
This is a
secret
2014 coup. I wonder if.
Right.
Yeah.
2014 coup.
I mean, my big question was. Okay, first of all.
Oh no, here it is. Here it is. He even has the same. Yeah, it's the same video. It's literally the same video, and he has the Aaron Mate tweet. Just listen to senior U.S. official Victoria Nuland and U.S. Ambassador Jeffrey Piat choosing the new Ukrainian government in 2014. This call was followed by a coup.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the same. It's the one that I went over on the chart.
Let's just give in to the leftist fantasy that the coup took place in 2014.
Okay.
There was another election that took place in 2019 where the coup guy got ousted.
No, there was another election in like the month of March right after that.
Right. But the guy got elected. The coup guy got elected.
Well, Zelensky got elected, and the coup guy got elected or appointed, because I think you're appointed the prime minister. I don't think you're elected.
Right. So I'm pointing out that even if there was this evil coup in 2014, there was another election that took place in 2019 where the current president of Ukraine was elected, right?
Right. Yes.
So you would have to. Where's the phone call on how that was a coup too? Is the current president of the Ukraine a puppet of the United States? This guy who was a popular actor on a Ukrainian television show. Is that
they're all puppets, Adam.
Is that our puppet coup guy too?
Adam, it's puppets all the way down.
Well, why are we focusing on 2014 when that guy's not even in the fucking picture anymore?
Because it was a coup. What do you mean?
Okay, well, obviously we're talking about a different guy.
Because it was a coup.
It's a completely different guy involved in this situation, right?
Great. It is a different guy.
Where the coup guy, the 2014 coup guy, right? That the 2019 actor, television show host replaced our hypothetical coup guy. Okay.
So I have like a million fucking tabs open.
In 2019, what happened there? Why didn't? If we had our guy in there, why did we let our guy get ousted by?
Well, he wasn't. No, okay. So the guy they're talking about, I apologize, Mr. Doman. Arseny Yatsenyuk. Okay. That they're talking about on the phone call. They wanted him to accept Viktor Yanukovych's position.
You're re-explaining this to V Radio?
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. Okay, they want him the prime minister is your appointed position.
Right.
Okay, so he says no. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, after Yanukov is kicked out of office, they have a new election, and let's see, they have a new election. Following the new election, he is then designated as the new prime minister. Okay, because the prime minister is an appointed position.
Okay.
All right. As the head of the Ukrainian government, Yatsenyuk was involved in the Crimea crisis. He described his government as being on a kamikaze mission. Okay, Ukraine signed political part. Blah blah blah. The day before, shortly after Yatsenyuk was replaced. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. He was replaced in his party. Okay. On July 24th, 2014, Yatsenyuk announced that he was resigning from his post as prime minister immediately. Because the coalition supporting the Yatsenyuk government collapsed after parliament failed to pass legislation to increase military financing and regulate energy matters. So there you go. The shortest coup in history. It lasted for a month or less. He was prime minister for a month and then resigned.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It says, however, wait a minute. It says, however, the Ukrainian parliament declined his resignation.
Okay, so they kept him on.
All right.
So was he president till 2019, or did they have a different guy?
No, prime minister, not president. They have
Whatever.
a president
Okay.
and a prime minister.
Okay. Yeah.
Two different positions. They vote for the president. The prime minister is appointed.
Right. But the prime minister was in charge because the president ran away.
Yeah.
So
Well,
did
I
they
don't know if there
not-
was a president during this time period, actually.
So they might not have elected. They might have just gone with the prime minister. They're like, our country's falling apart. We'll just stick with the prime minister.
Maybe. I don't know.
But there was eventually an election for a president,
Right.
and that's the president now. But that happened in 2019.
In September 2014, Yatsenyuk, I know I'm saying his name wrong. In 2014, Yates, there you go, started the new People Party's People Front, and that party won 82 seats in the 2014 Ukrainian parliamentary election.
Mm-hmm.
So they had an election like shortly after too, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They had an election in October of 2014.
Yeah.
He was reconfirmed as prime minister. Oh, okay. So he was prime minister again after the second election.
Is he still prime minister and this other guy is president?
No, he resigned. Oh, no. In 2016, the president of the Ukraine at the time, Petro Poroshenko, asked Yatsenyuk to resign.
Mm-hmm. So who's that guy? When did he get elected?
He was elected in 2014 as president.
Okay.
And then he lost, or I don't know if he ran again, but then Zelensky replaced him in 2019.
So the guy that they're talking about on the phone call became prime minister, and a completely different guy became president?
Yes.
Where's the coup?
There's a coup, Adam.
Where's the coup? President is the top office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the coup was putting our guy in as prime minister, and then another guy got elected president?
No, the coup was us asking this guy to accept the current president's nomination.
Right.
Yeah, the current pro-Russian's nomination president to be prime minister, yes. And then he declined it, so he didn't even do what America wanted him to do.
Yeah. I feel
And
like
then he
there's a
became
lot
prime
of
minister
people
afterwards.
I feel like a lot of people are playing telephone with the American. This is starting to feel a lot like MLK is a secret communist.
Well, so this is how, but listen, this is how they get away with the 2014 coup thing, because it's a complicated narrative of Ukrainian names.
Yeah,
that
no.
Americans don't have time to look at and understand. They just say, okay, I guess there was a coup.
I
don't want to understand. What's
None of this has to do with the current president of Ukraine.
No.
And I think people are looking at the current president of Ukraine and going, that's an American stooge. That's the guy that was put in place by the coup in 2014.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. He was not involved in any of this.
Yes.
Whatsoever. Right.
Yes. It's all fucking bullshit.
Right. So the guy who won presidency for Ukraine in 2014 was Petro Poroshenko.
Mm-hmm.
And then he loses the election. He runs again in 2019 and loses to Zelensky.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
So the coup guy lost to Zelensky, to the current president in the 2019 election.
I guess.
Fuck. America. I thought we were supposed to fix these elections.
Mm-hmm.
How does this happen? The American stooge gets voted out of office?
Mm-hmm.
How come Jimmy's not talking about this?
I'm curious because I'm looking through
the history.
The president's, the Petro guy's policies.
Mm-hmm.
Said he was in favor of decentralizing power.
Oh, well, that's what I've been talking about this whole fucking live stream.
So he did
decentralizing power is a huge winner,
right,
in democracies.
He repeatedly spoke against federalization, though.
Oh yeah.
But he did not seek to increase his presidential powers, according to his Wikipedia article.
Oh yeah, of course.
Interesting. Anyways, I'll look into that later. But yeah, that's the. So yeah, the guy from the phone call is not Zelensky. Zelensky was not involved with any of that stuff. I don't even think I don't know if Zelensky was even in the government or was he on Dancing with the Stars at the time? I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, he was with Dancing with the Stars. You got it exactly right. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that was going on in 2014. Let's see. What was he doing in 2014?
He was Dancing with the Stars. Don't question what I'm saying.
In 2014, Zelensky spoke out against the intention of the Ukrainian Ministry of Culture to ban Russian artists from Ukraine. There you go.
Really?
Yeah. In 2015, Zelensky was the star of the television show Servant of the People, where he played the role of the president of the Ukraine. Oh, there you go. They were priming him. See, there you go. It all makes sense.
This is how Trump got into office.
Yes, you're right.
He played the president on The Apprentice. He was the big chief executive on The Apprentice.
Zelensky, this is interesting. Zelensky worked mostly in Russian language productions. So there you go. It doesn't seem like he's the rabidly anti-Russian guy that's kind of trying to force him into be now. Yeah.
Not only that, he could probably speak Russian.
Well, obviously
to the Russian part of the country. Yeah. He can speak Russian and Ukrainian. He's the perfect candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Bring up the tweet.
What tweet?
The tweet I sent you. I want to see this video I got running here.
I got like a million tabs open.
It's
tweet you sent me.
Right. It says,
"Friended, I hope you're ready for your 500."
Yeah. Click on that.
Give me a countdown.
Click on that, and
I'm at the video. Breaking: Donald Trump essentially confirms
they're going to find out the hard.
2024.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
They're going to find out the hard way starting on November 8th, and then again, even more so on November 2024. They will find out like never before.
Sitch.
We did it twice, and we'll do it again. We're going to be doing it again a third time. 2022 will be the year that millions of everyday citizens stand up to the left-wing fascists, and they'll continue, and we will all continue together to make America great again. They're going to find.
Oh, Sitch.
See, you're not prepared for this though. You don't understand.
Sitch.
You didn't watch The Apprentice like I watched The Apprentice. That's exactly what Trump said before.
What do you mean?
I was like, part of my reason for not thinking he's going to run again is because I guess people don't realize this. Before he actually did run in 2016, he would keep saying that he was going to run for president. And he'd keep dragging it out. And then, like, at the last moment, he'd say, and then decide not to run for president. Yeah. He did this for, like, 20 years before he actually, or not 20, but like 15 years before he actually ran for president. He kept doing this for 2 or 3 presidential cycles. So we'll see. I literally told you, Adam.
Did you know?
I said Donald Trump is going to say he's running for president.
I know.
All up until he drops out.
Right.
So we will see who wins that bet.
Well, it's going to be very demoralizing because I'm already spending the money basically.
Let's listen.
I'm already counting my chickens.
If you want to count, you can count all the chickens you want. You can spend that $500. Those
count my chickens,
and it'll make it all so much sweeter. If on, the week before the first primary, Donald Trump is like,
for you it will be. And I'm having so much fun with this.
I will literally have to do a face reveal just so you can see my smug ass face.
You're gonna
smiling at you the whole.
You're gonna do a face reveal over this?
I might.
That's awesome.
You might get a Sitch face reveal if over this bet.
Just to see your smug ass fucking.
Just to see my smug ass face.
You're gonna pay CT to do a smug Sitch. That's what it's gonna be.
We'll see. We'll see.
So bad. I can't believe this is just not a good strategy.
Right.
The whole we've done it twice already, and we're gonna. Did you notice that? We've already won 2 elections.
Why is that?
And we're gonna do it a 3rd time.
Why do you think that's bad?
It's so weak. It's so weak.
It's okay. I don't know. It's all right.
I don't know. I feel it just.
I mean, when 2024 rolls around, he's gonna have a stronger narrative than just they stole the election from me.
That's what yeah.
Right.
It's very that's my chief complaint about it. It's one of the reasons why I thought Donald Trump got elected was he got elected on it's all about us. We.
Right.
But I guess it's kind of the same thing because he's saying we were robbed.
Right. We voted for me, basically. Yeah.
Right. But at the same time.
It's not as strong. Yeah, it's not as strong.
Well, also the whole he needs to bring in people that are not part of that because he needs to get more votes. He literally needs to get more votes, right?
No, he doesn't. He won. The election was stolen from him.
Well, okay. If that's the way you want to play it.
Right.
I'm just saying. There's the part of the didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
He needs to get people who didn't vote for Donald Trump who are not going to be persuaded by that we were robbed.
Right.
They're going to be like, we were robbed. I didn't even vote. I voted for Kanye. I wasn't robbed. I knew what I was doing.
Well, I mean, Kanye didn't win, so.
Yeah, but I wasn't robbed. I don't feel robbed in any way. I mean, I kind of do because Biden is just a piece of shit.
Ukrainian intel suggests Belarus is prepared to join the Russian invasion.
What?
That's not good.
Belarus?
Ukrainian intelligence suggests the readiness to maybe participate directly in the invasion. So much for that peace talk on the Belarus border.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that's going to work if they're going to fucking invade.
Belarus is invading. Is part of the invasion now? I really don't like the sound of that.
All right.
That makes my prediction
Tim the
less
Ancient.
likely.
Tim the Ancient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think peace is going to be hashed out on Monday, unfortunately.
6-day war. What was it? What was day 1? Remember?
Was it Wednesday or Thursday?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. I'm going to do the math now. You read a super chat.
Tim the Ancient for $20. Thank you, Tim. Says it's not about starting a war with China necessarily. It's about always having a threat somewhere out there to help justify the war machine, even if it doesn't fight better to produce as if there's a war and never get shot at. Well, I understand that theory.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I mean, there's definitely a logic there that I understand. It just, when we look at Russia and China, it seems to be a real threat. It doesn't just seem to be like a fantasy. China is currently the dystopian 1984 government. They're putting Uyghurs in genocide camps. They're harvesting people's organs. They have a social media score that dictates what you can do and not do depending on, many factors, including whether you talk bad about the government or not.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like and they're threatening to take over Taiwan pretty continually. So it does seem to be a real potential existential threat, depending on where they go with any of this stuff.
I found out the date. It's the 23rd because that's the day you tweeted.
Right. And was that Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay. Right.
23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th.
If you're predicting 6 days,
it's Monday. Yeah.
Well, it can't be Monday because we talked on Tuesday.
Well, if you count Wednesday as day 1.
Right.
1,
yeah,
2,
so you're
3,
predicting
4,
Tuesday
5,
will be
6.
the end of the war.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monday will be the 6th day. The 7th day will be Tuesday. We'll be streaming on Tuesday.
Okay, I don't know if I don't think you're doing your math right here, buddy. But
What are you
that's fine.
talking about?
I mean, if the 7 days in a week,
20.
7 days after Wednesday is Wednesday. So I don't know.
But we're counting Wednesday, right?
Oh, I see. I understand.
I mean, Wednesday's when the invasion happened, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
You're not going to count the first. That is the first day.
I understand. You're counting the weird way. Gotcha. That's fine.
Right. So 6 days.
Okay. There you go.
7 days would be the Tuesday, right?
No, but that's fine.
6 days would be the Monday.
It's fine. We can.
What are you talking about? You're counting. Look, if there's 7 days in a week, you can't count Wednesday twice, okay? Because then you're into the 8th day. You get this, right? The basic math.
Yeah, basic.
But how am I wrong on this? I'm literally looking at a calendar right now.
Okay, I'll let you figure that out for yourself.
Wait,
95.
Is Wednesday to Wednesday 7
Okay.
days? Is that what you're thinking?
So generally, when you're counting, you don't count the day itself the way you're counting it. Which I understand that you're doing that. I'm just saying that's not generally the way people conceptualize this.
What do you mean?
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
You don't count. What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Is Wednesday to Wednesday 7 days or 8 days? You tell me.
95 key for $20. Says Sitch. Ukraine obviously belongs in Russia. Just think of it for a moment. Ukraine wants Crimea, which is a part of Russia. Therefore, procto ad hominem vis-a-vis autoerotic asphyxiation, Ukraine really wants to be part of Russia. That's true. That's a good point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Jimmy Dore should have made that argument.
Yes, he should have. That's a good argument.
Everyone in the chat is like, Sitch doesn't even know how to count days of the week. I can't believe it.
If that's what you're reading, I don't think you're reading.
What do you mean? I see Adam is correct in the chat.
I think Adam needs to watch more Sesame Street. There's no zero index unless you're a programmer. Adam has never made a paycheck. You guys are fighting over Wednesday until Wednesday versus Wednesday through Wednesday. Classics such as law. I understand that.
I was doing through when I said Wednesday through Wednesday.
Okay.
That's 8 days, right?
Tuesday would be 6 days. Wednesday would be 7 days. 7 days. Oh, Adam. Adam is being a shite.
What?
You don't count day 0 as day 1.
I said I was counting Wednesday a million times.
Adam, I understand how you're counting it. I understood instantly what you were doing. I'm just saying that's not generally the way people conceptualize it, but it's fine.
Don't make me screenshot the calendar.
Right. Oh, no. Wednesday to Wednesday is 7 days. That's my argument, Kat. I'm the one saying Wednesday to Wednesday is 7 days. Adam is saying it's 8 days. Okay. I don't know if there's some confusion here. I'm saying Wednesday to Wednesday is 7 days.
I said Wednesday through Wednesday.
Okay. That's what you're saying, Wednesday through Wednesday. Right. That's not generally how we count this.
Right.
Things. Okay.
Wednesday through Tuesday.
Right. Sunday to Sunday. We stream on Sunday, and then 7 days later, we stream on Sunday again.
Right. Right. Okay. I get it.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Listen, all we need to know
is when the war ends.
Is that fortunately the Ukrainian government is better at warfare than Adam is at counting days of the week.
Okay. I'm seeing the Dow futures are. I mean, it's not really that bad, to be honest with you. It's like 2%.
Yeah, no, for America. Yeah, they haven't gone down very much yet. But
look, the
as
EU,
you said, we'll see.
The EU is up big.
Yep.
Asian markets mixed. What's happening? Oh, gold's way up, obviously. Oil's way up. Crypto. Crypto's. I can't believe crypto's on CNBC now.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's
like, okay, you guys want to bet on poker chips? We'll do it too. We got an open casino.
Listen, they got to get into some sweet crypto too. Aren't all the major financial institutions involved in crypto now? I thought.
Forex. Let's see what the ruble's doing. Are you curious what the ruble's
Nah, it's like shit. I thought it's already shit.
Right. Let's check the news.
Check the news. See what
top stories right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine-Russia war live updates. Oh, that's not good. World's largest plane destroyed in Ukraine.
We've had people donate with rubles.
Russian ruble plagues near plunges. Oh yeah, I can read. Russian ruble plunges nearly 30% against the dollar amid sanctions over Ukraine.
Right.
That's
not surprising.
That's pretty fucking painful for the Russian. Well, I mean, what do they care if they're buying? Because that's not going to change the price of bread and rubles, right?
Well, I don't know, because it says Russians. So this is an article, could be bullshit. It says Russians rush for dollars as sanctions threaten ruble collapse. Russians line up as cash machines around the country to withdraw foreign currency as new sanctions to push the Kremlin for its invasion of Ukraine sparked fear of the ruble collapsing.
But that's actually perpetuating the problem, because when
you're right, that does.
They're trying to buy dollars. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the same. Like,
right.
It's an open market for currency. So
right.
if everyone runs and tries to buy dollars, the dollar's going to be very strong.
The rush for foreign currency came despite some lenders selling dollars at more than a third higher than the markets closed on Friday.
Really? Oh my goodness. They're gouging them.
The shock came as Russians were still digesting news that Europe was closing its airspace to them, and popular payment systems like Apple Pay would stop working in Russia. There you go. That's interesting. I don't know where they got a quote from some lady who said, "I've stood in line for hours, but foreign currency is gone everywhere. Everything is just rubles."
Here's a headline. Invaders will die. Former Miss Grand Ukraine joins fight against Russian forces. Really? Miss Grand Ukraine. I might have to look that up. Miss Grand Ukraine.
So yeah, I guess we'll see tomorrow what happens. Or what time is it in Russia, right?
Luckily, my predictions always come true.
So it's 9 a.m. in Russia already. In Moscow. What time shouldn't they be open already?
I don't know.
Wait, what time do Russian markets open? Moscow exchange delays start of trading, shuts FX repo markets.
Of course they did. Of course they did. They're not opening the markets.
Oh, here you go. The Moscow exchange will open Forex and money market trading at 10 o'clock Moscow time on Monday. Oh, so from an hour from now.
Really?
Right. 3 hours later than usual opening time. So I guess we'll know in an hour from now. You want to stream for another hour just so we can be live?
Could be a bloodbath.
So there you go, guys. You'll know in an hour, I guess, what's gonna go down. Huh. Anyways.
Oh, that's a secret bat signal right there.
It's the very not secret, completely everyone knows bat signal, yes.
That's how a Sitch calls a team to grab their harmonica. Come on, guys. I mean, if you don't play the harmonica, you're not black.
Listen, Mr. Biden. I'm offended by that statement. Okay.
Can you imagine? What was that guy? What was the guy that we did the video on? Is it John Doyle?
We didn't do a video on John Doyle.
Well, we did.
Someone asked us to do a video on John Doyle.
We didn't do a full video, but we did a clip on the clip. We
on
did a
Tuesday,
clip, and
yeah.
we did a bit on the Tuesday stream. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of people in the comments were saying John Doyle has this challenge where he wants you to go to some poor neighborhood wearing cardigan sunglasses.
Oh, he did talk about that. Yeah.
I think we should update the challenge. I think we should go with a harmonica and see
I
if
think we should go to the separatist region of the Ukraine with cardigan sunglasses and see what happens.
Oh yeah, that's a predominantly white area, I've noticed.
Right.
Do you think you'd still be able to get away with your sunglasses? I'm
I
not
love
sure
this.
I'm not sure you would.
Brian K in the chat says, Sitch is the only one I know who can admit he was wrong and sound right doing it. Well, thank you.
Did you see? Did you see what I brought up for the end of the
Perfect.
stream?
I see that. I can see it.
Look at that. Ah, it's so
Yep.
beautiful.
I know. Okay, Adam's gonna rub that in.
Beautiful.
Adam is incentivizing. I want everyone in the chat to know that when I never admit I'm wrong again, even if I'm wrong, it's entirely Adam's fault. Adam is incentivizing me to never admit fault ever again.
You know how crazy it would be if the 6-day war prediction came true.
If that comes true, holy shit. Well, actually, is it going to be a real 6 day or is it going to be an
it's
Adam
gonna
6
be-
day?
It's gonna. It might be 7 days. Okay, I'm still gonna call it.
If the war ends anytime between Monday and Wednesday, Adam gets to say it's a 6-day war.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not above a little revisionist history. If I can be right, of course I'm gonna do it. Let's just aboutish 6 aboutish days.
6 aboutish days.
We'll see. Autocrats, they don't stick with it, man.
Right.
Putin's pulling out.
We'll see. We shall see. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for making it through the slog of terrible Hasan and Jimmy Dore takes on the Ukraine-Russia situation. And we all hope, and if you are someone who prays daily, like I do.
Do you really? That's
I do pray
fascinating.
daily. And I
had
do
no idea.
pray for the well-being of one Adam Friended.
That's sweet. Thank you.
But yes, please pray and put in your thoughts that the Ukraine-Russia situation resolves quickly and peacefully. So I guess we'll see you all on Tuesday, and we'll see if what's going on then. Until the next time, take care. Adam is going to blow the harmonica till we reach the 6th day.
Bye, bitches. And Jimmy Dore sucks.
Oh, I